Chapter 459. After Yang Feng completely refined the three elemental mysterious crystals, a thought arose in his mind. It seems that I should spend some time practicing the Battle Demonic Sect's battle secret method. For a peerless genius among human warlocks like Yi Yuan Yang, Fireball, Blink, Lightning, and other spells lower than level 5 had no effect on him. Once Yi Yuan Yang transformed into a fearsome existence like the red gold sun python, level 5 spells wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The Battle Demonic Sect's Battle Demonic Secret method combined offense and defense. Even if one practiced it to the Infinity Warlock rank, the Black Battle Demon possession could increase one's battle prowess by twofold. The Battle Demonic Secret method was one of the fundamental methods of the Battle Demonic Sect. What did it mean for the strength of an Infinity Warlock to increase by twofold? An Infinity Warlock with twofold battle prowess could crush experts of the same rank. Every time the Western world's secret methods were upgraded to a certain level, they would begin to practice spells of that level. The Eastern world's secret methods, on the other hand, tended to practice battle secret methods that improved along with the strength of the cultivator. The magic civilizations of both sides had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, the Battle Demonic Sect's Battle Demonic Secret method was extremely powerful, but the cultivation requirements were too high. Only great warlocks could practice it, and it would take hundreds of years just to practice the Green Battle Demon possession. If one could master the Blink spell of the Western world spell system, then in a great warlock rank fight, it would be 100 times stronger than the Green Battle Demon possession. Of course, in a fight between Infinity Warlocks, the power of the Blink spell would be greatly limited, and it would be practically useless. But the Green Battle Demon possession would increase the cultivator's battle prowess by 30%, which was simply terrifying. Apart from Turandot subcontinent, which was a rather desolate subsidiary continent, the main continents Eastern Warlock World and Western Warlock World not only developed a lot of formidable and unique spells, but also had a lot of spells passed down and exchanged with each other. There were also many spells developed by the Western world in the Battle Demonic Sect. Of course, not many people in the Battle Demonic Sect practiced the spells developed by the Western world. There were countless secret methods in the Fighting Demonic Sect. Yang Feng picked and chose for a while before choosing the 4 secret methods: Skyfire 7 Colors, Divine Wind 9 Revolutions, Earth Origin Embryo, and Water Element 3 Transformations at the same time. These 4 secret techniques were also the best 4 secret techniques in the Battle Demon Sect to cultivate virtual worlds and real worlds. By cultivating the Skyfire 7 Absolutes, one would be able to give birth to the 7 colors of Skyfire: yellow, orange, red, green, blue, cyan, and purple. Every type of heavenly flame possessed immense power. Cultivating the Divine Wind 9 Revolutions would allow one to directly condense a spell model called the Divine Wind 9 Revolutions. Cultivating the Earth Origin Embryo would allow one to obtain a spell model called the Earth Origin Escape Technique. By cultivating the 3 Water Elemental Transformations, one could obtain the spell model of the Profound Yin Frigid Water. The 7-colored Heavenly Flame, the 9 Revolutions Divine Wind, the Earth Essence Escape Technique, and the mysterious Yin Frigid Water were 4 great techniques that possessed the characteristics of the East. Their power would increase as the cultivator's strength increased. The 4 secret methods: Skyfire 7 Absolutes, Divine Wind 9 Revolutions, Earth Origin Embryo, and Water Elemental Transformations were extremely difficult to cultivate. They were secret methods that pointed directly to the 4 elemental origins of this world. They were comparable in rank to the Tai Yi sect's 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. Even for a cultivation genius like Zhong Hanshan, it would be very difficult for her to cultivate these 4 secret methods at the same time. Without 100 years of cultivation, she wouldn't be able to cultivate them to the minor accomplishment realm. Before obtaining the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng's cultivation aptitude was far inferior to that of a true cultivation genius like Zhong Hanshan. Apart from the primal chaos imperishable body, he didn't dare to cultivate other secret methods carelessly. After obtaining the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng made rapid progress in cultivating the 4 secret methods: Skyfire 7 Absolutes, Divine Wind 9 Revolutions, Earth Origin Embryo, and Water Elemental Transformations. He easily cultivated the 4 secret methods to the minor accomplishment realm. In his sea of knowledge, he evolved the 4 spell models. At the same time, after cultivating the 4 secret methods to the minor accomplishment realm, Yang Feng could clearly sense that the semiplane inside him, nourished by the 4 basic elements, was growing stronger at all times. Instead, every time Yang Feng practiced cultivation, he had to consume a tremendous amount of low-grade magic crystals. The number of low-grade magic crystals he consumed every day exceeded 100,000. The immortal Huang Palace, inside Yang Feng's dwelling. Streams of data flashed continuously in Yang Feng's eyes. Looking at the data gathered by the Level 2 optical computer, he sighed faintly. There aren't enough cultivation resources. It seems that I have to think of a way to open up a few more trade routes and get more cultivation resources. After Yang Feng's sea of knowledge evolved into a semiplane, it allowed him to obtain formidable power and embark on the strongest warlock path. However, the amount of cultivation resources he consumed was also increasing exponentially. The Turandot subcontinent, the Feisuor Plains desolate islands, the Red Earth wasteland, and the Grade 9 plane previously controlled by the Shadow Prince Mecha couldn't meet his cultivation needs. Using the Level 2 fortified stronghold synthesis ability, Yang Feng synthesized many precious elixirs and sold them, but the resources he obtained still couldn't meet his cultivation needs. It seems that I have to make a move. Yang Feng pressed a button, and a holographic projector beside him shot out rays of light and displayed a map of the Tsangji Plains continent. Yang Feng calculated in his mind, on the Feisuor Plains side, my clone is consolidating his cultivation base. On the astral boundaries side, no resources have been found. The plane dominated by the Shadow Prince Mecha is too barren. If I want to make a fortune, it seems that I have to go to the continent. At present, the Tsangji Plain was the highest known plane. At the same time, it was the plane with the most abundant resources and endless mysteries. If Yang Feng wanted to obtain all kinds of precious resources, he could only do so in the Tsangji Plain. The Weiyi County was one of the 36 counties under the jurisdiction of the lesser province Linghai Province. To the east of the Weiyi County was the boundless Weiyi Sea, which hid countless formidable sea extraordinary life forms. In the depths of the Weiyi Sea, there were 4 subcontinents, namely the Fuso subcontinent, the Gaogo subcontinent, the Indovisi subcontinent, and the Fate subcontinent. The Weiyi County was the hub connecting the 4 subcontinents and the Great Cloud Dynasty. Every day, merchant ships from the 4 subcontinents would enter the Weiyi County and transport the resources of the 4 subcontinents to the Weiyi County for sale. The Fuso subcontinent, the Gaogo subcontinent, the Indovisi subcontinent, and the Fate subcontinent were much larger than the Turandot subcontinent. Similarly, the resources of the 4 subcontinents were much richer than those of the Turandot subcontinent. The Weiyi County also obtained tremendous wealth through ocean trade with the 4 subcontinents. The annual tax revenue of the Weiyi County alone was comparable to the tax revenue of the other 35 counties combined. The capital of the Weiyi County, the Weiyi City, a 4-seat convertible Scarlet Fairy Dragon limited edition luxury sports car sped along the road. The driver was Lila, an extremely beautiful high elf. In the back of the luxury car, Yang Feng, embracing the sexy and enchanting Eunice and the coquettish and charming Cheyenne, looked around unscrupulously. With the support of Yang Feng's tremendous cultivation resources, Eunice has already promoted to a great warlock. As for Cheyenne, after she converted to Yang Feng's ruler of shadows, she was nourished by the divine force of shadows, and smoothly promoted to a starry sky warlock rank high priestess of shadows with battle prowess. The human, high elf, and dark elf beauties of the 3 races attracted the gazes of many men in the Weiyi city. Greedy gazes focused on Yang Feng and his party, yet as if he hadn't seen them, Yang Feng continued to ostentatiously cross the street, enjoying the gazes of envy and jealousy. If it was when he had just arrived at the continent, Yang Feng could only tuck his tail between his legs. He wouldn't have dared to bring the Turandot subcontinent's beauties here. Otherwise, once he was targeted by experts, he wouldn't be able to protect those women. But now, Yang Feng was a true disciple of the great elder Huang Yihe of the fighting demonic sect. He was valued highly by the fighting demonic sect, and his true body was a terrifying existence with moonlight warlock rank battle prowess. He already had the strength and confidence to protect his women. In the Wei Sea city, in addition to humans, there were many strange-looking merfolk with strange characteristics. The Tsangji Plains merfolk were different from the Feisuo Plains merfolk. In addition to the native merfolk of the Tsangji Plain, there were also many merfolk captured by human warlocks from other plains, or mutant merfolk created by human warlocks through various dangerous experiments. The strength of the Tsangji Plains merfolk was extremely terrifying. In the sea, there were 3 imperial courts: the Julan Imperial Court, the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, and the Legu Imperial Court. They could even contend against the human continent's Great Cloud Dynasty, Brest Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Kardrid Dynasty. When the merfolk left the sea and set foot on the human continent, they would naturally be wiped out by human warlocks. But it was impossible for human warlocks to conquer these merfolk. The luxurious sports car that could attract the attention of countless people stopped in front of a luxurious building called the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, Yang Feng followed the 3 beautiful women into the luxurious building. A rather pretty woman in a cyan dress, with a capable look on her face, greeted him with a smile. "Sir, how can I help you?" Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and Lila hurriedly stepped forward and opened a box. The fragrance of apples diffused from the box. Inside the box was an apple of wisdom leaf. With the usual arrogance of a high elf, Lila said in an aloof tone, "This is an apple of wisdom leaf that my lord got from the Feisuo Plain. Let Shi Yubing come out and have a talk with my lord." Chapter 460. The pretty face of the beautiful woman in green changed slightly, and her tone became more respectful. "A leaf of the Feisuo Plain's apple of wisdom. I understand. Please wait a moment." A leaf of the apple of wisdom could increase the probability of a pinnacle starry sky warlock rank expert promoting to a moonlight warlock by 50%. Even bright world warlocks would be tempted by such a treasure. On the Feisuo Plain, there were countless great warlocks and many pinnacle starry sky warlock rank experts. However, moonlight warlock rank experts and above were very rare. A moonlight warlock could establish a sect and have a place in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Not long after, a petite woman dressed in a plain white dress walked over with a smile on her face. She looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. Her skin was slightly yellow as if she was malnourished, but her facial features were extremely exquisite. Her large eyes were like a pair of gemstones. The girl said with a gentle smile, "I am Shi Yubing of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. How do I address you, mister?" Yang Feng replied with a slight arrogance, "My surname is Yang." Shi Yubing said with a sweet smile, "So it's young Master Yang. Please come with me." Shi Yubing took Yang Feng and company to the 9th floor of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, where they sat down as guests and hosts. 2 beautiful maids stepped forward and served cups of specially made tea to everyone. Eunice took a sip of the tea, a smile in her beautiful eyes, and she exclaimed in admiration, "This is red leaf dragon tea. It can enhance the soul aptitude of warlocks with a superior level 4 soul aptitude or below. Long-term consumption can also improve spirit force by a small margin. Good tea." Cheyenne gracefully picked up the cup of red leaf dragon tea and took a sip. Feeling the faint fragrance lingering in her mouth, she revealed a look of satisfaction. Red leaf dragon tea is a specialty of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although it is only a third-rate tea in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although it was only a third-rate tea in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but in the Turandot subcontinent, it was a rare treasure. In the past, even the leader of one of Turandot's 6 major forces like Carolina couldn't buy a few taels of it in a year. After taking a sip of the tea, Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, felt the fragrance lingering in his mouth, and quietly sized up Shi Yubing in front of him. As if she didn't care about Yang Feng's gaze, Shi Yubing said with a sweet smile, "Young Master Yang, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is very interested in the apple of wisdom leaves in your hands. 10 million magic crystals for one. What do you think?" Yang Feng showed a ridiculing smile and said lightly, "Not enough. Even bright world warlocks would be tempted by the apple of wisdom leaves. You want to buy a leaf of the wisdom apple for a mere 10 million mana crystals? How could anyone be willing to sell such a rare treasure?" Shi Yubing suddenly said, "Then what do you want?" Yang Feng showed a meaningful smile, "I want the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion." When she heard that, the smile on Shi Yubing's pretty face faded, and only endless coldness remained in her beautiful eyes. There was a flash of ridicule on her pretty face, and she uttered frigidly, "You have a big appetite. You want to swallow the 1,000-year-old foundation of the sky blue sea pavilion with a trifling apple of wisdom leaf? That's really whimsical. Please go back, you're not welcome here." Two men exuding starry sky warlock rank auras slowly walked out of the room and looked at Yang Feng indifferently. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "As far as I know, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion sank 5 Taishan-class ships in a row not long ago, and all the goods on the 5 ships disappeared. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is currently insolvent. Besides, Miss Shaw, of the 4 elders of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, 2 are opposed to you continuing to serve as the pavilion master of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is not far from collapse. I may be your only savior. By driving me away like this, do you want the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Shi family to be destroyed?" Shi Yuebing's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. She waved her hands, and the 2 starry sky warlock rank powerhouses withdrew. Shi Yubing uttered coldly, "Why did you deliberately inquire about the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion?" Yang Feng responded domineeringly, "I need a firm that can conduct maritime trade with the 4 subcontinents. After much consideration, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is the most suitable for me. I can destroy the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, but I can also bring it back to life. Miss Shaw, make your choice. Do you want the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Shi family to be destroyed, or do you want to hand over the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion to me and bring it back to life?" Shi Yubing raised her eyebrows and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "I am Yang Feng, a personal disciple of the Battle Demon Sect's great elder Huang Yihe." Shi Yuebing's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and she exclaimed, "A personal disciple of the Battle Demon Sect's great elder Huang Yihe." Yang Feng defeated Yi Yuanyang in Shishui's moonlight ceremony. Many top powerhouses in the Great Cloud Dynasty knew of his name. However, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion was just an ordinary third-rate force in the Wei Sea city. As such, Shi Yubing had never heard of Yang Feng. However, the fighting demonic sect's 4 great elders were world-famous peerless powerhouses. Any warlock with some knowledge would have heard of their names. Shi Yubing naturally knew how important the personal disciples of the fighting demonic sect's great elders were. A personal disciple of a great elder could be mentioned in the same breath as the Wei Sea city's city master. If it was within the Battle Demon Sect's sphere of influence, a county's monarch would have to salute respectfully and curry favor with a personal disciple of a great elder. Yang Feng spent a great deal of effort to join the Battle Demon Sect. In addition to the countless precious secret methods and resources in the Battle Demon Sect, he also had to borrow the Battle Demon Sect's influence. Shi Yubing frowned slightly and said apologetically, "Please wait a moment, I need some time." After saying that, Shi Yubing turned around and left the room. Yang Feng smiled faintly, sat still, and quietly tasted the red leaf dragon magic tea. Before long, Shi Yubing came back and sat down again. Looking at Yang Feng with a peculiar look in her beautiful eyes, she smiled sweetly and said, "So it's senior disciple brother Yang Feng who defeated the Taiyi sect's holy son." Shi Yubing said decisively, "Since it's you, senior disciple brother Yang, I can give you 80% of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's shares. I only want 20%. The Taiyi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang was a peerless genius who could defeat Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. For Yang Feng to be able to defeat Yi Yuanyang, his strength could only be above Yi Yuanyang's, and far above that of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. In the entire Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, the strongest were just 2 pinnacle starry sky warlock rank elders. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's 1,000-year foundation couldn't recruit a Moonlight Warlock to serve it. Now that Yang Feng was willing to take over the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, Shi Yubing made a prompt decision and chose to side with Yang Feng. Yang Feng showed a satisfied smile when he saw Shi Yuebing's decisiveness. A few days later, in the Wei Sea city, in a room belonging to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, there sat 4 old men at a huge white jade round table. The 4 old men were the 4 great elders of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, as well as the 4 generals under Shi Yuebing's father Shi Lai. A burly second elder with a black eye patch over his right eye exuded a fierce aura said in a deep voice, A month ago, another Taishan-class ship sank in our Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. This is already the 5th Taishan-class ship that has sunk in our Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Now that the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is insolvent, even if we want to buy goods on credit, no one is willing to do so. If this continues, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion will be finished. The other 3 great elders were silent. The first elder, who was tall and sturdy but had a strand of white hair on his head, glanced at the second elder and said indifferently, "Second elder, what do you want to say? Just say it." The second elder was silent for a long time. As if he found it difficult to speak, he looked at the third elder. The third elder said with a smile, "That Tsungyue Sea Pavilion's young master has taken a fancy to Yu Bing. As long as Yu Bing is willing to marry him, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion and the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion will surely come back to life. The foundation passed down by the old master won't fall into our hands." The great elder was silent for a while, then looked at the silent fourth elder and asked flatly, "Fourth brother, what do you think?" The fourth elder lowered his head as if he were a dead man. He remained silent, and only his long breathing indicated that he was still alive. The great elder's eyes flashed with anger, and he uttered frigidly, "The Lord has been very kind to us. He raised us from orphans to starry sky warlocks and gave us a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the Lord, we would just be a bunch of homeless, despised orphans who would turn into a pile of bones in less than 100 years. The Lord died less than 20 years ago, yet in order to seize the young master's property, you want to force the young master to marry that bastard from the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" The Tsungyue Sea Pavilion was one of the top 10 sea merchant groups in the Wei Sea City. However, the young master of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion, Yuan Huan, was an out-and-out scum. He was already 40 years old. With the help of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion's tremendous resources, his cultivation base was only a level 1 warlock. Besides, he indulged in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. He liked to torture and kill beautiful women. Every year, the bodies of many female slaves were thrown into the sea. The second elder and the third elder wanted to push Shi Yubing into the fire pit for their own glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, which made the great elder furious. Listening to the great elder's angry shouts, the fourth elder's eyes flashed with shame, his body trembled slightly, and then he gave a long sigh and finally fell silent. The third elder said with a cold smile, "Eldest brother, you're wrong. This Sky Blue Sea Pavilion was also built by us 4 brothers with our fists and kicks. For the sake of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, which one of us hasn't been injured? Even if the old master has shown us any kindness, we have served him for hundreds of years, and we have already repaid him." Chapter 461. Expressionless, the second elder raised his hand. "Since this matter can't be settled, then let's vote." The third elder smiled and also raised his hand. "Yes, since everyone can't be settled, then let's vote according to the usual practice." The fourth elder was silent for a while before saying indifferently, "I abstain." The second elder showed a hint of ridicule on his face and said indifferently, "Old 4 abstains. The elders' council's vote is 2 against 1. This matter is settled. Even if you object, it's useless, big brother. This is the collective decision of the elders' council." The first elder smiled coldly and directly turned hostile. "Heh, what bullshit elders' council? Second elder, third elder, if you want to lick the ass of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion's young master, then go lick it yourselves. As long as I'm here, I won't let you manipulate the young master at will. At worst, we'll just break up and let the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion be finished." The second elder smiled faintly. "I knew you had a fiery temper and wouldn't give in so easily. However, you're not allowed to be presumptuous here today." Within the room, one of the paintings twisted, and a handsome young man wearing a brocade robe with an arrogant expression slowly walked out with a folding fan in his hand. Beside the young man were 2 ordinary-looking men who exuded a dangerous aura. When the first elder saw the young man, his pupils constricted slightly, and he cried out involuntarily, "Tsungyue Xuani." Tsungyue Xuani was the son of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion's pavilion master, Tsungyue Xiongtian, as well as the young master of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion. Tsungyue Xuani showed a wicked smile and said viciously, "That's right, it's me. Old man, in the Wei Sea City, any woman that I fancy can't escape from my clutches. Back then, when I took a fancy to that little bitch, Shi Yubing, she dared to refuse me. I gave her face, but she didn't give me face. This time, after I play with her until she's rotten, I'll definitely sell her to the Ambrosia Pavilion as a bitch. That will be fun." When the second elder and the fourth elder heard this, their faces flashed with unnatural colors, and then they fell silent. Third elder, on the other hand, had a smile on his face as he praised, "Young master is wise. Shi Yubing, that little bitch, has always been very arrogant. That little bitch Shi Yubing has always been very arrogant. If she becomes a cheap whore, her expression must be very interesting." When the first elder heard this, his eyes turned bloodshot, and advanced starry sky warlock rank life force slowly spread from him. He looked at the two men beside Tsung with apprehension and asked solemnly, "You two are Liu San and Li Sai?" Liu San and Li Sai were the guards assigned to Tsung by the pavilion master Tsung Xiongtian. Each of them had a cultivation base of the starry sky warlock rank. More than 10 starry sky warlocks have died at the hands of the two brothers, making them infamous. Brother, Liu, of the Liu, of 2, Liu 6, IC, Brother Chen Li of Chen, Brother Chen clan first. Liu San smiled sinisterly and said, "Damn old man, you actually know my brother's name. Then you should also know that if you don't agree to my young master's request today, then this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Tsung Yueshwani's eyes flashed with impatience, and he uttered coldly, "Why are you talking so much with this old dog? Kill him." Tsung Yueshwani's eyes flashed with impatience, and he said coldly, "Why are you talking so much with this old dog? Kill him." "Wait a minute." A crisp voice sounded, and Shi Yubing walked in, a fragrance wafting from her. Yang Feng, Lila, and Eunice followed her. When Tsung Yueshwani saw Lila and Eunice, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a lascivious smile. Lila was a pure-blooded high elf from the Sandra Plain. She was very rare on the continent. A pure-blooded high elf slave like her was a symbol of status, a luxury among luxury goods. Eunice was also a stunning beauty with a Western style and a sexy figure. When the two beauties appeared, the lustful Tsung Yueshwani's soul was nearly stolen. Shi Yubing looked straight at Tsung Yueshwani and said coldly, "Tsung Yueshwani, I can give you the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, but please let me and Uncle Lei live. As long as you agree, we can immediately go through the handover procedures. Within 10 days, Uncle Lei and I will take our people and leave the Wei Sea city." The first elder wanted to say something, but then hesitated. He took a deep look at Shi Yubing, and finally sighed and remained silent. He understood that even if he abandoned the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, so long as Shi Yubing and her party could leave the Wei Sea city, it would already be very fortunate. When Shalai was alive, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion united and could barely contend against the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion. But now that Shalai was dead, the morale of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion collapsed. Facing a bigwig like the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion's young master, it was already amazing that they could escape unscathed. Tsung Yueshwani showed a playful smile, like a cat toying with a mouse, and threw an inferior magic stone in front of Shi Yubing. "You want to leave? How could it be that simple? The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's Council of Elders has agreed to marry you to me as my 109th concubine. The dowry is the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, and this is my betrothal gift. Be my 109th concubine." Tsung Yueshwani glanced at Yang Feng, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "As for the man who came with you, I'll slap him. These two women will be my 110th and 111th concubines." Although Tsung Yueshwani was just a level 1 warlock, but he didn't care about the great warlock rank Yang Feng. Shi Yubing, who has been frowning all these years, suddenly smiled, took a step back, and stood next to Yang Feng like a pure flower. Yang Feng glanced at Tsung Yueshwani, showed a smile, and said indifferently, "Interesting. You trash, you want to attack me. That's really interesting." When Tsung Yueshwani saw this, he couldn't help but have an ominous premonition. "Do it." Yang Feng shouted coldly. A shadow suddenly shot out from Liu San's back, and a dagger fused with the shadow slashed towards Liu San's neck like a meteor. Liu San was the personal bodyguard of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion's young master. His body shone, and 6 or 7 energy covers suddenly appeared and enveloped him. The dagger fused with the shadow was the god armament Shadow Dagger, which the Shadow Prince Mecha spent a lot of time and divine power to refine. When it was activated, it could freeze the space within 10 meters, rendering all spatial spells ineffective. Apart from spatial spells, all kinds of defensive spells were useless in front of the Shadow Dagger. The God Armament Shadow Dagger and the God Armament Assassination Dagger were known as the God Assassination 3 Daggers of the Feisuor Plane. They were respectively in the hands of the Feisuor Plane's 3 gods proficient in assassination and assassination. The 3 god armaments were intermediate god armaments or higher, and their might was comparable to human warlocks' level 7 secret treasures. With a sweep of the shadow, Liu San's head swayed slightly and fell to the ground. There was a look of horror on his face, as if he couldn't believe that he died just like that. After the shadow easily assassinated Liu San, it swept towards Li Sai, who was at the side. Countless rays of light shone on Li Sai's body, and his head turned and fell to the ground. A large amount of blood spilled from his headless body. After the shadow succeeded in its assassination, it turned into a shadow and directly merged into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The smell of blood pervaded the room. When Tsungyue saw this, his face changed dramatically, and he flew into a rage and barked, "Liu San, Li Sai, you dare to kill my people. You bastard, do you want to die?" The third elder's face changed dramatically. He silently recited an incantation, and a pair of thunder eagle wings grew on his back. The thunder eagle wings flapped, and with a rumble, lightning coiled around the wings, and he flew outside. Yang Feng killed the 2 Starry Sky warlocks Liu San and Li Sai without saying a word. His methods were extremely ruthless. The third elder was a wily old fox. Feeling that something was amiss, he chose to escape. A spatial gate strangely appeared in front of the third elder. Unable to stop his momentum, he rushed into the spatial gate and strangely appeared next to Yang Feng. From Yang Feng's shadow, a shadow swept towards the third elder, and the third elder's head rolled on the ground. His face ashen, the second elder knelt in front of Yang Feng, his teeth chattering, and pleaded, "Sir, spare me. Spare my worthless life. I didn't want to, they forced me to." The third elder possessed intermediate Starry Sky warlock rank strength, which was only slightly inferior to the second elder. For such an expert to be easily killed by Yang Feng, the second elder felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Yang Feng glanced at the second elder kneeling on the ground. Immediately after, Lila pricked the second elder's neck with a tube of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, and injected the elixir into him. Yang Feng turned and swept the fourth elder with a glance. As if a god overlooking mortals, he asked indifferently, "Do you want to live or die?" The fourth elder sighed, "I want to live. Sir, I've never forced the young lord. I am willing to surrender all my rights and leave the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. Please give me a way out." Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and killing intent surged, and he said frigidly, "In other words, do you want to die?" "I want to live." When the fourth elder felt Yang Feng's bone-piercing killing intent, his face changed several times, and he knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Lila stepped forward, pricked the fourth elder's neck with a tube of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, and injected the elixir. Chapter 462. Tsungyue said with a cold smile on his face, "Little bastard, you dare to oppose me in the Wei Sea City. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion, one of the top 10 sea merchant groups in the Wei Sea City. The Tsungyue Sea Pavilion has many experts, and we have 2 Moonlight Warlock rank experts. My father, Tsungyue Xiongtian, is an intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank expert. You dare to kill my guards and ruin my plans. You're dead. I'll wipe out your entire family and reduce all your friends and relatives to things worse than pigs and dog." Yang Feng glanced at the third elder and ordered coldly, "I'm curious, why are you so confident in front of me? Catch him." "Yes, master." The third elder suddenly rose and extended his hand to grab Tsungyue. A flood dragon aura spread out from his body and a huge devouring force emerged from his right hand, sweeping towards Tsungyue like a flood dragon swallowing the sea. A red bead on Tsungyue waist collapsed, turned into specks of light that enveloped him, and turned into a scarlet ray that shot towards the sky. The frightening devour force released by the third elder's right hand could not stop the scarlet ray that Tsang has transformed into. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and a spatial mirror suddenly appeared in front of the scarlet ray. The scarlet ray that Tsang has transformed into entered the spatial mirror, passed through layers of space, and collapsed inch by inch. Finally, it distorted in front of Yang Feng, and then strangely appeared in front of him. Tsang landed on the ground, a look of horror surged on his handsome face, and he exclaimed, "What did you do to me?" The red bead was called Scarlet Light Escape bead, and sealed inside it was the level 6 spell Scarlet Light Escape. Once the Scarlet Light Escape was launched, the caster would be teleported to a designated place. Even a Moonlight Warlock would not be able to stop it if they were careless. This was a treasure that Tsang Yueshengtian spent 10 million magic crystals to purchase. It was the trump card that made Tsang Yueshwani so arrogant and unbridled. "You trash, it seems that you have a lot of treasures on you. Unfortunately, you're too weak. I'll accept those treasures." Yang Feng smiled coldly, pointed with his finger, and fired the level 4 spell Legend Dominate at Tsang Yueshien. A jade pendant in front of Tsang Yueshwani's chest suddenly flew up and blossomed with dark blue light, easily neutralizing the Legend Dominate person. Tsang Yueshwani only had the cultivation base of a level 1 warlock. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, his strength was extremely low, and he could only bully some ordinary people who couldn't cultivate the warlock path. In order to protect his only son, Tsang Yueshengtian had collected countless precious defensive artifacts for him at all costs. The third elder's face turned malevolent, and his body surged with flood dragon-like scales. His figure flashed, and he flew in front of Kang Yuxian, and fiercely clawed at Kang Yuxian. Tsang Yueshwani gritted his teeth and was just about to release some artifact. The fourth elder's eyes suddenly changed, turning into a strange triangular star that locked onto his eyes. When Tsang Yueshwani was stared at by the fourth elder's triangular star eyes, his consciousness suddenly blurred, and he fell into a strange state of chaos, unable to move even a finger. The third elder mercilessly clawed at Tsang Yueshwani. Suddenly, energy shields erupted on Tsang Yueshwani, and then were smashed one after another. After 8 energy shields were smashed by the third elder, a formidable spatial force enveloped Tsang Yueshwani, who had fallen into a strange state. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, the law of space surged, and spatial ripples reverberated in the area. The spatial ripples enveloping Tsang Yueshwani collapsed and shattered. The third elder stretched out his hand and slapped Tsang Yueshwani's head, knocking him out. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and all kinds of treasures flew out from Tsang Yueshwani and fell into his hand. Yang Feng scanned the treasures he got from Tsang Yueshwani and revealed a look of delight. How rich! Cross-sea trade is indeed the best way to make money in the world. Tsang Yueshengtian must have spent more than 100 million magic crystals on this good-for-nothing. There were 13 level 5 secret treasures and 1 level 6 secret treasure on Tsang Yueshwani. The secret treasure that resisted Yang Feng's Legend Dominate person was the level 6 secret treasure Concentration Sea Moon Pendant. This level 6 secret treasure could resist all kinds of illusions and dominate spells. At the same time, it had the miraculous effect of calming the mind and resisting the invasion of evil spirits. Tsang Yueshwani's storage ring was filled with more than 30 million low-grade magic crystals. The Wei Sea City was a city with developed sea trade. In this city, magic crystals were the hard currency. As long as there were enough magic crystals, you could even hire moonlight warlocks. Before long, Tsang Yueshwani, who had been stripped naked, was splashed in the face with a basin of cold water, shivered, and woke up. Sitting on a sofa with Eunice and Cheyenne in his arms, Yang Feng looked at Tsang Yueshwani condescendingly and said coldly, "Tsang Yueshwani, do you want to live or die?" Tsang Yueshwani looked up and said with an unruly smile, "You don't dare kill me. My father is Tsang Yueshengtian, an intermediate moonlight warlock rank powerhouse. It's as easy as blowing off dust for him to crush you ants. Let me go, then offer me the women around you. Have fun with them, and maybe I'll let you live if I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, when my father comes, you won't even be able to be my dog." Yang Feng frowned slightly and waved his hand. The third elder smiled ferociously, stepped forward, grabbed Tsang Yueshwani's little finger, and pulled hard. Tsang Yueshwani's finger was torn off, and blood splattered. Tsang Yueshwani's face twisted, and he issued heart-wrenching screams. It hurt. It hurts. You dare to attack me? My father won't let you get away with this. He won't let you get away with this. Yang Feng glanced at Tsang Yueshwani, his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he said with a frigid smile, You just said that you wanted to slap me. I've always been a fair person. I like to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I don't know what it means to return good for evil. Let young master Tsang Yue taste what it's like to be a eunuch. The third elder trembled slightly, then smiled ferociously and strode towards Tsang Yueshwani. Tsang Yueshwani's face turned pale, and all his arrogance and overbearingness disappeared. He wailed miserably, No. No. Stop. Stop. No. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. It's all my fault. I know I was wrong. Spare me. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I don't want to be a eunuch. Shi Yubing came to Yang Feng's side and whispered, Sir, the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion is one of the Wei Sea City's top 10 sea merchant group. With the protection of 3 Moonlight Warlock rank experts, the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion is powerless to oppose them. In the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, there were only 10 Starry Sky Warlocks in total. Apart from the 4 elders, the other 6 were junior Starry Sky Warlocks. The Tsangyue Sea Pavilion was filled with experts, and there were more than 20 people stronger than the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's first elder. The strength of the two sides couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. This was the reason why Tsang Yueshwani was so unbridled. Sho Yuena said with a smile, Miss Sure, our master has his reasons for doing this. Although the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion is strong, but in front of my master, it's nothing. Shi Yubing took a deep look at Sho Yuena, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. She fell silent. She saw with her own eyes how Sho Yuena killed the 2 advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank experts Liu San and Li Sai as if they were chickens. Such an expert was just a slave of Yang Feng, which gave her an unfathomable feeling towards Yang Feng. Shortly after a miserable scream, the pale Tsang Yueshwani was dragged over like a dead dog. Looking at the dead dog like Tsang Yueshwani, Shi Yubing felt both relieved and apprehensive, and her heart was filled with complicated feelings. As if a god who controlled the life and death of mortals, Yang Feng looked at Tsang Yueshwani with ridicule in his eyes, and said indifferently, Tsang Yueshwani, do you want to live or die? There was a flash of resentment in Tsang Yueshwani's eyes, and he implored loudly, I want to live. I beg you, let me go. I'll promise you anything. After the torture, Tsang Yueshwani realized that Yang Feng was different from everyone he had met before. He was a lawless and merciless fellow. His mentality had collapsed due to Yang Feng's torture, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, If you want to live, then let's play a game. If you win, then I'll let you leave here. If you lose, then you'll give me the 5 Gale-class merchant ships of the Tsangyue Sea Pavilion. As if he fell into an ice cave, Tsang Yueshwani trembled and shouted, Impossible. The Tsangyue Sea Pavilion only has 20 Gale-class merchant ships, each of which costs more than 1 billion magic crystals. Even I am not qualified to bet 5 Gale-class merchant ship. Gale-class merchant ships were a grade higher than the Taishan-class merchant ships of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The price of a Taishan-class merchant ship was only about 50 million magic crystals, while the price of a Gale-class merchant ship was more than 1 billion magic crystals. Moreover, Gale-class merchant ships were extremely difficult to buy. Only the top 10 merchant ships could obtain approval from the Great Cloud Dynasty to purchase Gale-class merchant ships. Yang Feng looked at Tsang Yueshwani with a smile and said indifferently, Do you want to die here? Chapter 463. Tsang Yueshwani's complexion changed several times, and he finally said loudly, I'll bet with you. Compared to the 5 Gale-class merchant ships, Tsang Yueshwani valued his life more. Big or small? Yang Feng casually grabbed a die, threw it into a dice cup, shook it, pressed it on the table and said faintly. Tsang Yueshwani watched with rapt attention. His eyebrows relaxed slightly, and he uttered, Small. Lila stepped forward and opened the dice cup, only to see that there were 2 dots on the die inside. When Shi Yubing saw this, her beautiful eyes flickered gloomily. The first elder shook his head and sighed. Tsang Yueshwani showed a complacent smile, and his pale face showed a trace of redness. Yang Feng glanced at the die and said indifferently, "You lost." Tsungyue Xuani's smile stiffened, his eyes almost spewing fire, and he uttered, stressing each syllable, "These are 2 dots. It's clearly small, so why did I lose?" Yang Feng reclined on the sofa, smelled the fragrance of Eunice, showed a playful smile, and said indifferently, "It's very simple. I set the rules of the bet. In the rules I set, 1, 2, 3 are big, and 4, 5, 6 are small. Do you understand, trash?" Lila stepped forward and handed an IOU to Tsungyue Xuani. Tsungyue Xuani's eyes flickered with resentment, but he still gritted his teeth and signed his name on the IOU. Yang Feng said indifferently, "You'd better hope that you have a high enough position in your father's mind. Let him come up with 5 Gale-class merchant ships to redeem you. Otherwise, you'll die in 3 days." Tsungyue Xuani shivered and looked at Yang Feng as if he was looking at a demon king. He grabbed the IOU and quickly wrote a lot of words on it. At the same time, he bit his finger and dripped drops of blood on the IOU. Finally, he handed the IOU to Yang Feng. Inside the Tsungyue pavilion, a middle-aged man in a white robe with his hair tied into a bun sat on a white jade chair. He was tall and had a pair of sharp eyes, and he exuded a valiant aura. He held a promissory note in his hand, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. This middle-aged man was the current pavilion master of the Tsungyue Pavilion, Tsungyue Xiongtian. Under his leadership, the Tsungyue Pavilion gradually developed from a first-rate sea merchant force with only 1 Moonlight Warlock to one of the top 10 sea merchant forces in the Wei Sea City with 3 Moonlight Warlocks. Tsungyue Xiongtian's eyes flashed with an incomparably cold light, and he casually rubbed the promissory note into ashes. "A bunch of damned beasts, how dare they capture my son? Is the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion tired of living?" After all, Tsungyue Xiongtian was a formidable character who had experienced countless storms. He immediately sensed that something was amiss and sank into contemplation. "No, there's something fishy about this. Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's Shi Yubing doesn't have the courage to attack my son. The 4 great elders of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion are also a bunch of trash. They don't have the guts to provoke me. There must be someone behind them, and I'm afraid that person isn't weak. Could it be that those guys joined forces to deal with me? Damn it, that little bastard, sooner or later, I'll be angered to death by him." Tsungyue Xiongtian's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, 5 Gale-class merchant ships? What a big appetite. They want to destroy the foundation of the Tsungyue Pavilion. Gale-class merchant ships were already the top merchant ships of the Tsungyue Pavilion. In the sea, so long as there were enough magic crystals to power them, coupled with 5 starry sky warlocks and more than 100 great warlocks, they could contend against Moonlight Warlocks. In the Wei Sea, there were as many pirates as the hairs on an ox. The reason why the top 10 sea merchant forces could surpass other sea merchant forces by a large margin was that they had Gale-class merchant ships. In the Wei Sea, pirates of all sizes didn't dare to provoke them. Although the market price of 5 Gale-class merchant ships was about 5 billion magic crystals, but they were treasures with a price but no supply. Once they were put up for sale, even if they were sold for 10 billion magic crystals, there would still be people who would buy them. After all, the best merchant ships of the 4 subcontinents, the Fuso subcontinent, the Indovisi subcontinent, and the Fate subcontinent, were slightly inferior to Taishan-class merchant ships. However, Gale-class merchant ships were strictly restricted, and were one of the top secrets of the Great Cloud Dynasty's shipbuilding industry. Once it was discovered that Gale-class merchant ships were sold to people from the subcontinents, the seller's entire family would be implicated and die without a burial site. After his rage, Tsungyue Xiongtian regained his composure. His eyes flickered with a frightening cold glint, and he pondered for a long time before finally getting up and walking outside. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, in the rear garden of a manor. Yang Feng, holding a gilded invitation from the Wei Sea City Master's mansion, frowned slightly, and mused, "This Tsungyue Xiongtian doesn't seem to be simple. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. What a tricky character." Yang Feng dealt a ruthless blow to Tsungyue Xian in order to provoke Tsungyue Xiongtian into acting irrationally. Once Tsungyue Xiongtian dared to send Moonlight Warlocks to suppress the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, Then Yang Feng could step in and quell the Moonlight Warlocks one by one. In the Wei-Yi City, powerhouses were as common as clouds. The Wei-Yi City's city master Mo Lanshan, who represented the Great Cloud Dynasty, was the most powerful existence. In an emergency, he could mobilize the Wei-Yi City's Warlock Towers plus 1 Glorious Sun Warlock, 10 Moonlight Warlocks, and hundreds of Starry Sky Warlocks. Even if a Bright World Warlock came here to behave atrociously, they would be quelled. With the help of the Warlock Towers, even an Infinity Warlock could contend against them for some time. Of course, the Glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks in the Wei-Yi City wouldn't act rashly. In particular, the status of the Glorious Sun Warlock was much higher than that of the Wei-Yi City's city master Mo Lanshan. If it wasn't for the fact that the Wei-Yi City was a city with countless sea treasures pouring in every day, it wouldn't have been able to invite a Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse to stand guard. Tsungyue Xiongtian didn't dare to act unscrupulously in the Wei-Yi City. Thus, Yang Feng had a chance to nibble away at his power step by step. However, Tsungyue Xiongtian went through official channels and invited Yang Feng through the Wei-Yi City's city master Mo Lanshan. As a result, Yang Feng's original arrangements fell through. Yang Feng used his privilege as a personal disciple of the four great elders to collect information on the major sea merchants in the Wei-Yi City. He specifically chose the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion because he could deal with the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion from the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The Tsungyue Sea Pavilion was one of the top 10 sea merchants, and it was extremely wealthy. If he swallowed it, he would not only enforce justice on behalf of heaven, but he would also obtain great wealth. It was killing two birds with one stone. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved slightly, and he decided to accept the invitation of the Wei-Yi City's city master Mo Lanshan. If he wanted to establish a foundation in the Wei-Yi City, he couldn't do so without the support of the Wei-Yi City's city master. The Wei-Yi City's city master's mansion was located in the center of the Wei-Yi City. It covered an area of hundreds of hectares and was extremely vast. It had 6 9-story-tall warlock towers, which were not the least bit inferior to the mansions left behind by the ancient warlocks in the Turandot subcontinent. In a room of the Wei-Yi City's city master's mansion, there were 2 people sitting as host and guest. One of them was Tsungyue Xiongtian, and the other was the Wei-Yi City's city master Mo Lanshan. As soon as Yang Feng entered the room, the gazes of the 2 ambitious and ruthless people focused on him. When the somewhat rotund Wei-Yi City's city master Mo Lanshan saw Yang Feng, his eyes lit up, and he stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. "I am the Wei-Yi City's city master Mo Lanshan. Brother, you should be the #1 genius of the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng, who defeated the Taiyi sect's Holy Sun Yi Yuanyang in the Battle Demon sect, right? As expected of a dragon and a phoenix, how extraordinary." When he heard this, Tsungyue Xiongtian's pupils constricted slightly, and his eyes shimmered with surprise. The Taiyi sect's Holy Sun Yi Yuanyang was also defeated by him. The Taiyi sect's Holy Sun Yi Yuanyang was a world-famous peerless genius. In the younger generation, there were less than 10 geniuses who could contend against him. For Yang Feng to be able to defeat Yi Yuanyang was simply heaven-defying. Tsungyue Xiongtian couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Yang Feng smiled and saluted, saying, "Greetings, Sir City Master, I am Yang Feng." Mo Lanshan was a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. As the Wei-Yi City's city master, who knows how much wealth he has accumulated over the years. No one dared to underestimate him, as those who did were already dead. Mo Lanshan said with a smile, "Come, let me introduce you. This is the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion's pavilion master, Tsungyue Xiongtian. There seems to be some misunderstanding between the two of you, let's talk it out." With that, Mo Lanshan sat back in his seat, narrowed his eyes, and quietly tasted the tea in his hand, as if the tea in his hand was a peerless delicacy. Tsungyue Xiongtian said solemnly, "Yang Feng, if my son has offended you in any way, please allow me to apologize to you on his behalf. Please return him to me. In exchange, you can gain the friendship of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion." Yang Feng smiled coldly, leaned back on the sofa, gave Tsungyue Xiongtian a contemptuous look, and said coldly, "Your son wanted to touch my woman, play her until she was crippled, and then throw her into a brothel. With just a few words, you want me to return him to you? Is there something wrong with your head?" Mo Lanshan's chubby hand trembled slightly. He glanced at Tsungyue Xiongtian in surprise, shook his head slightly, and quietly tasted the tea. Tsungyue Xiongtian was completely unreasonable, so Mo Lanshan had no desire to intervene. The Battle Demon sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Within the sect, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, it was a powerful force. Although Mo Lanshan had a powerful backer, but he was unwilling to offend a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect like Yang Feng. Tsungyue Xiongtian was well aware of the nature of his good-for-nothing son. His heart sank slightly, and his eyes shimmered with a gloomy shade. Chapter 464. Tsungyue Xiongtian uttered with a gloomy expression, "What do I have to do for you to let my son go?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Your son lost 5 Gale-class merchant ships to me. Give me back the 5 Gale-class merchant ships, and I'll return your son to you." Tsungyue Xiongtian shook his head, "Impossible. The Gale-class merchant ships are the foundation of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion. I can't give them to others. How about 1 billion magic crystals? I can give you 1 billion magic crystals as an apology on behalf of my stupid son." Yang Feng gave Tsungyue Xiongtian a meaningful look and uttered flatly, "Tsungyue Pavilion Master, you only have one son, Tsungyue Xuani. You were cursed by a powerful evil god in your early years and can no longer bear children. The only male descendant of the Tsungyue family is your son Tsungyue Xuani. If he dies, wouldn't the Tsungyue family's roots be cut off after hundreds of years? At that time, no matter how many magic crystals you earn, it won't amount to much for someone else." When he heard that, Tsungyue Xiongtian's complexion changed dramatically, and he stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. He knew that his lifeline was in Yang Feng's hands. Tsungyue Xiongtian's complexion changed several times, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "I can give you a Gale-class merchant ship. That's my bottom line. Then just wait and see Tsungyue Xuani's corpse. 1 ship plus 1 billion magic crystals. I'm already very sincere. Then just wait and see Tsungyue Xuani's corpse." No matter how much Tsungyue Xiongtian increased the price, Yang Feng just replied with a cold look in his eyes, forcing Tsungyue Xiongtian to increase the price again. Like a puppet, Mo Lanshan drank tea with a smile on his face, as if the tea was extremely delicious. "Okay, 5 Gale-class merchant ships it is." In the end, unwilling to let the Tsungyue family's bloodline die out in his hands, Tsungyue Xiongtian gritted his teeth and endured Yang Feng's threat. Under Mo Lanshan's witness, Yang Feng and Tsungyue Xiongtian signed an agreement, and then went their separate ways. As soon as Tsungyue Xiongtian returned to the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion, he entered a secret room, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at a mirror. A blue ripple spread out from the mirror, and a voice came from the mirror, "What is it?" Tsungyue Xiongtian replied respectfully, "My lord, the Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng came to the Wei Sea City, captured my son, and threatened me to offer him 5 Gale-class merchant ship." A surprised voice came from the mirror, "Yang Feng? That Yang Feng who defeated Yi Yuanyang? In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are more than 100,000 people named Yang Feng. However, there was only one person who had defeated Yi Yuanyang, the saint of the Taiyi sect." Tsungyue Xiongtian said, "Yes, Master." The voice in the mirror became piercingly cold and filled with killing intent. "Kill him. Use all the resources in your hands to kill him." Tsungyue Xiongtian's heart trembled slightly, and he replied respectfully, "Yes, this subordinate obeys." A few days later, the 5 Gale-class merchant ships were handed over from the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, and Yang Feng returned the good-for-nothing Tsungyue Xuani to Tsungyue Xiongtian. When Tsungyue Xiongtian saw that Tsungyue Xuani was slapped, he flew into a rage. However, warlock methods were very strange. Tsungyue Xiongtian took out a few rare treasures from the treasury and used them on Tsungyue Xuani, turning him from a eunuch back into a normal person. Warlock methods were very strange. If Tsungyue Xiongtian hadn't been cursed by an evil god, he would have been able to found a huge family by himself. In the Wei Sea City, the sea merchants were shocked when they saw Tsungyue Xiongtian give the 5 Gale-class merchant ships to the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion, and they stared at the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion with scrutiny and vigilance. In addition, Greedy and gloomy gazes hidden in the shadows stared at the sky-blue sea pavilion's every move. As soon as the 5 Gale-class merchant ships arrived, Yang Feng sent people to purchase all kinds of goods that were scarce in the Fuso subcontinent and put them on the 5 Gale-class merchant ships. Not long after the purchase, the 5 Gale-class merchant ships set off and sailed towards the deep sea, braving the wind and waves. The Gale-class merchant ship was more than 3,000 meters long and had 5 6-story-tall warlock towers built on board, forming a pentagram. Countless mysterious runes were engraved on the warship, making it look like a moving island suspended in the sea. Although the Gale-class merchant ships were called merchant ships, but in fact, they were powerful warships. As long as there were at least 5 starry sky warlocks and 100 great warlocks guarding them, the Gale-class merchant ships could display moonlight warlock rank battle prowess. The sea routes leading to the 4 subcontinents were full of pirates and countless powerful sea monsters. To reach the 4 subcontinents smoothly, one had to go through countless battles. Even many moonlight warlock rank powerhouses died on the sea routes leading to the 4 subcontinents. The Gale-class merchant ships, which were like mobile fortresses at sea, were very important. Several Gale-class merchant ships escorted by a moonlight warlock, such a lineup could ensure that a caravan could reach a subcontinent safely. Although the Gale-class merchant ships could display moonlight warlock rank battle prowess, but there was a world of difference between their movement speed and that of true moonlight warlocks. Therefore, a moonlight warlock was required to keep watch. Only then could they attack and defend. Compared with the Gale-class merchant ships, the legendary warships of the Feisuor Plain were like a pile of junk, not even worth mentioning. If the gods didn't take action, then a Gale-class merchant ship could destroy all the legendary warships of the Feisuor Plain. Yang Feng was sitting on a dais of a Gale-class merchant ship. With Eunice in his arms, he was drinking fine wine and appreciating Lila's elven dance. Sitting next to Yang Feng, Shi Yubing frowned slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry. After entering the sea, Yang Feng left everything to his subordinates, while he sought pleasure all day long, as if he didn't have any sense of crisis. He didn't make any preparations, which made Shi Yubing very worried. On the sea routes leading to the 4 subcontinents, even moonlight warlocks could die if they weren't careful. Yang Feng's actions naturally made Shi Yubing worried. Shi Yubing frowned slightly, smiled bitterly, and advised, "Sir, there are countless pirates, powerful sea monsters, and ferocious merfolk in the Wei Sea. Even if the Wei Sea city's top 10 sea merchants are usually sea merchants, but in the sea, they may turn into pirates. You can't be careless," Yang Feng said with a smile. "What you said makes sense." Shi Yubing heaved a sigh of relief, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with gratification. She was most worried that Yang Feng was a powerhouse who only had a strong cultivation base, but didn't understand worldly affairs and wouldn't listen to advice. Yang Feng's gaze fell into the distance, and he revealed a smile. "They're here. They should be pirates." Shi Yubing suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. Black magic light flickered and formed a huge mage eye in the sky. The huge mage eye had just formed, when it suddenly distorted and collapsed. Shi Yubing's heart suddenly turned cold, and she understood that their situation wasn't good. The mage eye couldn't be formed, which meant that there was spell interference in this area, and some low-level detection spells couldn't be used. Only level 4 and level 5 detection spells or higher would be effective. The Tsangji Plain's various secret methods had reached the peak. Countless human warlocks went to other planes to obtain knowledge from countless other planes. At the same time, they developed all kinds of combat spells. Spell interference and counterspell were very mature in the Tsangji Plain. Low-level detection spells like the Mage Eye with a wide range were the most targeted and restrained. After he saw the Mage Eye collapse, Yang Feng smiled faintly and pressed a button. Rays of light shot out and formed a holographic projection in front of Yang Feng. From the holographic projection, Shi Yubing could clearly see 10 pitch-black warships besieging the 5 Gale-class merchant ships like ferocious wolves. When Shi Yubing saw the holographic projection, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she praised at once. What an amazing spell! In a war, the existence of the holographic projection system was equivalent to removing the fog of war. It was almost equivalent to opening a cheat and obtaining a huge advantage. Those are Seawolf-class pirate ships. Shilling Seawolf King, that's the fleet of the Shilling Seawolf King. Sir, let's run. The Shilling Seawolf King is the strongest pirate group in the Wei Sea. The Shilling Seawolf King is a Moonlight Warlock rank expert, and the Shilling 8 dogs under his command are all quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. In addition, there are also 40 Starry Sky Warlock rank experts and countless Great Warlock rank experts. Although we've obtained 5 Gale-class merchant ships, we'll need at least half a year to fully control them. With our current fighting strength, we're not a match for the Shilling Seawolf King. Let's retreat, sir. Shi Yubing carefully looked at the holographic projection, and then her beautiful face paled, and she hurriedly advised. If each of the 5 Gale-class merchant ships had enough manpower, they could even contend against Moonlight Warlocks once they went all out. However, Starry Sky Warlocks also needed to familiarize themselves with the 5 Warlock Towers in order to truly master and exert the power of the Gale-class merchant ships. As soon as Yang Feng got the 5 Gale-class merchant ships, he purchased the goods and entered the Wei Sea. Although Shi Yubing didn't say anything, but in fact, she was quite puzzled and complained in private. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he revealed a smile. Shilling Seawolf King, it's good that you came. I'm short of lackeys. I hope he won't let me down. Chapter 465. Shi Yubing looked at Yang Feng with a look of horror on her face and promptly advised, Sir, I know that you're comparable to a Moonlight Warlock, but it's hard for 2 fists to contend against 4 hands. In addition to his own strength, the Shilling Seawolf King's Shilling 8 dogs are also extremely tyrannical existences. This is different from sparring between sects. In order to win, they will do anything. They will definitely gang up on you. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to resist their siege. There was an odd look on Yang Feng's face, and he said with a light smile, Siege. I'm least afraid of siege. Ignoring Shi Yuebing's persuasion, the 5 Gale-class merchant ships sailed unhurriedly in the direction of the Shilling Seawolf King. Before long, the 10 Seawolf-class pirate ships of the Shilling Seawolf King surrounded them from all directions. The Seawolf-class pirate ships were warships of the same grade as the Taishan-class merchant ships. They were more than 500 meters long and were forged from the rare extraordinary plant black iron floating wood. Even without runes engraved on them, their defensive strength was far superior to that of steel. There was only a 5-story tall Warlock Tower on the Seawolf-class pirate ships. The Warlock Tower was the center of the Seawolf-class pirate ships and was enchanted with various movement spells and defensive spells. Although the Seawolf-class pirate ships couldn't compare to the Taishan-class merchant ships in all aspects, but in terms of movement speed, they were far above the Taishan-class merchant ships. Compared to the Gale-class merchant ships that were Gale-class at full speed, they were only slightly inferior. In addition, the manpower required to operate a Seawolf-class pirate ship was far less than that of a Gale-class merchant ship. Among the 10 Seawolf-class pirate ships, there was a special Seawolf-class pirate ship. The Seawolf-class pirate ship was 1,000 meters long and had 9 5-story tall Warlock Towers and 1 6-story tall Warlock Tower built on it. This modified Seawolf-class pirate ship was the flagship of the Shilling Seawolf King, the Shilling Wolf King. Although the Shilling Wolf King still couldn't compare to a Gale-class merchant ship, but in some respects, it had the strength to contend against a Gale-class merchant ship. The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion sailors on the 5 Gale-class merchant ships looked at the Shilling Seawolf King's fleet from afar with fear on their faces. Although the Gale-class merchant ship was very powerful, but the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks couldn't exert its full power. If the West Hill Seawolf King exerted its full strength, even if the 5 Gale-class merchant ships attacked together, they might not be a match for it. In the center of the Shilling Seawolf King, a burly, bald man with a black eye patch sitting on a litter made of countless skulls exuding gloomy chi stared at Yang Feng with a knife-like gaze that seemed to cross the void. Behind the man wearing a black eye patch stood 8 warlocks of different appearances, each of which exuded a frightening aura. Any one of them was far stronger than the Great Elder of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion. The man wearing a black eye patch was the infamous Shilling Seawolf King of the Wei Sea. The 8 warlocks behind him were the Shilling Seawolf King's subordinates, the Shilling 8 dogs. Great Warlock. A trifling Great Warlock dares to provoke me, what a reckless thing. The Shilling Seawolf King took a deep look at Yang Feng, Then his eyes suddenly twisted, and two strange hexagram stars engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared, and an evil and strange force diffused from his eyes. When young Feng saw the Shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes, his vision blurred, and countless dark chains appeared on his body. His eyes couldn't see, his body couldn't budge, and the tremendous life force inside him seemed to be stripped away. A huge demonic hand extended from the netherworld, tore through the void, and grabbed young Feng from the secular world into the netherworld. "Take a walk in the STYX. A cold voice came from the demonic hand, and young Feng was thrown into the STYX. The STYX was a river of the dead that ran through countless planes and guided the souls of countless planes back to the netherworld. Even if it was an Infinity Warlock rank expert, when the water of the STYX poured on them, their memories would be washed away, and they would become the purest and most transparent soul, completely losing their sense of self. For warlocks, becoming the purest and most transparent soul was equivalent to death. What an amazing ability! When young Feng was about to be immersed in the STYX and become a pure soul that had lost all its memories, he spat out 6 words with great difficulty. The space of the netherworld collapsed, and the STYX twisted slightly and disappeared. Young Feng's eyes lit up. As if he had returned to the real world from the netherworld, the chains binding him had disappeared. A cool feeling came from the level 6 secret treasure concentration sea moon pendant on his chest. In the vast universe, there were countless evil and formidable beings. Some evil and formidable beings could wipe out a bloodline warlock family with a look or a voice. The ability the Shilling Sea Wolf King cast was called the Magic Note Astral Boundaries Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils Secret Method. It was a secret method created by imitating the innate ability of an extraordinary life form Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils discovered in the Astral Boundary in the Magic Note Dynasty era. There was once a glorious sun warlock who went to the Astral Boundary and encountered the Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils. As a result, he was glanced at by the Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils with an ability. As a result, not only did the glorious sun warlock die on the spot, but all his descendants with his bloodline died on the same day. The Magic Note Dynasty mobilized 7 Infinity Warlocks and a Warlock Monarch to capture the Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils alive in the Astral Boundary. After studying the Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils secret method, the Magic Note Astral Boundaries Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils was developed. If young Feng couldn't wake up before falling into the STYX, then once the illusory STYX scoured his body, his soul would shatter, and he would die. If it wasn't for the protection of the level 6 secret treasure concentration sea moon pendant, young Feng might have suffered a setback. This kind of attack that directly targeted the soul was the weakness of a powerhouse like young Feng who had formidable battle prowess, but whose soul strength and cultivation base were far from matching his battle prowess. After young Feng integrated his soul seed into the semiplane, his soul strength was comparable to that of a Starry Sky Warlock. But compared to a true Moonlight Warlock, he was still a long way off. After all, when a Great Warlock evolves into a Starry Sky Warlock, and from a Starry Sky Warlock to a Moonlight Warlock, each evolution is a great transformation. With each transformation, the strength of a Warlock's soul would increase geometrically. As a Great Warlock, young Feng still had some shortcomings in terms of soul strength, and couldn't compare to that of a true Moonlight Warlock. If it wasn't for the protection of the level 6 secret treasure concentration sea moon pendant, he would have suffered a big loss this time. After all, even a true Moonlight Warlock would be seriously injured or even killed by the Shilling Sea Wolf King's Magic Note Ghost's Mirage Demonic Pupils if they didn't prepare the corresponding defensive spells. When the ability was broken, the abnormality in the Shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes disappeared at once, and blood slowly flowed out of his eyes. The evil ability Ghost Mirage Demonic Pupils was extremely powerful, but it was also a double-edged sword. If it couldn't injure others, it would backfire and injure the user. One of the Shilling 8 dogs, Black Dog, stepped forward and said with a ferocious smile, "The Shilling Sea Wolf King has arrived. Give up resistance and offer up all your merchant ships, and we'll give you a way out. If you dare to resist, then after we catch you, we'll turn you into human candles and offer you to the evil gods." When they heard Black Dog's words, the faces of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks turned pale, and their eyes shimmered with fear. In the 4 subcontinents, the Fuso subcontinent, the Galgo subcontinent, the Indovisi subcontinent, and the Fate subcontinent, warlock cultivation tended to worship evil gods. Through blood sacrifices and other cruel methods, they sacrificed their souls to please the evil gods, and then obtained evil powers bestowed by the evil gods. This kind of warlock was called evil god warlock. During the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, the 4 subcontinents were the territories of the continent's warlock dynasties. The evil god warlocks could only hide in the dark, not daring to show themselves in the open. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the continent's human warlocks fought among themselves and split into 4 dynasties. There were countless forces fighting among the 4 dynasties. The evil god warlocks of the Fuso subcontinent, Koguro subcontinent, Indovisi subcontinent, and Fate subcontinent took advantage of the situation and occupied the 4 subcontinents, turning the 4 subcontinents into a world of evil god warlocks. Human candles were a kind of evil spell that evil god warlocks used to offer sacrifices to evil gods. Once a warlock was turned into a human candle by the evil secret method, their soul would be ignited, and they would suffer all the pain in the world. After wailing for 7 days and 7 nights, they would die in despair and pain. The pain, hatred, despair, and other distorted negative energies in their souls would be absorbed by the evil gods one by one, strengthening the power of the evil gods. The faith force of intelligent life forms was the root of the existence of gods, while the negative forces of intelligent life forms were the source of the power of evil gods. With an indifferent expression on his face, the shilling sea wolf king looked at the expressions of the sky blue sea pavilion's people indifferently like a god, and his eyes shimmered with ridicule. Moonlight warlocks were indeed inhuman existences comparable to gods. In the astral boundary, many planes were occupied by human moonlight warlocks and became the guardians of those planes. Human candles. What a bunch of fierce fellows. Sure enough, all pirates are a bunch of scum. Yang Feng swept the shilling sea wolf king and his party with a glance, sneered, and said flatly, "Shilling sea wolf king, who sent you scum to die?" Chapter 466. Although Yang Feng's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was a great warlock rank powerhouse. Even though they were separated by dozens of kilometers, they could still hear him clearly. "You bastard, are you courting death? You son of a bitch. How dare you scold our shilling sea wolf king? I will definitely pull out your tendons and pull out your bones later. I will let you, son of a b*tch, die a horrible death." The eyes of the shilling sea wolf king congealed, and he cursed. The eyes of the shilling sea wolf king shimmered coldly. As if a god, he waved his hand indifferently. "Kill them all." Along with flashes of magic light, countless warlocks flew out from the Seawolf-class pirate ships and flew towards the 5 Gale-class warships like raindrops. In the Tsangji Plains seas, the majority of pirate battles were like this. Pirate ships were like aircraft carriers. And those pirate warlocks were the carrier-based aircraft of the aircraft carrier. This configuration naturally couldn't resist the most elite navy of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, the pirates only plundered merchant ships to begin with. When they encountered the elite navy of the Great Cloud Dynasty, they naturally scattered in confusion, not daring to fight. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Kill them." The surface of the sea suddenly churned as huge battleships, cruisers, frigates, and other steel fleets rose from the sea. Among the huge fleets, countless muzzles quickly adjusted, and a dense rain of light shot towards the pirates in the sky like shooting stars. The pirates are fierce people who have gone through countless battles and are very experienced. In an instant, a variety of protective spells appeared on the pirates. A tall and sturdy pirate warlock at once cast the level 4 defensive spell Skyflower Curtain, enveloping him in an azure aqua-colored shield. When a positron beam slammed into the Skyflower Water Curtain, the Skyflower Water Curtain was blasted into bumps and hollows. Before the pirate could rejoice, 6 positron beams slammed into the Water Curtain Skyflower shield almost at the same time and instantly blasted it to pieces. In the next moment, more than a dozen railgun beams slammed into the great warlock rank pirate and blasted him full of holes, and he fell from the sky. Amidst the resplendent rain of light, pirate warlocks were blasted apart one after another, blood splashing everywhere, and they fell from the sky into the sea. The pirates that carried out probing attacks suffered disastrous casualties. Amazing. That's the Lord for you. Long live the Lord. When the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they cheered loudly. Among the attacking pirates, there were 7 starry sky warlocks. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the 7 starry sky warlocks immediately cast various secret methods and fled towards the shilling Sea Wolf King. Since you're here, then don't leave. Yang Feng smiled coldly, spatial fluctuations permeated his body, and he pointed at the 7 starry sky warlocks. Spatial mirrors appeared in front of the 7 starry sky warlocks, and they plunged into the spatial mirrors. A distorted spatial entrance appeared in front of Yang Feng, and a starry sky warlock suddenly flew out. A mechanical black dragon with a dragon head and a human body and a huge black dragon head bit down and crushed the starry sky warlock's head. One after another, starry sky warlocks flew out of the spatial entrance, and then were devoured by the mechanical black dragon. Before long, the 7 starry sky warlocks were all devoured by the mechanical black dragon. Seeing the warlocks that flew out being wiped out by Yang Feng and the 7 starry sky warlocks being killed like ants, the countenances of the shilling Sea Wolf King and others changed dramatically, and a dignified look flashed in their eyes. Great warlock rank powerhouses weren't a big deal, but starry sky warlock rank powerhouses weren't cabbages. The shilling Sea Wolf King had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, yet he only managed to recruit 40+ starry sky warlocks. Now that 7 were killed by Yang Feng, that was equivalent to 1/6 of the starry sky warlocks being killed. For the shilling Sea Wolf King's forces, this was a heavy blow. After wiping out all the pirates, the battleships, destroyers, cruisers, frigates, and other warships quickly adjusted their muzzles, and with flashes of light, positron artillery, railgun artillery, and other beams barreled towards the 10 shilling Sea Wolf King warships like a rain of light. The warlock towers on the 10 Seawolf-class warships shone brightly, and a speck of blue light suddenly turned into a rain of light that enveloped the warships. Waves rolled in the sea, extended along the rain of light, and formed a huge blue shield. The level 5 warlock towers of the Seawolf-class warships were all enchanted with the level 6 defensive spell Sea Protection. Once this spell was launched, with the warlock spirit force as the core, it could absorb the power of the water elemental particles in the sea and form a blue shield. Under the protection of the level 6 spell Sea, even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would need to cast several powerful level 6 spells to be able to destroy the CC completely. When the positron artillery, railgun artillery, and other beams slammed into the blue shield, they set off ripples. Yang Feng frowned slightly and ordered, "Focus fire." The hundreds of warships quickly adjusted their muzzles, and a dense rain of light concentrated on a Seawolf-class warship. The blue shield of the Seawolf-class warship trembled slightly and collapsed in an instant, and the rain of light bombarded the Seawolf-class warship. Boom! 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 Along with earth-shaking blasts, the Seawolf-class warship was blasted apart, and the level 5 warlock tower was blasted away. One after another, warlocks flew out of the Seawolf-class warship, and then, like moths flying into a net of fire, they exploded in midair and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. It's destroyed. Impossible. How could this be? Even if a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse were to attack, they still wouldn't be able to destroy our warships with a single blow. How could this be? The pirates aboard the other 9 Seawolf-class warships were dumbstruck, and a chill shrouded their hearts. Once the Seawolf-class warships launched the level 6 defensive spell Sea Protection, they could escape even if they encountered a Moonlight Warlock. But now that the Seawolf-class warships were easily destroyed by Yang Feng, they felt uneasy for the first time. "How dare you? You little bastard, you dare to destroy my warship. You're dead. I'll capture you, make you into a human candle, and offer you to the great evil god. Follow me. Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes turned crimson. With a roar, it flew into the air and shone with black light. It transformed into a 100-meter-tall extraordinary life form ichthyosaur wolf. It had fins, a wolf-like head, claws, and a long fishtail. It exuded a terrifying aura. Ichthyosaur wolves were Overlord-class life forms from a plane completely covered by the sea. Every adult ichthyosaur wolf had Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess, was innately proficient in the law of water, and had innate abilities to manipulate the sea, storms, and so on. In the sea, they were extremely powerful. The reason why the Shilling Sea Wolf King could run amok in the Wei Sea was because of the Magic Note Astral Boundaries Ghost Domain Illusionary Demonic Pupil Secret Method and Ichthyosaur Wolf Morph Secret Method. When the Shilling Sea Wolf King transformed into an Ichthyosaur wolf, he plunged into the sea. The tremendous law of water surged, and pillars of water suddenly rose from the originally calm sea. The pillars of water mercilessly slammed into the steel warships and sent them flying like toys. Waves rolled up and ferociously smashed the steel warships together. With a loud bang, the energy shields of the steel warships shattered like eggshells, and the hulls of the warships collided with each other. Countless steel chunks and spare parts sputtered in all directions, and then were swept into the sea by the terrifying waves. Gales, torrential rain, huge waves. The area where Yang Feng and his party were located was filled with all kinds of natural disasters. In the face of these natural disasters, the fearsome steel warships were destroyed. Every Moonlight Warlock was comparable to a god. In the right environment, the power they displayed was simply a moving natural disaster. In the sea, if it was a Glorious Dawn Warlock proficient in fire spells and without a targeted secret treasure, they may not be the opponent of the Shilling Sea Wolf King. The 5 Gale-class warships each activated an Azure shield. At the same time, the enchantment spell engraved on the warships activated calm wind and waves. No matter how violent the waves flew near the Gale-class warships, they immediately collapsed and turned into a spray of water before disappearing. The Gale-class warships, which were enchanted with all kinds of mysterious spells, were excellent weapons in naval warfare. Even though the Shilling Sea Wolf King transformed into an Ichthyosaur wolf and operated his innate ability, he still couldn't destroy the Gale-class warships in a hurry. It was for this reason that the Gale-class warships were so precious. The eyes of the mad dog of the Shilling 8 dogs shimmered coldly, and he barked, "Everyone, let's kill them." With flashes of magic light, 4 of the Shilling 8 dogs, who were enchanted with flight spells, flew over, and then transformed into sea extraordinary life forms and dove into the water. The pirates aboard the pirate ships cast their own spells. Under the cover of the gales, torrential rain, and huge waves, they flew towards Yang Feng and his party. Chapter 467. Come at me. When Yang Feng saw the dense crowd of pirates flying towards him, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. With a thought, a spatial domain swept towards the pirates with him as the center. A steady stream of power gushed out of Yang Feng's semiplane, which already has the support of wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles, and then transformed by the primal chaos imperishable body into a tremendous amount of life energy, which supported his spatial domain. With a sweep of the vast spatial domain, pirates were drawn into the spatial domain one after another. Alarmed, the pirates silently recited incantations and pointed at Yang Feng, and a variety of offensive spells barreled towards Yang Feng like raindrops. A bunch of idiots. You're courting death. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth curved into a smile of derision, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared in front of the various offensive spells and swept them into the mirrors. In the next moment, countless spatial mirrors appeared in front of the pirates, and a dense barrage of attacks slammed into the pirates. In an instant, dozens of great warlock rank pirates were killed. The law of space was second only to the law of time in this universe, and it was extremely difficult to comprehend. However, once you comprehended the law of space, you would have all kinds of incredible offensive, defensive, movement, and other means. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Feng's cultivation base wasn't high enough, after the spatial domain enveloped the pirates, he could cut them up, put them into different spaces, and insta-kill them. Spatial domain. Sure enough, you're a disciple of one of the 10 great sects for a reason. However, no matter how strong you are, you're just a great warlock, and you're alone at that. Therefore, you're dead today. The Madhound's eyes flashed with a cold glint. The devil manatee he had transformed into was over 20 meters tall, with scales and fins all over its body, but its head was that of a bull. It let out a furious roar. A blue water domain suddenly broke out and collided with Yang Feng's spatial domain. Although the power of the Mad Dog's water domain is far inferior to that of Yang Feng's spatial domain, but it still offset most of the power of Yang Feng's spatial domain, making it impossible for Yang Feng's spatial domain to instantly form spatial mirrors and reflect magic attacks. Yang Feng smiled faintly, withdrew the spatial domain, and unleashed the Battle Demon Devour Vortex secret method. A black hole-like vortex suddenly appeared, and violent devour force erupted and swept towards the sky. The 4 quasi-moonlight warlock rank fierce dogs, the golden dog, the white dog, the black dog, and the yellow dog, flew towards Yang Feng involuntarily. The eyes of the gold dog transformed into a gold dragon flashed fiercely, and it belched a gold dragon breath barreling towards Yang Feng. The 100-meter-long white dragon hawk that the white dog has transformed into spread its wings, and white feathers containing the law of light fell from the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng like a rain of light. The black dog transformed into a black dragon and belched a black dragon breath barreling towards Yang Feng. A pair of yellow wings grew on the back of the yellow dog. With a flash of yellow light, the yellow dog twisted and disappeared, and then turned into a yellow ray flying towards Yang Feng. The 4 shilling dogs have a tacit understanding with each other. In such an environment filled with violent storms and natural disasters, even a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse will be seriously injured if they are careless. Yang Feng looked up at the sky and smiled proudly, then took a step forward. Seemingly slow, but in fact fast, he walked towards the sky step by step. The gold dragon breath, the white feather, and the black dragon breath appeared in front of Yang Feng almost at the same time. Yang Feng extended his hand and operated the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool secret method, and a terrifying black hole-like whirlpool suddenly appeared and devoured the gold dragon breath, the white feather, and the black dragon breath. Using the law of space, Yang Feng opened a passage inside him and sent the gold dragon breath, the white feather, and the black dragon breath into the semiplane. In the semiplane, a wisp of primal chaos power brushed past, and the golden and black dragon breaths were immediately destroyed. When the white feather containing the law of light slammed into the semiplane like a rain of light, hundreds of huge holes were blasted open on the semiplane, and the whole semiplane shook slightly. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a judgment: it still won't do. The semiplane's bearing capacity is too weak. It can't bear too much power. If I hadn't cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body and rashly injected the foreign energy into the semiplane might have already collapsed. Using the Battle Demon Devour Whirlpool secret method, Yang Feng could easily teleport any attack into the semiplane inside him. However, every move of Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses contained great power. Like moving natural disasters, some small semiplanes couldn't withstand a casual blow from them. If Yang Feng hadn't cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body, he could use primal chaos force to shatter the power and turn it into the most basic elements. In the last battle with Yi Yuan Yang, his semiplane was burned to ashes by the golden sun flames. In a duel, it can barely absorb the power of a junior Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. If 2 Moonlight Warlocks attack at the same time, they won't be able to teleport their power. As for the power of a Glorious Dawn Warlock, it can't be teleported into the semiplane. Otherwise, the semiplane will be in danger of being blasted apart. I want to create my own spells, but it seems that I haven't accumulated enough experience. Yang Feng sighed slightly. A tremendous life force gushed out, and a black battle demon suddenly appeared, attached to him, and turned into a black armor full of barbs and concealed countless mysterious runes. When the black armor was attached to him, Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and black light condensed on his left fist, and he casually punched to the side. Accompanied by the sound of space splitting, the punch seemed to distort the space, and slammed into an empty void with the force of a thunderbolt. A large amount of blood mixed with countless chunks of flesh burst out from the void and sputtered in all directions. The yellow dog of the shilling 8 dogs, who was proficient in the path of assassination, died at Yang Feng's hands. After killing the yellow dog with a blow, as if he had squashed an ant, Yang Feng took a step forward, strangely appeared on the head of the white dog's avatar of a white dragonhawk, and stomped on the huge white dragonhawk's head. As if hit by a peerless force, the huge white dragonhawk's head burst open like a watermelon, and its corpse fell into the sea. Countless sharp ice cones shot out from the bottom of the sea and barreled towards Yang Feng. Wind blades, fireballs, disintegration, and many other spells barreled towards Yang Feng from all directions like raindrops. Ignoring the various spells, Yang Feng took a step forward like a god, appeared above the quasi-moonlight warlock rank black dragon in the blink of an eye, and stepped on its head. The head of the quasi-moonlight warlock rank black dragon exploded, and its headless corpse fell from the sky. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, rode a violent black hurricane, and flew to in front of the corpse of the quasi-moonlight warlock rank black dragon, opened its maw, held the corpse in its mouth, and flew away. The mechanical black dragon was a mechanical soul life form created by Yang Feng using a high-grade soulstone, an ancient black dragon crystal, and Shizu technology. It had great evolutionary potential. By devouring the black dragon's corpse and blood essence, it could obtain great benefits and evolve to the Moonlight Warlock realm. In the Moonlight Warlock rank battle, the mechanical black dragon with infinite potential could be smashed at any time. Therefore, Yang Feng let it leave with the corpse in its mouth. After Yang Feng killed the quasi-moonlight warlock rank black dragon, countless spells slammed into him. Black gas rolled out from the black battle demon armor, and all offensive spells below level 5 collapsed, unable to injure him. The power of level 5 offensive spells was weakened by more than 80%, with only less than 20% of the destructive power being borne by his true body. When the battle demon secret method was cultivated to the pinnacle realm, it was impervious to all spells. In this group battle, it finally showed its terrifying might. In the battle demon sect, Yi Yuanyang was able to easily defeat Shui Yifan and Mo Wuheng because he had a virtual world. Besides, the secret method he used was of the same grade as the battle demon secret method, which made the battle demon secret method look weak. Now that Yang Feng was fighting the pirates, the power of the battle demon secret method was revealed. Except for the spell attacks of the dozens of Starry Sky warlocks, the spells of the great warlocks could not penetrate the defense of the battle demon armor. Under the countless spell attacks, Yang Feng, like a god, took a step and appeared above the golden dog's incarnation of a gold dragon. The golden dog's incarnation of a gold dragon had already anticipated this. It flicked its thick tail and crushed towards Yang Feng like a mountain. The golden dog's incarnation of a gold dragon possessed tyrannical fleshly strength, even surpassing that of many human moonlight warlocks. After all, human warlocks weren't a race that excelled in fleshly bodies. Yang Feng waved his hand, spatial fluctuations surged, and he entered an alternate space. The thick dragon tail mercilessly slammed into Yang Feng, but it passed through him and hit empty air. In the next moment, Yang Feng walked out of the alternate space and stomped on the head of the gold dragon. The head of the gold dragon was shattered by a tremendous force, and countless fragments scattered on the ground. Chapter 468. Shi Yubing was struck dumb as she watched Yang Feng shuttling through the countless spells, and her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. So strong. This is a personal disciple of the battle demon sect's 4 great elders, a peerless genius who can contend against the Taiyi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang. He's so strong. How dare you? How dare you kill my people? A ruthless voice rose from the sea, and the shilling sea wolf king's incarnation of an ichthyosaur wolf belched a violent pillar of water barreling towards Yang Feng. It's no use. Your spell can only destroy my warship, it can't hurt me at all. Yang Feng smiled coldly and extended his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared and swept towards the violent pillar of water containing the law of water. When the violent pillar of water entered the huge whirlpool, it was moved into Yang Feng's semiplane and formed a vast saltwater lake. On the surface of the sea, countless waves churned, and water dragon artillery containing the law of water shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and whirlpools appeared around him and drew the water dragon artillery into his semiplane, increasing the amount of water elemental particles in the semiplane. With his primal chaos imperishable body, Yang Feng's semiplane could devour most of the power of the Zhangji plane. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles could be devoured almost infinitely. Moreover, devouring this power was beneficial to the growth of the semiplane. The only restriction was that he had to ensure the balance of the 4 elements. Once the balance of the 4 elements couldn't be maintained, the entire plane would be in danger of collapse. Spatial mirrors strangely appeared beside the Starry Sky Warlock pirates. The spatial mirrors swept the Starry Sky Warlock pirates into an alternate space and teleported them to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng slapped the Starry Sky Warlock pirates to death as if they were ants, which enraged the Shilling Sea Wolf King even more. The Shilling Sea Wolf King was able to dominate the Wei Sea by relying on the countless minions he gathered. If his minions were all dead, then even if he was a Moonlight Warlock, he wouldn't be able to run amok in the Wei Sea. You're looking to die. Seeing Yang Feng kill another Starry Sky Warlock pirate, the Shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes turned bloodshot, and his incarnation as an ichthyosaur wolf soared into the sky and sent a claw swatting at Yang Feng. Ichthyosaur wolves were extraordinary life forms known for their tyrannical fleshly bodies. Even Moonlight Warlock rank experts would find it difficult to resist their all-out blows. A vast and boundless law of water surged, and under the power of the law of water, waves evolved into rune ropes that wrapped around the void and sealed it. The spatial domain that Yang Feng excelled at was sealed, and water elemental particles shrouded him from all directions. No matter what secret method Yang Feng used, he couldn't evade the claw. At a glance, the Shilling Sea Wolf King saw that although Yang Feng's secret method was tyrannical, but his cultivation base was only that of a great warlock after all. As long as he forced Yang Feng to fight head-on, he had a 100% chance of winning. Idiot. If you were in the sea, I would have to spend some effort to deal with you. But you came out of the sea by yourself, how stupid. Yang Feng glanced at the Shilling Sea Wolf King, showed a contemptuous smile, and pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. A 4-meter-tall ancient devil with a green face and fangs flew out of the dimensional badge, and a vast advanced Moonlight Warlock rank aura exuded from the ancient devil. The ancient devil was a mechanical ancient devil Yang Feng refined from the ancient devil core he obtained in the Golden Strait, Shizu technology, and countless rare minerals. When the Shilling Sea Wolf King saw the ancient devil, his eyes shimmered with fear. His true body was just a junior Moonlight Warlock rank expert. After transforming into an ichthyosaur wolf, his battle prowess was comparable to that of an intermediate Moonlight Warlock. If it was in the sea, he could fight the advanced Moonlight Warlock rank ancient devil. But in the sky, he had no certainty of victory. The mechanical ancient devil showed the Shilling Sea Wolf King a malevolent smile, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. A vast and boundless demonic aura surged. Out of nowhere, a phantom of GE, one of the 6 heavenly demons, slowly opened its remaining demonic eye and looked at the heavenly sea ichthyosaur wolf that the Shilling Sea Wolf King had transformed into with an incomparably cold expression. A vast demonic light shot out of GE's demonic eye and slammed into the Shilling Sea Wolf King. The blue light shield protecting the body of the Shilling Sea Wolf transformed by the Shilling Sea Wolf King was easily shattered like an eggshell under the illumination of the demonic light. Even though he was desperately twisting his body, half of his body still collapsed inch by inch under the illumination of the black demonic light. Damn bastard, he said that he doesn't have a Moonlight Warlock rank bodyguard. Then what is this ancient devil? A bunch of fucking bastards. To actually use me as a sword to test his strength. Damn it. All of you deserve to die. The Shilling Sea Wolf King was heavily injured by the mechanical ancient devil's attack and lost all will to fight. Furious, he endured the pain and silently chanted an incantation. His body scattered and turned into 36 rays of blue light that shot out in different directions, madly pouncing into the sea. The 36 ichthyosaur wolf clone escape secret method was one of the innate abilities of ichthyosaur wolves. As long as one clone escaped, it would recover after a period of time. It was extremely troublesome to deal with. Once the Shilling Sea Wolf King entered the sea, he would be able to display the innate ability of ichthyosaur wolves, and even glorious dawn warlocks would find it difficult to kill him. Want to escape? Shilling Sea Wolf King, aren't you looking down on me too much? Since you're already here, then don't leave. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then flicked his finger and unleashed the Skyfire 7 Colors secret method, and a yellow Skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a sky-blotting fire net, completely sealing off the Shilling Sea Wolf King's escape route. When the Shilling Sea Wolf King's 36 avatars slammed into the yellow Skyfire net, they issued sizzling sounds, bounced back, and formed back into his true body. If he had tried to force his way through, he would have been burned to ashes. The Shilling Sea Wolf King had just formed, when the mechanical ancient devil smiled ferociously, shrouded in dense demonic chi, turned into black after images, and slammed into the body of the Shilling Sea Wolf King's incarnation of an ichthyosaur wolf. Large tracts of flesh and blood splashed about. Under the attacks of the mechanical ancient devil, the Shilling Sea Wolf King issued earth-shaking wails. When the pirates hidden under the sea saw the mechanical ancient devil smash the Shilling Sea Wolf King's fleshly body, they were shocked. The Shilling Sea Wolf King, who has run amok in the Wei Sea for hundreds of years, was in such a sorry state for the first time. Even though there were many existences stronger than the Shilling Sea Wolf King in the sea, but he could avoid them in advance. Even if he wasn't a match for them, he could still retreat unscathed. Now that he was facing the danger of dying under the attacks of the ancient devil, the pirates were filled with shock. While resisting the attacks of the mechanical ancient devil, the Shilling Sea Wolf King issued a heart-wrenching roar, "Save me! Come and save me!" Practically without hesitation, the Shilling Four dogs blurred into motion and chose to flee. It was common for pirates to betray each other. The Shilling Four dogs were forced to submit to the Shilling Sea Wolf King's might. Now that the Shilling Sea Wolf King was trapped by the mechanical ancient devil, Yang Feng stood quietly in the void. The Shilling Four dogs weren't willing to throw away their lives for the Shilling Sea Wolf King. When the 4 Shilling dogs fled, the rest of the pirates also turned into streams of light and fled in other directions. The 9 Seawolf-class pirate ships flashed, turned into 9 black arrows, and fled towards the depths of the sea. Once the warlocks of the pirates escaped, there were no more variables. The Shilling Sea Wolf King resisted tenaciously. After persisting for an entire hour, the mechanical ancient devil tore apart 2/3 of his body, leaving only 1/3 of his body attached to his head. Yang Feng glanced at the dying Shilling Sea Wolf King and said coldly, "Shilling Sea Wolf King, submit to me, or die here. If you die, I can use your corpse to refine a Moonlight Warlock rank golem. Although the golem is a bit inferior to you, but it's still enough." A pained expression on his face, a cold glint in his eyes, the Shilling Sea Wolf King squeezed out a smile and said, "The winner is king, the loser is the bandit. Since I've been defeated by Sir, then as long as Sir is willing to give me a way out, I'm willing to serve Sir." "Very well." Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, and vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir shot towards the Shilling Sea Wolf King like shooting stars. Compared to the Shilling Sea Wolf King's verbal allegiance, Yang Feng was more convinced of the power of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. When the Shilling Sea Wolf King saw the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he wanted to struggle. The mechanical ancient devil smiled malevolently and slapped him on the head, and demonic chi jolted him, causing him great pain and sealing his life force. The target has a powerful immune system. 89% of the target has been killed. Please continue injecting the elixir. When the hundreds of vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir stabbed into the Shilling Sea Wolf King, most of them were killed by the Shilling Sea Wolf King's powerful immune system. Chapter 469. The portable stronghold had been upgraded to a Level 2 base, and after building a Level 2 AI, its computing power had increased exponentially. Coupled with the Moonlight Warlock rank Archdevil flesh Yang Feng obtained, he finally developed a liquid metal nano-robot elixir that could control Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. After injecting more than 10,000 vials of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, the Shilling Sea Wolf King fell under Yang Feng's control. After subduing the Shilling Sea Wolf King, Yang Feng asked casually, "Muk Ji Yu, who ordered you to hunt us down?" The Shilling Sea Wolf King had a bitter expression as a look of resentment flashed in his eyes. "It's the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, one of the top 10 sea merchant. Lei Jiangjiao, one of the 2 Moonlight Warlock rank elders of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, gave me a secret treasure sea search compass and asked me to use it to find you. Also, he told me that you had 5 Gale-class merchant ships, but you went out to sea without going through running in. I was blinded by greed, and that's why I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and came here to become enemies with you, my lord." Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he frowned and said unhurriedly, "Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion? I remember that I didn't offend them, right? Why would they attack me?" Surprised, Shi Yubing looked at the Shilling Sea Wolf King standing respectfully next to Yang Feng and said, "The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion are on good terms. The third daughter of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's pavilion master Jiang Wanghai, Jiang Zilei, was once saved by Tsungyue Xiongtian when she was young. If Tsungyue Xiongtian didn't already have a wife, Jiang Zilei would have become his wife. Tsungyue Xiongtian also borrowed a lot of power from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion to finally lead the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion to become one of the top 10 sea merchants in the Wei Sea city. As an Overlord-level powerhouse in the Wei Sea, the Shilin Sea Wolf King has always been lawless, even looking down on Glorious Dawn warlocks. For such an Overlord to willingly become Yang Feng's servant, Shi Yubing felt even more awe towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly, saying, "In that case, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion has become my enemy. How interesting. 6 Moonlight Warlocks plus countless affiliated forces, it's really troublesome." A wisp of viciousness flashed in the Shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "My lord, I have a foundation in the Wei Sea. Please take it over quickly, lest something unexpected happens." The Shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes flashed with resentment at the thought of the Shilling 4 dogs abandoning him at the most critical moment. The Shilling 4 dogs were quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts, and each of them had their own trump cards. If they used secret treasures, they could even unleash Moonlight Warlock rank attacks. But the Shilling 4 dogs clearly had no intention of sacrificing themselves for the Shilling Sea Wolf King. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, they scattered and abandoned the Shilling Sea Wolf King, allowing Yang Feng to smoothly capture the Shilling Sea Wolf King. "All right. But before that, we need to get rid of some damned bugs." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the projection projected by the holographic projector changed slightly, and the scene of another sea appeared in front of everyone. On the other side of the sea, 10 Taishan-class merchant ships and a Gale-class merchant ship were sailing. Each of the merchant ships in that fleet had a lifelike and majestic sea dragon engraved on them. When the Shilling Sea Wolf King saw the fleet, his eyes flashed with resentment, and he clenched his teeth and said while stressing each syllable, "Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion." If it wasn't for the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion scheme, the Shilling Sea Wolf King wouldn't have made an enemy of Yang Feng and reduced him to Yang Feng's slave without freedom. Yang Feng didn't give the Shilling Sea Wolf King the slightest thought of giving him freedom. When the liquid metal nano-robots entered the Shilling Sea Wolf King's body, they merged with his soul and firmly restrained him. If he had any deviant thoughts, he would be suppressed and suffer unbearable pain. Even though the Shilling Sea Wolf King hated Yang Feng, but he was powerless. He could only vent his monstrous hatred on the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. Yang Feng asked, "How much fighting strength do you have left?" The Shilling Sea Wolf King replied with a bitter smile, 30%. "It will take me at least a month to fully recover." The mechanical ancient devil cast the Devil's Secret Method Devil Eye and summoned the Devil Eye of one of the 6 Sky Devils GE. Its might was boundless, and even the powerful Shilling Sea Wolf King was severely injured. Otherwise, the Shilling Sea Wolf King wouldn't have been captured by Yang Feng so easily. The Shilling Sea Wolf King said solemnly, "My lord, let's forget about it this time. The fleet dispatched by the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion has a Moonlight Warlock on board. The Moonlight Warlock plus the Gale-class merchant ship and 10 Taishan-class merchant ships can form the Sea Dragon Devour the Moon Great Array. Once this array is formed, even a Glorious Dawn Warlock may not be their opponent." There were countless freaks in the Tsangji Plains seas. Many sea freaks were comparable to gods in strength and reached the Moonlight Warlock and Glorious Dawn Warlock realm. There were also Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank sea freaks, but they were extremely rare. Compared to the entire Tsangji Plains seas, the Wei Sea was just a corner. It wasn't under the jurisdiction of the 3 Merfolk imperial courts. In this sea, the strongest sea freaks that human warlocks encountered were Bright World Warlock rank. Moreover, the number of times they encountered Bright World Warlock rank sea freaks could be counted on one hand. In the Wei Sea, most of the time, the sea freaks that human warlocks encountered were Starry Sky Warlock and Moonlight Warlock rank. From time to time, they would also encounter Glorious Dawn Warlock rank sea freaks. The 10 Taishan-class merchant ships and the Gale-class merchant ship could form the Sea Dragon Devour the Moon Great Array, which could contend against Glorious Dawn Warlock rank sea freaks. In this sea, they could run amok. Few things could threaten them. There was a flash of killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said coldly, "Sea Dragon Devour the Moon Great Array? I'm the least afraid of this kind of array. Watch me break their sea dragon, devour the moon great array. When the shilling sea wolf king saw this, his eyes flickered, and then he sank. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge, and a huge engineering carrier suddenly flew out and landed on the sea, splashing countless waves. A large number of marine engineering robots jumped out of the engineering carrier, jumped into the sea, and began to search for the wreckage of the warship destroyed by the shilling sea wolf king. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge again, and a level 2 mobile fortified stronghold with a diameter of 500 meters flew out and landed on the sea. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the circular level 2 mobile fortified stronghold twisted and deformed like a transformer, turning into a naval battle-type island stronghold with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The center of the stronghold was filled with all kinds of cannons, and it was equipped with countless defensive devices. It was a daunting sight, like a mechanical island. Although the naval war-type island stronghold was only 1/3 the length of the Gale-class warship, but it was much wider and taller than the Gale-class warship. Yang Feng took Eunice and the other women as well as the key figures of the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion to the naval war-type island stronghold. If there were enough Moonlight Warlocks and Starry Sky Warlocks presiding, then the Gale-class merchant ship's defense would be much stronger than that of the naval war-type island stronghold. But the shilling sea wolf king was seriously injured, and the mechanical ancient devil knew nothing about the Warlock towers installed on the Gale-class merchant ship. As a result, the Gale-class merchant ship's performance couldn't be maximized, and such a top-notch warship could only be reduced to a supporting role. Walking on the naval war-type island stronghold, Shi Yubing looked at the thick heavy artillery with shock in her beautiful eyes. These are mechanical creations. Did senior disciple Brother Yang obtain the inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem Lord? But why haven't I seen such steel ships before? Along the way, the Great Elder looked at the various positron cannons and railgun cannons, and his eyes flashed with astonishment. Amazing, are these the alchemy left behind by the 6th Warlock dynasty? As expected of a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, he's really knowledgeable and has a deep foundation. In fact, Yang Feng's Shizu technology was completely different from that of the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem dynasty. Shizu technology was a pure mechanical technology civilization. The 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem dynasty, on the other hand, was a warlock civilization formed from a combination of soul study, alchemy, golem arts, and many other disciplines. The 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem dynasty's mechanical Golem Legion was so famous that it suppressed countless planes. Therefore, when people saw the mechanical creations, they would think of the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem dynasty. Amazing, how can such a heavy steel warship not sink in the sea? Why are there no incantations inscribed? Where are the magic arrays? The Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's warlocks excitedly flew around the naval war-type island stronghold, carefully looked at the huge island, and exclaimed in admiration. Set sail. Following Yang Feng's order, the huge naval war-type island trembled slightly, then braved the wind and waves, and sailed in the direction of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's fleet. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's fleet, in a 6-story tall warlock tower on the Gale-class warship, a short-haired, burly man with thick eyebrows, a domineering expression, and a small flood dragon tattoo on his forehead was lying on a large soft bed. On the large bed, 4 beautiful women with sexy figures and revealing clothes wrapped around him like beautiful snakes and played with him. The man with the flood dragon tattooed on his forehead was one of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's 2 Moonlight Warlock rank elders, Lei Jiangjiao. A series of knocks came from outside the door. Lei Jiangjiao frowned, then waved his hand, and the door opened, and a beautiful maid was sucked into the room. Chapter 470. Lei Jiangjiao pinched the pretty face of the pretty maid, his eyes flashed with a tyrannical glint, and he revealed a cruel smile and said, I said, don't bother me unless it's urgent. If it's not urgent, then once I'm done with you, you'll become a plaything for everyone on this ship. Lei Jiangjiao was just about to have a good time with the beautiful women, but he was disturbed by the maid, which made the fire in his heart burn brighter, and killing intent surged. The pretty maid's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear, and she said respectfully, Sir, the Shilling Sea Wolf King requests an audience. The Shilling Sea Wolf King, that trash who was defeated by Yang Feng? Lei Jiangjiao frowned and muttered, Fine, let him come see me. After all, he's a Moonlight Warlock. The maid said quickly, Sir, the shilling sea wolf king wants to meet you on the deck. He said that if we don't meet on the deck, then forget it. He'll go to the sky blue sea pavilion and tell them everything. Lei Jiangjiao's thoughts revolved, and he sneered, the deck. He's really careful. There were 5 6-story tall warlock towers on the Gale-class merchant ship. Once a hostile moonlight warlock entered the warlock towers, they might be suppressed at any time. Unless it was a close friend or relative, warlocks wouldn't enter the warlock towers of other warlocks. Inside the 6-story tall warlock towers, although Lei Jiangjiao only possessed a junior moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, but he was confident that he could suppress an advanced moonlight warlock rank expert. Fine. I'll go see him. Lei Jiangjiao smiled faintly, magic light enveloped him, and he disappeared in a flash. On the Gale-class merchant ship's deck, a green light shone, and Lei Jiangjiao walked out. When he saw the shilling sea wolf king leaning against the edge of the deck, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a light smile, Shilling sea wolf king, it seems that you're not lightly injured. At this time, the shilling sea wolf king was seriously injured by the mechanical ancient devil's devil eyes, and he only had less than 30% of his strength left. When Lei Jiangjiao saw how weak the shilling sea wolf king was, he couldn't help but feel a trace of killing intent. Moonlight warlock rank experts have condensed a moonlight core in their sea of knowledge that looks like a dragon crystal. The moonlight core contains moonlight warlock rank soul force, various secret methods, countless spell models, and part of moonlight warlock rank power. Although the moonlight core could not be like the godhead, which could allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single step and obtain a huge amount of knowledge, and finally ascend to become a god. Regardless of whether it was the creation of puppets or other alchemy treasures, they all required the moonlight core. Some peerless experts who cultivated special secret techniques could even restore some secret cultivation techniques from the moonlight core. The moonlight core was also a common treasure in all the major planes. No matter which plane it was, selling it to the powerful existences in those planes would allow one to obtain great benefits. Lei Jiangjiao, you want to kill me? I have less than 30% of my strength left, but I want to escape from here. Even you can't stop me, Tui. The shilling sea wolf king keenly captured the obscure killing intent released by Lei Jiangjiao. He spat out a fruit core, which shot towards a dark corner of the Gale-class merchant ship, and uttered with a cold smile. On the Gale-class merchant ship, everyone's eyes focused on the moonlight warlock rank shilling sea wolf king. They scanned the fruit core with a detection spell. After discovering that there were no abnormalities, no one paid any more attention to the fruit core. The fruit core left behind an afterimage, slammed into the Gale-class merchant ship's iron wall, and bounced away. A gust of wind swept up the fruit core and sent it flying into the sea. The Gale-class merchant ship was enchanted with all kinds of spells, including cleanse. Things that were confirmed to be garbage were automatically cleaned. No one noticed that a shadow had silently blended into the shadow of the Gale-class merchant ship and was slowly moving along the shadow. The killing intent in Lei Jiangjiao's eyes converged, and he said with a forthright smile, Shilling sea wolf king, you misunderstood. How could I do such a thing? We have a common enemy, and that is Yang Feng. Why don't you join the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion? With your strength, once you join the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, you'll definitely become a guest of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and obtain countless secret methods and resources. It won't be impossible for you to promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock in the future. The shilling sea wolf king was a famous powerhouse in the Wei Sea. In the deep sea, even glorious Dawn Warlocks couldn't do anything to him. If such a powerhouse joined the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, the strength of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion would increase by a large margin. The shilling sea wolf king said coldly, I'm used to freedom. I can't be restrained. I came here to ask for the rest of the reward, 100 million magic crystals. Give me the magic crystals, and I'll leave. Lei Jiangjiao frowned slightly, his eyes gleamed, and he stared at the shilling sea wolf king with a peculiar look in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a blue bead appeared in the shilling sea wolf king's hand. Lei Jiangjiao, I'm not your opponent right now. However, I have 3 secret treasures that can help me escape from you. The first one is this blue light sea transformation bead. With the help of this secret treasure, I can enter the sea in a breath of time. Even you can't stop me. Lei Zhangjiao looked closely and saw a blue line of water extend from the blue light sea transformation bead and enter the sea. With a thought, the shilling sea wolf king could escape from the Gale-class merchant ship with the help of the blue light sea transformation bead. Lei Zhangjiao restrained his killing intent and said with a faint smile, "The 100 million magic crystals is the reward for successfully destroying the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's fleet. Now that the Sky Blue Sea Pavilion's fleet is unharmed, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to ask for the 100 million magic crystals? How about this? I'll personally give you 10 million magic crystals and we'll settle this matter." After all, the shilling sea wolf king was a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse, and a sea warlock who could transform into an ichthyosaur wolf. In the sea, he was extremely powerful. If he wasn't certain of his victory, Lei Zhangjiao wouldn't easily offend such a moonlight warlock. The shilling sea wolf king frowned slightly, his complexion changed several times, and he contemplated for a while before saying with a malevolent expression, 30 million magic crystal. For your sake, my warships were destroyed. I don't know how long it will take to recover. Without 30 million magic crystals, I'll leave today. Lei Zhangjiao naturally understood what the shilling sea wolf king was implying. If the shilling sea wolf king turned around and left, then a few years later, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion might gain another Moonlight Warlock rank enemy. With a mortal enemy like the shilling Sea Wolf King in the Wei Sea, even the powerful Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion wouldn't feel too good. Lei Zhangjiao's thoughts stirred, and he made a prompt decision. All right. I agree. 30 million magic crystals, 30 million magic crystals it is. The shilling Sea Wolf King showed a smile and said, "Straightforward, I like to cooperate with people like you." Lei Zhangjiao relaxed a little, then took out a storage ring and threw it towards the shilling sea wolf king. At that moment, a shadow suddenly flashed behind Lei Zhangjiao, and a dagger completely shrouded in the shadow directly stabbed toward his heart. Lei Zhangjiao suddenly had a premonition of death. Without demur, he willed, and a teleportation bead hidden on his body shattered, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped him in an instant. Lei Zhangjiao spent 30 million magic crystals to request a warlock alchemist to refine a teleportation bead. It was a trigger-type protective secret treasure. As long as he willed it, he would be able to teleport back to the 6-storied warlock pagoda. Even if a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse hurriedly cast a spatial interference spell, they still wouldn't be able to interrupt the spatial force of the teleportation bead. Even Yang Feng, who was proficient in the law of space, couldn't interrupt the spatial force of the teleportation bead. However, the God Armament Shadow Dagger released strange fluctuations that dispelled the spatial force of the teleportation bead. Lei Zhangjiao felt a chill in his heart. One after another, light appeared on his body, and spells blessed him. The Shadow Dagger broke the teleportation spells, pierced through Lei Zhangjiao's protective spells like a meteor, and stabbed into his heart. 12 curses erupted in a flash and enveloped him. At this moment, the shadow revealed its true body. It was Yang Feng. After Yang Feng killed the Shadow Prince Mecha, he obtained the Shadow Godhead. His avatar was the Shadow Ruler, and he was proficient in the law of shadows. Yang Feng's true body easily comprehended the law of shadows. As an assassin, he was second only to the Shadow Prince Mecha, which was why he was able to injure Lei Zhangjiao. After Yang Feng dealt a heavy blow to Lei Zhangjiao, he pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. With a flash of light, the mechanical ancient devil immediately flew out of the dimensional badge. When the mechanical ancient devil appeared, it smiled malevolently, and advanced moonlight warlock rank aura erupted in a flash. Its figure fluttered, and it swept past the dozen-plus starry sky warlocks brought by Lei Zhangjiao. Black light flashed, and 6 of the dozen-plus starry sky warlocks had their heads disappear, and they turned into corpses that collapsed on the ground. The mechanical ancient devil shone with demonic light and surged with spatial force. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the 6-story-tall warlock tower where Lei Zhangjiao lived, smashed the barrier at the entrance of the warlock tower with a tyrannical punch, and rushed inside. If the warlock tower was guarded by Lei Zhangjiao, it would be impregnable. Even if an advanced moonlight warlock rank expert like the mechanical ancient devil entered, only death would await them. But without Lei Zhangjiao guarding it, it became the weakest link among the 5 warlock towers of the Gale-class merchant ship. Chapter 471. Hurry up. Activate the barrier. Activate the barrier. Hurry up. Cries of alarm rang out on the Gale-class warship. Magic light lit up on the Gale-class warship. The other 4 Warlock towers shone brightly, and azure magic light entered the sea and extracted a copious amount of seawater, turned it into the purest water elemental particles, and formed a 10-meter thick blue shield. Seeing this scene, the Warlock towers of the 10 Taishan-class merchant ships shone brightly, and magic light extended from afar, touched the blue shield, and merged with it. The blue shield suddenly became a bit blurry and trembled. The blue shield collapsed inch by inch until it was completely destroyed. Boom! Along with a loud blare, a 6-story-tall Warlock tower of the Gale-class merchant ship exploded, and the merchant ship shook violently, and a huge hole suddenly appeared on the Gale-class merchant ship. The other 4 Warlock towers of the Gale-class merchant ship dimmed, shook slightly, and then lost their light. When the 5 Warlock towers of the Gale-class merchant ship joined forces and exerted their full strength, they could even contend against Glorious Dawn Warlocks. But this kind of array was extremely exquisite. Once one Warlock tower was destroyed, the other 4 Warlock towers were equivalent to being crippled. After the mechanical ancient devil destroyed the Warlock tower, its figure fluttered, and it shot out of the Warlock tower. The other 4 Warlock towers shone brightly, and the Warlocks from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion fled in different directions like shooting stars. Without the power of the array, and with the sole Moonlight Warlock seriously injured by Yang Feng's sneak attack, the Warlocks from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion no longer had the will to fight, and chose to flee. The 10 Taishan-class merchant ships shone with magic light, turned into streams of light, and sped away. Without the protection of the Gale-class merchant ships, the Taishan-class merchant ships couldn't compete with Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Staying here would only lead to death. In the sky, starry sky rippers suddenly appeared, forming a torrent of steel that blotted out the sky and rushed towards the 10 Taishan-class merchant ships. As soon as the hundreds of thousands of starry sky rippers appeared, they surrounded the Warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and engaged them in a frenzy. Faced with the sky-blotting starry sky rippers, the Warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion cast various spells barreling towards the starry sky rippers. Under the frenzied attacks of the Warlocks, one starry sky ripper after another was smashed and fell from the sky. However, the starry sky ripper was extremely fast. In its wake, Warlocks below the Great Warlock rank were chopped into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Flickering with demonic light, the mechanical ancient devil moved freely on the battlefield, targeting starry sky Warlocks. With its advanced Moonlight Warlock rank power, sneak attacks on the Warlocks entangled with the starry sky rippers were a cinch. Not a single starry sky Warlock could resist its blow. The Shilling Sea Wolf King looked at the starry sky rippers with great Warlock rank battle prowess, and his eyes flashed with shock, and he sighed, "My lord's means are really incredible. I'm convinced." In the Great Cloud Dynasty, great Warlocks were ordinary experts. The Shilling Sea Wolf King had tens of thousands of pirates under his command, but there were no more than 1,000 great Warlock rank pirates, all of whom were captain-class pirates. The hundreds of thousands of starry sky rippers were comparable to hundreds of thousands of great Warlock rank experts in terms of battle prowess. This force was simply terrifying. When faced with the hundreds of thousands of fearless starry sky rippers, even someone as strong as the Shilling Sea Wolf King could only hide in the sea and contend with the starry sky rippers by relying on the terrain advantage. Using guerrilla warfare, he slowly consumed the starry sky rippers. Lei Zhengjiao watched as the Warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion were chopped into pieces by the starry sky rippers, and his eyes widened, and he thought full of pain and regret, "Damn it! Damn it! How did that idiot Tsungyue Xiongtian bring such a terrifying enemy to the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion? If I had known this, I would have persuaded the pavilion master to sever ties with that idiot." The God Armament Shadow Dagger stabbed into Lei Zhengjiao's abdomen continuously extracted his life force, weakening the Moonlight Warlock rank Lei Zhengjiao so much that he couldn't even speak. At the time, the Shadow Prince Mecha relied on the Shadow Divine Domain and the God Armament Shadow Dagger to seriously injure weak Divine Force rank gods. On the Feisuor plane, he was a divine assassin that even gods were quite apprehensive of. Even intermediate Divine Force rank gods didn't dare to look down on him. In his life, The Shadow Prince Mecha only refined the shadow dagger, and the godheads he obtained from assassinating gods were used to exchange for various rare materials with other gods. To forge the shadow dagger without even having a divine country, the power of the shadow dagger could be well imagined. The warlocks of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion struggled for a good while. After fighting for half an hour, the remaining one-third of the warlocks finally surrendered to Yang Feng. Among the 10 Taishan-class merchant ships, 2 captains were very unyielding, and directly destroyed their merchant ships. Yang Feng also ordered the execution of all the warlocks aboard the 2 merchant ships. The captains of the other merchant ships, on the other hand, offered the 8 Taishan-class merchant ships to Yang Feng. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's caravan was originally on a trade trip to the Fuso subcontinent. Therefore, the merchant ships were loaded with all kinds of goods needed by the Fuso subcontinent. Yang Feng checked the goods and found that if the value of the 8 Taishan-class merchant ships was disregarded, then the value of the goods alone was already more than 800 million magic crystals. That was still the price in the Great Cloud Dynasty. If they were shipped to the Fuso subcontinent, the goods worth 800 million magic crystals could easily be sold for more than 2 billion magic crystals. After adding the 8 Taishan-class merchant ships to his fleet, the huge fleet continued to sail towards the Shilling Sea Wolf King's base under the leadership of the Shilling Sea Wolf King. Although the Shilling Sea Wolf Island was called an island, but it was an island state with a radius of 1,000 kilometers and an area of about 2 million square kilometers. The population of the Shilling Sea Wolf Island was about 5 million, and it was ruled by a state called the Shilling State. The king of the Shilling State was the Shilling Sea Wolf King. Although the Shilling Sea Wolf Island had an area of 2 million square kilometers, but it wasn't rich in cultivation resources. As the king of the Shilling State, the Shilling Sea Wolf King had to hunt the merchant ships of major sea merchants in the Wei Sea and seize all kinds of cultivation resources to practice cultivation. A cyan light descended from the sky, flew towards the Wolf King Palace, and entered the Wolf King Palace. When the Prime Minister of the Shilling State Chen Mo saw the cyan ray descend, he immediately went to greet it and frowned, saying, "Sir Mad Dog, why are you back? Where is His Majesty the Wolf King?" An extremely beautiful girl dressed in white, who looked to be about 21 or 22 years old, with a slender figure, snow-white skin, clear eyes, and a pure temperament, raised her eyebrows and asked worriedly, "Uncle Mad Dog, what's wrong with father?" "His Majesty the Wolf King." The Mad Dog showed a strange expression. Without any warning, he suddenly took a step forward and stabbed with his claw. Dark blue blades ejected from his right claw, pierced into the heart of the Prime Minister of the Shilling State Chen Mo, and squeezed hard, crushing Chen Mo's heart. The Prime Minister of the Shilling State Chen Mo was also a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert, and his vitality was extremely tenacious. With a look of horror on his face, he pointed at Chen Mo and said, "Mad Dog, you, Chen Mo, that idiot Muk Ji provoked someone he shouldn't have. I'm afraid that he's already a corpse. I know that you're loyal to him, so I'll send you to see him now." The Mad Dog sneered, and 5 dark blue claw shadows suddenly shot out and slashed at Chen Mo's body. In an instant, Chen Mo's body was chopped into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. After Chen Mo's body fell apart and scattered on the ground, wisps of green smoke rose from his body, and he collapsed and dissipated inch by inch. The Mad Dog frowned slightly and cursed fiercely, "Scapegoat puppet. Sure enough, that bastard Muk Ji left something up his sleeve. Instead of giving me such a treasure, he gave it to a good-for-nothing like you. However, third princess, come over here." The Mad Dog smiled malevolently, exuded quasi-moonlight warlock rank aura, and pointed at the woman in white standing next to him. A black vortex flashed in the Mad Dog's finger, and like a mountain, it crushed towards the white-robed woman. The woman in white only had a great warlock rank cultivation base. Facing the quasi-moonlight warlock rank Mad Dog, she couldn't even recite an incantation. She watched powerlessly as the Mad Dog's finger pierced through her life force field and touched her forehead. A strange rune appeared on the woman in white's forehead and sealed her magic power, leaving only a look of alarm in her beautiful eyes. The Mad Dog smiled malevolently, and his eyes flashed with greed. "Third princess, I've long wanted to taste the flower of the shilling. Your idiot father went to provoke a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. That's really wonderful. If not for this, I wouldn't have gotten you so easily. The third princess's beautiful eyes flashed with pain, and she uttered, Uncle Mad Dog, my imperial father treated you well before. Why did you do this to me? The Mad Dog's eyes shimmered with grief and indignation, and he laughed wildly, ha ha. Treated me well? Muk Gu, that son of a bitch, snatched my beloved woman. The woman I fancied was also snatched away by his son. I still have to smile apologetically to his son. Shilling 8 dogs, in his eyes, I'm just a dog. What do you mean, treated me well? It's good that he died, I wanted him dead for a long time. Chapter 472. The Mad Dog smiled malevolently, grabbed the third princess by her slender neck, and shouted into the void, Chen Mo, take me to the Shilling treasury. Otherwise, I'll kill the third princess. For warlocks like the Mad Dog, the most important things were their cultivation base and various cultivation resources. If the Mad Dog could truly advance to a Moonlight Warlock, then no matter where he went, he would be put in an important position. A cold voice came from the side, Mad Dog, I've always treated you well, yet you attacked my daughter. How cruel and unscrupulous of you. When the Mad Dog heard that voice, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He turned around and saw the Shilling Sea Wolf King appear behind him, a gloomy expression on his face. Behind the Shilling Sea Wolf King stood a person, it was Yang Feng. The Mad Dog trembled slightly, a flash of fear in the abyss of his eyes, and he said solemnly, Muk Gu, it's you. You're still alive. When the Mad Dog saw Yang Feng behind the Shilling Sea Wolf King, he promptly knelt in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully, Sir, this person is the ruler of the Shilling state, and is extremely proud. He's not willing to be under someone else. His submission to you is only an expedient measure. If you don't kill him, then you're bound to suffer a backlash in the future. Sir, please take action and kill him. I'm willing to submit to you, serve you, and help you control the Shilling state. When the Shilling Sea Wolf King saw this, his eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he looked quietly at the Mad Dog, not saying a word. Yang Feng glanced at the Mad Dog and said indifferently, Very well, since you want to submit to me, then let me set up a restriction on you. Behind the Mad Dog, the space distorted, and the mechanical ancient devil suddenly appeared. It pointed a finger at the Mad Dog's head, and a stream of demonic chi gushed out. The mechanical ancient devil placed a curse on the Mad Dog's head, completely sealing his power. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, syringes suddenly flew out and stabbed the Mad Dog. The Mad Dog turned pale with fright. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. He could only let the syringes filled with liquid metal nano-robot elixir inject into him. As soon as the liquid metal nano-robot elixir entered its body, the Mad Dog's face twisted, and it rolled on the ground in pain, struggling frantically. Originally, he didn't intend to sincerely rely on Yang Feng. After the liquid metal nano-robots entered his body, the evil thoughts in his mind were born, and he was tormented to death by the liquid metal nano-robots. Standing aside, the Shilling State's third princess watched this scene with a look of horror on her face. She took a deep look at the Shilling Sea Wolf King, and suddenly understood why her father, who had always been proud and aloof, would stand beside Yang Feng. Master, please follow me. The Shilling Sea Wolf King looked deeply at the third princess, and then took Yang Feng to his treasury. The Shilling Sea Wolf King had roamed the Wei Sea for hundreds of years. He had plundered countless ships and accumulated a huge fortune. When the door of the treasury opened, Yang Feng saw chests of magic crystals scattered on the ground, nearly filling the treasury. That's the Sea Essence Immortal Lotus. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a crystal box was sucked into his hand. After taking a closer look, his eyes flashed with surprise. Inside the crystal box was a blue lotus shrouded in a layer of blue mist. This blue lotus shrouded in a blue mist was one of the water elemental heaven and earth wondrous treasures, the Sea Essence Immortal Lotus. This was a treasure that could only be chanced upon, not sought. If someone needed it, then even if it cost 200 million magic crystals, they would still be willing to buy it. The Shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes shimmered with admiration, and he uttered, This is the Sea Essence Immortal Lotus. Only experts who have formed a virtual world can use it to evolve the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth, and finally transform them into a real world. Master, You're actually an expert who formed a virtual world. I'm convinced that I lost to you. After being defeated by Yang Feng, the Shilling Sea Wolf King understood that Yang Feng was a peerless freak who formed a virtual world. Only freaks who formed a virtual world, without the help of secret treasures, could contend against Moonlight Warlocks with great Warlock rank power. Seeing Yang Feng take the Sea Essence Immortal Lotus, he spoke half flatteringly and half sincerely. Yang Feng picked up a storage ring and glanced at it, and his eyes shimmered with surprise. This is an Abyss Sea Dragon, a pinnacle Moonlight Warlock rank Abyss Sea Dragon. How did you get it? The Shilling Sea Wolf King answered. This Abyss Sea Dragon was discovered by a fisherman on a beach decades ago. After the news came, I went to bring back the corpse of the Abyss Sea Dragon. After all, the Shilling Sea Wolf King was the ruler of a state, which was why he could use the power of the state to collect all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. The corpse of the Abyss Sea Dragon was one of his harvests in the past hundreds of years. Yang Feng carefully looked at the corpse of the Abyss Sea Dragon and revealed a smile. As long as the corpse of this Abyss Sea Dragon is refined, I can produce another Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. And a naval warfare Moonlight Warlock at that. Since the mechanical Abyss Sea Dragon and mechanical Ancient Devil weren't refined using high-grade soulstones, their growth potential was extremely poor, unlike mechanical black dragons that could devour various powerful life forms and evolve automatically. However, they possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess, which was enough to become Yang Feng's powerful helpers. Yang Feng's gaze swept aside and fell on a dragon core, and he revealed a smile. Dragon core. And it's a quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank dark demonic dragon core to boot. That was great. By devouring this dark demonic dragon core, Aesop can evolve into a Moonlight Warlock. Yang Feng continued to search for treasures in the Shilling Sea Wolf King's treasury. After selecting several minerals to build a level 3 stronghold, he didn't find anything else that caught his fancy. High-grade secret treasures were very rare. In the Shilling Sea Wolf King's treasury, there wasn't a single level 6 secret treasure, and there were only 7 level 5 secret treasures. Yang Feng didn't care about those secret treasures. The Wei Sea City, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. In an elegant courtyard, a tall old man with thick eyebrows and big eyes dressed in blue silk clothes sat opposite Tsungyue Xiongtian. The old man dressed in blue silk clothes was the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's pavilion master Jiang Wanghai, a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse. A beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair and a classical temperament, dressed in cyan silk clothes, kneeled beside him, a solemn expression on her face. She smoothly brewed 2 cups of tea and presented them to the 2 people. Tsungyue Xiongtian took a sip of the tea, closed his eyes, revealed an intoxicated look, and praised repeatedly, "Good tea. This is Lingwu Immortal Tea, a first-grade immortal tea in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion is worthy of being the #1 sea merchant in the Wei Sea City. Brother Jiang is the most outstanding pavilion master in the history of the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion for you to be able to get your hands on such an immortal tea. Lingwu Immortal Tea was a first-grade immortal tea in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Long-term consumption could calm the mind and even enhance the spirit force of Infinity Warlocks. Lingwu Immortal Tea was extremely precious, even more precious than purple sage demonic gold. It was a priceless treasure. Generally, only forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, 7 great families, and the imperial court could get their hands on such a treasure. Jiang Wanghai showed a smile and quietly took a sip of the Lingwu Immortal Tea. Generally speaking, only Infinity Warlocks were qualified to enjoy such an immortal tea. Mist seeped out of Jiang Wanghai's facial orifices and removed the impurities inside his body. Jiang Wanghai showed a satisfied expression, slowly opened his eyes, and said flatly, "I have already sent people to do what you entrusted me with. For the Shilling Sea Wolf King to dominate a region in the Wei Sea for hundreds of years, he is a very ambitious and ruthless person. Beside him, there are also the Shilling 8 Dogs, the 8 quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank lackeys and dozens of Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. In other places, it wouldn't matter. But in the sea, even Yi Yuan Yang may not be the opponent of the Shilling 8 Dogs. Coupled with the Shilling Sea Wolf King's true body, even if Yang Feng doesn't die, he'll still lose a layer of skin. This is the Norin sea god bead that an extraordinary life-form sea dragon son of the Norin plane spent thousands of years to condense. Please accept it. Tsungyue Xiongtian smiled, took out a crystal box, and opened it. Inside the crystal box, there was a pearl-sized bead engraved with countless mysterious runes and enshrouded in blue mist. Extraordinary lifeforms sea dragon sons were Overlord-level lifeforms of the Grade 3 Norin plane. Adult sea dragon sons possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. The Norin sea god bead was a weapon they spent countless years to condense. The Norin sea god bead had a miraculous effect on human warlocks who cultivated water attribute secret methods. It could increase the chances of human warlocks breaking through the Glorious Dawn warlock bottleneck by 5%. The further along the warlock path of cultivation, the more difficult it became. Countless Moonlight warlocks died of old age in this realm. The Norin sea god bead, a treasure that could increase the chances of breaking through the Glorious Dawn warlock bottleneck, was a priceless treasure. Even if it was 2 billion magic crystals, no one might be willing to sell it. There was a flash of excitement in Jiang Wanghai's eyes. He beckoned with his hand, and the crystal box flew into his hand. After carefully examining it, he revealed a satisfied smile. Coupled with the Norin sea god bead, the various treasures he collected for breaking through bottlenecks were enough to increase his chances of breaking through by 20%. This was already a very high probability. A middle-aged man from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion rushed into the courtyard with an anxious expression on his face and said, "Sir Pavilion Master." Jiang Wanghai frowned slightly, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. "Jiang Da, what's the matter?" Jiang Da replied in a trembling voice, "The Shilling Sea Wolf King was defeated. The Shilling Sea Wolf King's fleet was defeated. The Shilling Sea Wolf King was captured by Yang Feng and submitted to him." Chapter 473. The complexion of the calm Jiang Wanghai suddenly changed dramatically. His hand trembled, and a lot of the Lingwu immortal tea splashed out and scattered on the ground. What? The Shilling Sea Wolf King was defeated, and he even submitted to Yang Feng. How is that possible? Tsungyue Xiongtian's complexion also changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "How is that possible? Yang Feng is just a great warlock. The Shilling Sea Wolf King has the geographical advantage, and he has the Shilling 8 dogs as his subordinates. How could he lose to Yang Feng?" Jiang Da said with a bitter expression, "Yang Feng is proficient in the domain of space, extremely strong, and has a steel fleet hidden around him. The most important thing is that there is an advanced Moonlight Warlock rank devil hiding around him. The Shilling Sea Wolf King was lured out of the sea, and then was seriously injured by the devil. In the end, he was captured by Yang Feng and submitted to him." Jiang Wanghai's complexion became very unsightly. If the Shilling Sea Wolf King didn't die, he would definitely give up the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion. In this way, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion would have a terrifying enemy like Yang Feng. Jiang Wanghai glanced at the hesitant Jiang Da and barked, "What else do you have to say? Speak." Jiang Da trembled slightly, hesitated for a while, and then gritted his teeth and said, "After Yang Feng subdued the Shilling Sea Wolf King, he used him as bait to lure out Sir Lei Jiangjiao. Yang Feng took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and assassinate Sir Lei Jiangjiao in one fell swoop. The fleet commanded by Sir Lei Jiangjiao was wiped out by Yang Feng. It wasn't easy for us to obtain this information." Ding! When Jiang Wanghai heard this, his vision darkened, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. The precious Lingwu immortal tea spilled on the ground, and his chest tightened and his throat tasted fishy. He almost spat out blood. Moonlight warlocks were experts comparable to gods and demons. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, it was difficult for ordinary warlocks to meet them. Due to its prosperous trade with the 4 subcontinents, the Wei-Sea city had great wealth, which attracted many Moonlight warlocks. Even so, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion spent 1,000 years only to recruit 2 Moonlight Warlock rank experts. Now that a Moonlight Warlock rank expert has died, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's pillar has been broken. Originally, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion was the 3rd most powerful force among the 10 major sea merchant groups. But now that Lei Jiangjiao was dead, they didn't know that Lei Jiangjiao was subdued by Yang Feng. Their status suddenly dropped, and they were only slightly stronger than the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion. Even someone as strong as Jiang Wanghai suffered a huge blow from this grievous news. Yang Feng, you bastard. My Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion is absolutely irreconcilable with you. Jiang Wanghai's eyes were bloodshot, and the quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank life force field dispersed from him involuntarily, and he slapped a table in front of him. Without a sound, the jade table in front of Jiang Wanghai crumbled into pieces. Eyes bloodshot, Jiang Wanghai glanced at Tsungyue Xiongtian, his heart filled with disgust, and he uttered coldly, stressing each syllable. You, leave, I don't want to see you now. The death of a great warlock meant that the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's status in the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion plummeted. Coupled with the destruction of a fleet that included a Gale-class merchant ship. This time, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's losses exceeded 10 billion magic crystals. A mere Norin-class sea god bead could not make up for the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's losses. Tsungyue Xiongtian frowned slightly, smiled bitterly, and got up to leave. Jiang Wanghai's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he resisted his anger and said, "Come back." Tsungyue Xiongtian returned to his seat and sat down. A cold look in his eyes, Jiang Wanghai said frigidly, "You heard it. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion suffered a heavy blow because of you. You must compensate us." Tsungyue Xiongtian made a prompt decision: a Gale-class merchant ship, 10 Taishan-class merchant ships, and 1 billion magic crystals. Although the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion suffered a heavy blow, but it was still one of the 10 major sea merchant groups of the Wei Sea City, and it was even stronger than the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion. Tsungyue Xiongtian. Jiang Wanghai nodded slightly, and his eyebrows relaxed slightly. There were countless warlocks in the Wei Sea City. As long as there were ships, warlocks below the Starry Sky Warlock rank could be recruited. Only Moonlight Warlocks were difficult to recruit. After all, the Moonlight Warlocks that could be recruited have already been recruited by the major sea merchant groups. Jiang Wanghai's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he said frigidly, "That scoundrel Yang Feng must not be allowed to leave the Wei Sea alive." "What's your plan?" In the Great Warlock realm, Yang Feng could contend against Moonlight Warlocks. Once he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, who knows how powerful he would become. At the thought of an enemy with infinite potential eyeing him covetously, Jiang Wanghai shuddered inside. Tsungyue Xiongtian's eyes shimmered with determination, and he said frigidly, "I have bribed the Prime Minister of the Fuso Subcontinent's Nishino state, and he has agreed to deal with Yang Feng. However, this is not enough. Brother Jiang, please do it yourself. I will go to the Fuso Subcontinent with Gongsun Yang and Xia Huba to eradicate Yang Feng." When Jiang Wanghai heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Gongsun Yang and Xia Huba were the 2 junior Moonlight Warlocks of the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion. Together with Tsungyue Xiongtian, the entire Tsungyue Sea Pavilion would be mobilized. As a result, the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion would have no Moonlight Warlocks standing guard in the Wei Sea City, which was very dangerous. Although the Wei Sea City had good public security, but once the Moonlight Warlocks came out in full force, countless people would covet their treasure warehouses. Besides, in the process of the rise of a major force like the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion, who knows how many powerhouses it has offended. Once those powerhouses learned that the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion had no Moonlight Warlocks standing guard, they would definitely secretly attack the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion. Jiang Wanghai pondered for a while, then his eyes shimmered with a fierce light, and he made a prompt decision. "Okay, since you have invested so much, then I will go with you to the Fuso Subcontinent." A month passed in a flash. On the surface of the sea, a huge fleet composed of 5 Gale-class merchant ships and 8 Taishan-class merchant ships sailed towards a continent that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yang Feng sat in an extremely luxurious litter with Eunice and Cheyenne in his arms. Feeling the sea breeze, he looked towards the huge port on the continent, the Satsuma port. Gale-class merchant ships, those are the Great Cloud Dynasty's Gale-class merchant ships. 5 Gale-class merchant ships and 8 Taishan-class merchant ships, it seems that we can make a fortune. What a huge fleet! Is this the Wei Sea City's top 10 merchant ships? As soon as the huge fleet entered the Satsuma port, the warlocks in the Satsuma port showed a smile of excitement. The goods brought by such a huge fleet could benefit most of the warlocks in the Satsuma port. The warlocks of the Fuso subcontinent in the Satsuma port liked the arrival of the huge fleet very much. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" A team of about 200 warlocks, all dressed in black armor and with long swords at their waists, led by a burly man with exposed nose hairs and a fierce-looking face, exuding a tyrannical aura, directly encircled them. Black Armor Team. It's the Black Armor Team's 3rd Brigade. When the warlocks surrounding the port, who were about to communicate with Yang Feng and his party, saw this scene, their countenances changed greatly, and they quickly made way. The fierce-looking man in the lead came up to Yang Feng and his party and said arrogantly, "I am the captain of the Black Armor Team's 3rd Brigade, Kupo Gyro. I suspect that the goods on your merchant ship are of unknown origin. Please leave immediately and let us seal the ship. After we have investigated clearly, we will return your goods to you." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Black Armor Team, what is this?" "My lord, the Satsuma port belongs to the West Sea State, and the Black Armor Team is one of the 3 major armies of the West Sea State. The 3 major armies of the West Sea State are the Red Armor Team, the White Armor Team, and the Black Armor Team. The Red Armor Team is equivalent to the Great Cloud Dynasty's Royal Guards, with the weakest warrior having advanced Great Warlock rank cultivation base. The White Armor Team is slightly inferior, with every warrior having junior Great Warlock rank cultivation base. The Black Armor Team is the weakest, with every warrior having advanced level 3 Warlock rank cultivation base. The West Sea State has 2 Moonlight Warlock rank experts, the ruler of the West Sea State Soma Shinichiro and the Grand Tutor Kaiman Kumasaburo. They are both junior Moonlight Warlock rank experts. In addition, there are also the West Sea 10 warriors, who are quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. The West Sea State is one of the 4 vassal states of the Nishino State. The Nishino State is a major state of the Fuso subcontinent. It has 8 Moonlight Warlock rank experts. It has more than 30 quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts. The Kihara State, the Black Snake State, and the Anto State are the 4 vassal states of the Nishino State. Each of the 3 vassal states is guarded by a Moonlight Warlock. Thanks to the Satsuma port, the West Sea State can obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources, which is how it gave birth to 2 Moonlight Warlocks. In fact, the Black Armor Team's Kuwa Gyro wants to swallow our goods. My lord, if you let him temporarily detain our goods, then he will embezzle them in various ways. The simplest way is to set a fire, burn some junk, and then tell us that the goods have been burned. Many people have suffered a great loss in the Satsuma port. The Shilling Sea Wolf King said unhurriedly. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he uttered coldly, "So that's how it is. What a reckless thing. I originally intended to be an honest merchant, but since you want to force me, I don't mind being a judge. Kill them all, and leave their heads behind." "Yes, my lord." There was a flash of excitement in the Shilling Sea Wolf King's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and resplendent blue light shone and shot towards the level 3 warlocks of the Black Armor Team. Chapter 474. The black armor of the level 3 warlocks of the Black Armor Squad burst out with black light, and black shields suddenly appeared. Blue rays suddenly shot out, pierced through the black shields, and slammed into the level 3 warlock of the Black Armor Squad, and easily froze him. "You damn beasts, I am the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Black Armor Squad. You dare to attack me? The great Kaiman Kumasaburo won't let you off." Surprised and angry, Kuba Gyro took a step forward, erupted with advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank aura, drew his sword, and turned into a black blade ray that slashed towards Yang Feng with a tyrannical aura. Fuso drawing the sword, this is a unique offensive spell of the Fuso subcontinent. Within 10 meters, if caught off guard, even a Moonlight Warlock would be injured by this abrupt strike. However, as long as you are prepared, you can prepare the corresponding spell in advance. There is nothing to be afraid of with this Fuso drawing the sword. Body-tempering warlocks are not orthodox, after all. The mad dog of the Shilling 8 dogs smiled ferociously, opened his maw, and a blue ray instantly hit Kuba Gyro. Kuba Gyro was instantly frozen into an ice cube by the blue ray, and he fell from midair with a look of horror on his face. In less than a few breaths of time, the 200-strong Black Armor Squad was quelled by the Shilling Sea Wolf King and the mad dog. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and a mobile naval island rose from the depths of the sea. Doors opened, and starry sky rippers flew out from various places on the island and swept towards the Satsuma port like locusts. Sitting on the litter, Yang Feng looked like a god overlooking the secular world and said coldly, "From today on, the Satsuma port belongs to me. Kill all those who resist." Thanks to the loudspeaker, the entire Satsuma port heard Yang Feng's domineering and callous voice. A Battlestar's positron artillery on the mobile naval wartype island flashed, and a resplendent beam barreled towards a 6-story-tall warlock tower in the Satsuma port. Rumble. Along with an earth-shaking tremor, the 6-story-tall warlock tower only had time to activate a protective cover before it was blasted by the Battlestar's main artillery-grade positron artillery. The tower trembled slightly, and countless cracks appeared on it. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he praised, "Amazing. What a strong defense. To be able to even block a Battlestar's primary artillery, worthy of a 6-story-tall warlock pagoda." The power of the Battlestar's primary artillery was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a Glorious Dawn warlock, they would be seriously injured or even killed. If it were to be blasted on Earth, one shot would be enough to shatter a mountain. However, although the astral warship's main artillery is very powerful, but it isn't attached to the power of laws. As such, Glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouses can easily avoid it through various secret methods. Only when dealing with immobile objects would it be able to display its greatest destructive power. Similarly, charging the main cannon of the interstellar battleship was a big problem. After firing a shot, it would take 5 minutes to recharge before it could fire another shot. In a fast-paced battle between warlocks, it was very difficult to hit the enemy. In the next moment, a rain of light shot out from the mobile naval wartype island and blasted into the warlock tower. Boom! 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 The warlock tower, which was already riddled with scars, splashed into countless pieces, and the warlocks inside the warlock tower turned into streams of light and flew out. Many warlocks were blasted by the rain of light and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. "It's destroyed. The divine warlock tower was destroyed. What's that? How could a divine warlock tower be destroyed? How could this be? Did the great evil god abandon us?" When the warlocks in the Satsuma port saw the 6-story-tall warlock tower collapse in front of them, they were dumbstruck and filled with shock, as if something had collapsed inside them. In the Satsuma port, there were 6 6-story-tall warlock towers, which formed a hexagram, firmly guarding the entire Satsuma port. With a moonlight warlock presiding over it, coupled with enough starry sky warlocks and great warlocks, the Satsuma port could even contend against Glorious Dawn warlocks. There was once a Glorious Dawn warlock rank sea monster that wreaked havoc in the Satsuma port. As a result, it was seriously injured by the state teacher Kaiman Kumasaburo and driven away. In the minds of the Satsuma port's warlocks, the 6-story-tall warlock pagoda was an existence that no one could destroy. Now that the 6-story-tall warlock pagoda collapsed, the Satsuma port's warlocks couldn't help but feel despair. The Satsuma port responded at once. The remaining 5 6-story-tall warlock towers in the port shone brightly, and magic shields suddenly appeared and shrouded the important buildings in the port. But because Yang Feng destroyed a 6-story-tall warlock tower, the remaining 5 warlock towers couldn't form a magic array, nor could they connect the magic shields. A deep voice came from the Satsuma port. "I am the West Sea State's Grand Teacher Kaiman Kumasaburo. May I ask which sir has come to the Satsuma port?" The Satsuma port, a port that brought in money every day, provided countless cultivation resources to the Four Seas country. Attaching great importance to such an important port, the West Sea State dispatched the Grand Teacher Kaiman Kumasaburo to preside over it. Sitting in the litter, Yang Feng smiled coldly and said frigidly, "I am the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng. Kaiman Kumasaburo, you've got guts to send people to seize my goods. Who gave you such guts?" Mechanical tentacles had already pierced into the frozen head of Kupo Gyro, reading the information in his mind. Kuba Gyro was the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Black Armor Squad. Originally, he didn't dare to provoke a great sea merchant with 5 Gale-class merchant ships and 10 Taishan-class merchant ships. But he received instructions from above, which was why he dared to embezzle Yang Feng's goods unscrupulously. But he never expected that Yang Feng's reaction would be so intense. How did he know that it was my instructions? Inside a 6-story-tall warlock tower, Kaiman Kumasaburo, with a medium build and a somewhat sinister and ugly appearance, dressed in a white silk robe, frowned slightly, feeling bewildered. Kaiman Kumasaburo looked at the magic shields trembling under the bombardment of the rain of light and shouted in fear, "This is a misunderstanding. Sir Yang Feng, please stop. We can talk about it slowly. One of the warlock towers in the Satsuma port has been destroyed by Yang Feng, and the remaining 5 warlock towers can no longer form a complete warlock tower array." Kaiman Kumasaburo still had a few trump cards, but he didn't know if he could fight Yang Feng. Even if he fought Yang Feng to the death, the outcome of the battle was still unknown. He didn't dare to take any risks. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and his thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he said solemnly, "Compensate me with 2 billion magic crystals, and I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Satsuma port." Kaiman Kumasaburo's heart dripped blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." For the West Sea state, 2 billion magic crystals was practically equivalent to half a year's income. But compared to the Satsuma port, which was a port that raked in money every day, 2 billion magic crystals was nothing. Not long after, a beautiful warlock with long black hair and an extremely pure appearance came out of the warlock tower where Kaiman Kumasaburo was located, raised a storage ring, and said loudly, "Sir Yang Feng, please stop. Here is the 2 billion magic crystals you need." Yang Feng raised his hand, and the artillery on the mechanical fortified island stopped firing. But the main artillery was still in a charging state. The beautiful warlock heaved a slight sigh of relief and raised the storage ring high. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the storage ring flew towards him and fell into his hand. He scanned it with his tremendous spirit force and sensed the 2 billion magic crystals in the storage ring, and then revealed a smile. The semiplane in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge was constantly transforming and evolving. In addition to the heaven and earth treasures of the 4 elements, it also needed to consume millions of magic crystals to nourish it every day. The semiplane in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge was a notch stronger than the virtual world, but at the same time, it needed to consume an astonishing amount of resources. 2 billion magic crystals was enough for the semiplane to absorb for a while. Yang Feng smiled coldly, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he raised his hand, and the huge fleet began to move and slowly sailed away from the Satsuma port. "The matter of you sending people to rob me of my goods is over." The Fuso subcontinent was extremely vast, several times the size of the Turandot subcontinent. There were more than 20 ports that could berth a huge fleet. Even if the transaction wasn't carried out in the Satsuma port, it wasn't a problem for Yang Feng. When the warlocks of the Satsuma port saw Yang Feng's huge fleet move, their eyes flashed with disappointment. When the fleet moved, it meant that the goods worth more than 3 billion magic crystals, sold in the Fuso subcontinent, had left, causing them to lose a lot of opportunities to make money. Kaiman Kumasaburo walked out of the warlock tower, trod on air, and said loudly to Yang Feng, "Sir Yang Feng, please stay. Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. Please stay and let me entertain you. The Fuso witches of the Fuso family are the best in the world. They won't let you down." Chapter 475. Fuso succubi were a specialty of the Fuso subcontinent. Fuso succubi were beauties born from the union of beautiful warlocks of the Fuso subcontinent and handsome evil gods from other planes. Using secret methods, Fuso succubi were cultivated and educated by evil god warlocks from the Fuso subcontinent. They became docile, obedient, and beautiful. They were one of the best-selling products in the Fuso subcontinent. Yang Feng smiled faintly and raised his hand, and the huge fleet suddenly turned around and moved in the direction of the Satsuma port. "Interesting. In that case, I'll stay and take a look at the famous Fuso Maimai." There was a flash of resentment in Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes. But on the surface, he revealed a kind smile and mused, "Very well, you idiot. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold. As the fleet turned around, a stream of light flew out of the fleet and silently shot into the distance. Night fell. In front of the Satsuma port's top money-squandering establishment, Lavender Manor, a luxurious magic sports car suddenly stopped. The door of the magic sports car opened, and the Moonlight Warlock Shilling Sea Wolf King stepped out and opened the door respectfully. Yang Feng, dressed in white casual attire, alighted from the magic sports car and swept the Lavender Manor with a glance. In front of the Lavender Manor stood 4 guards, with each guard possessing a great warlock rank cultivation base. Each of them looked very capable and incomparably valiant. Yang Feng glanced at the guards and mused, great warlocks are really worthless in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Turandot subcontinent, a great warlock was already a pinnacle existence, and could become the leader of a force and dominate a region. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty and some of the powerful subcontinents around it, great warlocks were nothing. A beautiful woman about 27 or 28 years old, with a sexy figure and long black hair, came over with a smile, a fragrance wafting from her. Sir Yang Feng, my name is Yamoda Mieko. Well met, sir. As soon as Yamoda Mieko came to Yang Feng's side, an intoxicating fragrance exuded from her lovely body, full of charm. The Shilling Sea Wolf King glanced at Yamoda Mieko and his eyes lit up. Good stuff. The eyes of the mad dog fell on Yamoda Mieko. They were filled with greed, as if they wanted to swallow Yamoda Mieko. Yang Feng glanced at Yamoda Mieko, nodded arrogantly, and didn't say a word. Yamoda Mieko's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and she became even more respectful and humble. Please come with me. Led by Yamoda Mieko, Yang Feng and company stepped into the Lavender Manor. Inside the Lavender Manor, many precious extraordinary plants that are native to Fuso subcontinent can be seen everywhere. All kinds of beautiful flowers can be seen all over the manor, as if forming a beautiful sea of flowers. Amidst the sea of flowers, one could occasionally see a gorgeous bed lotus with a diameter of 3 meters. On the lotus bed, there were many beautiful young girls dressed in clothes made of flowers that only covered their private parts. They were extremely beautiful and beautiful. The flowers and the young girl complemented each other, forming a beautiful scene. A tempting fragrance wafted out of the sea of flowers, arousing people's desires. The Shilling Sea Wolf King was very knowledgeable and had played with who knows how many women. His performance was somewhat better. The eyes of the mad dog of the Shilling 8 dogs were bloodshot and his mouth was dry. If it wasn't for the liquid metal nano-robots controlling his body, he would have already pounced into the sea of flowers and pounced on the charming girls one by one. Yang Feng glanced at the beautiful girls in the sea of flowers and revealed a look of appreciation. There was nothing unusual about them. Yamoda Mieko stared carefully at Yang Feng. When she saw that Yang Feng didn't react, she couldn't help but think more highly of him. After passing through the sea of flowers, there was a hot spring exuding dense mist. In the center of the hot spring, there was a huge rockery. In the dense mist, the laughter of beautiful young girls could be heard. In the dense mist, the snow-white skin of girls was faintly discernible. Ordinary men couldn't resist the desire to peep at them. The eyes of the mad dog standing next to Yang Feng were bloodshot. He couldn't wait to rush into the hot spring and unscrupulously enjoy the scenery. Yang Feng swept the hot spring with an indifferent glance, and then continued forward. As the uncrowned king of the Turandot subcontinent, Yang Feng had tasted beauties in the hot spring who knows how many times. The beauties in the hot spring were at most at the level of Judy. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as stunning beauties such as Eunice, Dephilia, Cheyenne, and Joanna. After passing through the hot spring, a wine pool filled with a strong fragrance of wine appeared in front of Yang Feng. Next to the wine pool, there was a lush forest. Beautiful warlocks hung from every tree in the forest. The beautiful warlocks weren't naked, but rather wore all kinds of revealing clothes. Their skin was glistening and full of temptation. Wine pool and forest of flesh. Fuso people really know how to have fun. Yang Feng took a look at the wine pool and forest of flesh, showed a faint smile, and went straight through the area. After passing through the wine pool and forest of flesh, a very elegant bamboo house located next to the bamboo forest and the pond appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the bamboo house, Kaiman Kumasaburo was kneeling on the ground, and a beautiful woman who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old and dressed in white was concentrating on her tea art. It was like a beautiful painting. When Kaiman Kumasaburo saw Yang Feng, he immediately got up, bowed 90 degrees, and saluted Yang Feng. Kaiman Kumasaburo greets Sir Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded arrogantly, sat in front of Kaiman Kumasaburo without a trace of politeness, and asked casually like a silk pants, "Where's the Fuso charm?" "Sir, please wait a moment." Kaiman Kumasaburo took a deep look at young Feng, his eyes shimmered with contempt, and he clapped his hands. Two little girls who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old walked out from the side. Their faces were immature, but their twin peaks were extremely plump. They were a mixture of immaturity and maturity, purity and sexiness, and their skin was as translucent as snow and so tender that water seemed to be dripping from them. When young Feng saw this scene, he frowned slightly. Kaiman Kumasaburo smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Sir, don't misunderstand. They are descendants born from the union of phantom fairies and humans. Although they look young, but in fact, they are already 20 years old. Besides, look. A pink gas enveloped the two little girls, and they turned into two beautiful girls about 16 or 17 years old with sexy figures. Kaiman Kumasaburo snapped his fingers again, and the two beautiful girls of about 16 or 17 years old changed again. They turned into stunning beauties of about 26 or 27 years old, with slender waists and plump buttocks, and a pair of huge breasts that almost burst out of their clothes like ripe peaches. Kaiman Kumasaburo extended his hand and said to young Feng with a smile, "This is an innate skill of phantom fairies. They can be set to transform for 9 periods of time. Possessing phantom fairies' bloodline, they can only transform for 3 periods of time. It is extremely difficult for phantom fairies to be born. In the past hundreds of years, the West Sea State has only been able to cultivate 10 of them. Now, the only 2 top Fuso charm maidens left in the West Sea State are offered to you. Please accept them." The beautiful girl, who looks older and exudes a mature and charming temperament, bowed to young Feng. "Kitazuki Kaho greets you, sir." The beautiful girl, who looks younger and exudes a pure temperament, also bowed to young Feng and said, "Kitazuki Keika greets you, sir." Standing aside, the mad dog looked at the two beautiful girls with different temperaments and bewitching charm, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his eyes filled with greed. Young Feng uttered with a faint smile, "Come here." In a charming voice, the Kitazuki sisters walked up to young Feng with a fragrance wafting from them. "Yes, master." Young Feng pulled the Kitazuki sisters into his arms and wantonly molested them. The North Moon sisters immediately blushed. Like two apologetic flowers, they fawned over him. There was a flash of disdain and contempt in Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes. Lechers are nothing to be afraid of. The disciples of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Battle Demon sect are only SOSO. Thousands of kilometers away from the West Sea State, the capital of the Kihara State, the Ryuan city, in the royal palace, a somewhat short but very capable man was lying in a hot spring. Several very coquettish beautiful girls in revealing clothes were kneeling beside him and massaging his back. This very capable man was the Kihara State's ruler, Kihara Kai. He was the only moonlight warlock in the Kihara State. A beautiful girl in light muslin came to the hot spring and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's Sir Lei Jiangjia requests an audience." Kihara Kai opened his eyes, revealed a look of doubt, and pondered for a while before saying, "Lei Jiangjiao? Invite him to the fragrant residence hall to wait." The beautiful girl immediately retreated. "Yes, Your Majesty." Kihara Kai frowned slightly and stood up from the hot spring. The dozen-plus beautiful girls hurriedly helped him dry, picked up a set of clothes, and carefully helped him put them on. When Kihara Kai entered the fragrant residence hall, he saw Lei Jiangjiao, who was dressed in white, had a pale face, and exuded intermediate starry sky warlock fluctuations of life. "Brother Lei, long time no see." Kihara Kai's eyes flashed. He laughed heartily and clapped his hands. 2 beautiful maids came out from the side and sat down next to Lei Jiangjiao with a fragrance wafting from them. They served him attentively. Chapter 476. Lei Jiangjiao heaved a long sigh, saying, "Brother Kihara, I'm ashamed. I was careless and was plotted against by that stinky brat young Feng. Although I escaped by a fluke, but the entire fleet was seized by that brat. I'm seriously injured, and all my secret treasures have been lost. I can only come here to seek refuge with you. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll return to the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion and reward you handsomely." Kihara Kai's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said with a smile, "Brother Lei, what do you think of the Kihara State?" Lei Jiangjiao suddenly felt that something was wrong, yet he still said with a smile, "The Kihara State? Naturally, it's an excellent state. Brother Kihara, you are a man of great talent and bold vision. You are a rare hero of the Kihara kingdom. Under your leadership, the Kihara state's development is second only to the West Sea state. As long as I'm your backup in the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion, it's only a matter of time before the Kihara state surpasses the West Sea state. Kihara Kai revealed his true intentions and said with a smile, Brother Lei, how about you join the Kihara state and work for me? Brother Lei, if you join the Kihara state will become a major state surpassing the West Sea state. Brother Lei, you can also use the Kihara state's resources to quickly recover from your injuries. Lei Jiangjiao frowned slightly and asked, what if I don't agree? Kihara Kai replied indifferently, a moonlight core of a moonlight warlock is a rare treasure. The Kihara state has been passed down for thousands of years, yet we only have one. Lei Jiangjiao said solemnly, Brother Kihara, isn't our friendship worth more than a moonlight core? Kihara Kai's eyes shimmered with cruelty, and he sneered, what friendship? It's just an exchange of interests. You need the Fuso subcontinent specialties, and we need the Great Cloud Dynasty's cultivation resources. The Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion controls the trade route, and you've obtained a lot of benefits from the Fuso subcontinent. I'm just collecting a little interest. Brother Lei, your biggest mistake was coming here despite being heavily injured. Lei Jiangjiao's face changed several times, and then he finally said with unwillingness, fine, I'm willing to submit to you. Brother Lei, you're really sensible. Kihara Kai laughed loudly and clapped his hands. A crimson wooden stick, engraved with countless mysterious incantations and exuding a bloody and strange aura, appeared in his hands. Lei Jiangjiao's expression changed drastically when he saw the crimson wooden club that emitted a bloody and strange aura, and he cried out involuntarily, Heretic God curse soul wood. You actually want to use this evil wood to touch me? This wooden stick exuding a strange and evil aura was the infamous evil god curse soul wood in the Fuso subcontinent. Every piece of evil god curse soul wood was an evil item bestowed by the evil gods of different planes after they performed an evil blood sacrifice of tens of millions of humans to please the evil gods. Once the soul was touched by the evil god curse soul wood, the target's soul would be controlled by the evil god. The target's life and death would be completely in the hands of the evil god and the caster. Once the caster willed it, the victim would be in excruciating pain, and there was even a possibility that the victim would be transformed into a puppet-like emissary of the evil god, becoming a lackey of the evil god. Of course, the evil god curse soul would also had weaknesses. The first was that it was difficult to refine. The second was that it was extremely fragile. A level 3 fire spell could destroy the evil god curse soul wood. In actual combat, it was of little use. Kihara Kai smiled derisively and said condescendingly, either die or be touched by the evil god curse soul wood. Brother Lei, choose one for yourself. The fragrant residence hall was part of the Kihara state's imperial palace, and the power of the Kihara state's imperial palace could be mobilized to suppress the enemy. The seriously injured Lei Jiangjiao was not Kihara Kai's opponent to begin with. Coupled with the power of the Kihara state's imperial palace, it would be very difficult for Lei Jiangjiao to escape. Lei Jiangjiao's eyes flashed with humiliation, unwillingness, resentment, and distortion. Finally, he gave a long sigh, closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and uttered in grief and indignation, touch. Kihara Kai showed a complacent sneer, and wicked flames seemed to burn in his eyes. The evil god curse soul would released a gloomy, queer, and bloody aura, and wisps of bloody aura wound around the evil god curse soul wood. Countless small human faces formed black chains, wailing noiselessly on the heretic god curse soul wood. When the evil god curse soul wood was about to touch Lei Jiangjiao's forehead, Lei Jiangjiao suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth, and belched a scarlet flame that landed on the evil god curse soul wood. The evil god curse soul would burst into flames, and the faces of countless little people issued strange screams and wails, and then turned into ashes in the flames. Lei Jiangjiao, you're courting death. After I capture you alive, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. As if struck by lightning, Kihara Kai's eyes turned bloodshot, and he flew into a rage. With a roar, his right hand flickered with demonic chi and turned into a pitch-black, 30-centimeter-long demonic claw, which turned into a black ray and stabbed at Lei Jiangjiao's heart. From the shadow behind Kihara Kai, a shadow suddenly emerged and stabbed at Kihara Kai's back with the god armament shadow dagger in hand. A premonition of death suddenly rose in Kihara Kai's heart, and a teleportation bead cracked in an instant, and spatial force suddenly appeared. The shadow dagger flashed, and the spatial force enveloping Kihara Kai suddenly dissipated. Layers of magic shields lit up on Kihara Kai, and then the shadow dagger easily pierced through them. The shadow dagger stabbed into Kihara Kai like a meteor, and 12 curses erupted in an instant and sealed Kihara Kai's power. Kihara Kai immediately issued a shrill cry, "Great God Conra, save me!" Inside the fragrant residence hall, the walls that were painted with strange murals suddenly squirmed. Blood that would make one's hair stand on end flowed out from the strange murals and condensed into a strange being with a bull's head, tiger's claws, and scorpion's tail. It was 3 meters tall and covered in a layer of black scales. On the bull's forehead was a man's face. This strange being with the face of a man exuding a strange and evil aura was a clone of the evil god Conra from the evil god plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. The evil god plane was a plane filled with endless chaos. The environment was extremely dangerous, and it was a chaotic plane filled with killings. In addition to the indigenous life forms born on the plane, there were many life forms born on the evil god plane that were created by the Second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Dynasty through various taboo experiments, and they were powerful existences comparable to gods and demons. Conra was a true evil god of the evil god plane with pinnacle glorious dawn warlock rank cultivation base, and he was the primary god worshipped by the Kihara state. "Are you the one who attacked my servant?" Kunro turned his head and locked his gaze on Yang Feng. The human face on the bull's head revealed a malevolent smile and strangely spoke in a charming woman's voice. Bursts of wicked sound waves with a strange rhythm came out of the face's mouth and swept towards Yang Feng in waves. Yang Feng's face fell, and he closed his ears and sealed his sense of hearing. The extremely wicked sound waves still penetrated Yang Feng's body one after another, entered his body, and continuously shook and eroded him. This was an evil innate spell mastered by the evil god Conra, voice of Conra. This was an evil spell that could grow and evolve along with the cultivator. It could directly affect the soul and fleshly body. There were few spells that could resist this evil spell voice of Conra. When Yang Feng was swept by voice of Conra, he had a splitting headache, his spirit force was in disorder, and his life force fell into chaos. He could hardly control his body, and blood flowed out of his facial orifices, making him look extremely sinister. Shadow assassins who cultivated the shadow domain could completely blend into the shadows. Even experts with a much higher cultivation base than shadow assassins would find it hard to discover them. However, shadow assassins also had a flaw. That was, when they merged into the shadows, they couldn't use any defensive spells, making them extremely fragile. When Yang Feng flew out of the shadows and heavily injured Kihara Kai, he was also at his weakest, which was why he was hit by voice of Conra. He had a splitting headache, and could hardly cast any spells. On the other side, Lei Jiangjiao was also severely injured by voice of Conra in a split second. He collapsed on the ground, bleeding from his facial orifices, and struggled in pain. At his peak, Lei Jiangjiao could naturally withstand voice of Conra. But now that he was seriously injured, the 12 curses of the shadow dagger still pervaded his body, making him extremely fragile. With a flash of resplendent light, the concentration sea moon pendant on Yang Feng's chest radiated light, and a cool stream of air entered his sea of knowledge, stopping his headache in an instant. With a thought from Yang Feng, black light shone, and a black battle demon suddenly appeared, attached to him, and formed a black armor. As soon as the black armor appeared, Yang Feng clearly felt that the headache was weakened by more than 70%, and the almost despairing voice of Conra was no longer ear-piercing. When Conra saw the sinister black armor, his eyes shimmered gravely, and he uttered, "Battle Demon Secret Method, you're from the Battle Demon Sect." The Battle Demon Sect was one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, and its 2 great elders were comparable to Infinity Warlocks in terms of battle prowess. There were many disciples of the Battle Demon Sect roaming the 36 primary material planes. Yang Feng didn't answer. He pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and the mechanical ancient devil turned into a stream of black light and shot out. Virtually in the blink of an eye, it exuded advanced moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power and rushed towards Conra. Ancient devil. Kuan Luo furrowed his brows slightly, and a bloodthirsty crimson light appeared in his eyes. With a furious roar, his body was enveloped in a strange crimson light as he engaged in battle with the mechanical ancient devil. Chapter 477. When Kihara Kai saw Conra blocked by the mechanical ancient devil, his complexion changed dramatically, and he roared, "Evil god emissary." A copious amount of bloody aura rose in the area, formed a strange rune, and sank into the ground. Like a huge whirlpool, a bloody coffin exuding a wicked aura frantically devoured the strange bloody aura. Crack! Along with the creepy sound of the coffin lid moving, the bloody coffin lid opened inch by inch, and the sound of a loud heartbeat reverberated in the hall. A skinny claw covered in green hair suddenly extended from the bloody coffin, exuding a wicked aura. Yang Feng frowned slightly and extended his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared, and a frightening devour force shrouded Kihara Kai. Kihara Kai's complexion changed dramatically, and he tried to stop Yang Feng, but he couldn't budge. After resisting for less than a breath of time, he was sucked into Yang Feng's hand. Kihara Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said with a mad smile, "You want to use me to control the evil god emissary? It's no use. I will never yield to you. Just kill me." In the Fuso subcontinent, many upper echelons bullied the weak and feared the strong. They were cowards who feared death, and worshipped the strong. But at the same time, there were also many madmen who were not afraid of death. Kihara Kai was one of those madmen who were not afraid of death. Without any superfluous words, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 100+ needles suddenly appeared, pierced Kihara Kai, and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. After more than 100 needles disappeared, another 100 needles suddenly appeared and pierced into Kihara Kai's body. Kihara Kai's body trembled slightly, and his eyes shimmered with fear. He could only watch as the liquid metal nano-robot elixir entered his body. Evil god emissary, sleep. Suddenly, Kihara Kai was alarmed to find that his body was completely out of his control. He recited an incantation and pointed at the bloody coffin. A blood-red light flashed, and from the blood-red coffin came a mournful howl filled with unwillingness. The blood-colored coffin kept trembling, as if there was a peerless beast ramming into it. Kihara Kai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a blood mist and entered the coffin. After the evil god emissary inside the coffin absorbed the Moonlight Warlock's blood essence, it regained its calm. The lid of the coffin trembled slightly and was completely closed. The blood-colored coffin trembled slightly, turned into a blood-colored light, and sank directly into the palace. Kihara Kai pointed at Kuan Luona and barked, "Kuan Luona, retreat." Streams of blood-colored aura were extracted from Krona's body and entered the wall. After losing the blood-red aura as a source of power, Kuan Luo's clone's power continued to weaken, and it began to collapse inch by inch. Kuan Luo's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a shrill cry, "Kihara Kai, how dare you make fun of me? I will definitely not let you off. I will curse your Kihara family to only be able to give birth to daughters, and after 3 generations, to be completely extinct." Suddenly, Kuan Luona's body burst apart, and the remaining power of his body burned and turned into a blood-colored curse imprint that shot towards Kihara Kai's forehead lightning fast. Curses were extremely strange. Once a person was cursed, several or even more than a dozen generations would suffer unbearable pain due to various curses. Among them, sterilization curses were the simplest and most difficult to deal with. Many powerful beings were cursed by such curses, and they never had any offspring. After they died, all their glory turned to nothing. Without a great opportunity, they basically had no chance of rebirth. When Kihara Kai saw the blood-colored curse imprint, he turned pale with fright and screamed mournfully, "Master, save me." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a red skyfire suddenly appeared, turned into a flame, and slammed into the blood-colored curse imprint. Countless black smoke rose up, and the blood-colored curse mark collapsed inch by inch in the red heavenly fire, but it still continued to advance towards Kihara Sea. My comprehension of the law of fire is still not enough. To be precise, My cultivation base is still too low. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then operated the secret method myriad demonic curse recorded in the taboo text and pointed with a finger, and a black ball of light that seemed to contain endless darkness suddenly appeared. As soon as the black ball of light appeared, a strange devour force erupted and sucked the blood-colored curse imprint into it. Myriad demonic curse. How come you have this secret method? Didn't this secret method disappear along with the death of the taboo lord? A terrified voice came from within the black ball of light. The second Warlock Emperor Taboo Lord was one of the strongest Warlock Emperors in human history, and he suppressed countless planes. The countless evil gods in the evil god plane were various experimental bodies created by the Taboo Lord. In the evil god plane, evil gods were proficient in all kinds of curses. Even existences far stronger than those evil gods didn't dare to rashly provoke them. Even the 8th Warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord had never entered the evil god plane. Only the Warlock Emperors of the 6 Warlock dynasties dared to act unscrupulously against the evil gods of the evil god plane and enslaved them to do things for them. In the 6 Warlock dynasties, what the evil gods feared the most was the secret method myriad demonic curse recorded in the taboo text of the Taboo Lord. The myriad demonic curse could break almost all kinds of curses of evil gods. At the same time, it could absorb the power of their curses. It was a secret method that evil gods detested the most. After the collapse of the Second Warlock dynasty, the countless evil gods of the evil god plane colluded with the Hellions and joined forces with other races to hunt down human warlocks who cultivated the taboo text. Furthermore, the taboo text was completely destroyed, and no one was allowed to cultivate it. Therefore, in the modern era, only some fragments of the taboo text remained, while the peerless secret method myriad demonic curse had disappeared in the long river of history. A secret method of my own. When will I be able to create my own unique secret method like the 8 Warlock Emperors? Yang Feng looked at the myriad demonic curse orb in his hand. With a thought, the black orb of light shrunk and entered his hand. Yang Feng glanced at Kihara Kai, and his eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. Evil god clone, evil god emissary. I didn't expect that the small Kihara state would hide these 2 trump cards. If I hadn't made sufficient preparations and dealt Kihara Kai a heavy blow, I'm afraid that I would have been in danger. The Kihara state was much weaker than the West Sea state. The Kihara state was much weaker than the West Sea state. Since the small Kihara state was so difficult to deal with and had so many trump cards, then the strength of the West Sea state could be well imagined. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the god armament shadow dagger flew into his hand. He said lightly, "Do you know who I am?" Kihara Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Master, you are Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon Sec." Yang Feng asked, "Did you hear about it from the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion?" The Kihara state and the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion were on good terms. Lei Jiangjiao often came to the Kihara state to do business and had a friendship with Kihara Kai for more than 100 years. Lei Jiangjiao was able to meet Kihara Kai smoothly. Kihara Kai immediately expressed his loyalty and said everything. "No, it's the Nishino state. Master, the Nishino state wants to deal with you. We, the rulers of the subsidiary states of the Nishino state, have received orders. If you come to our state, we will find a way to drug you and assassinate you." Yang Feng frowned slightly. The Nishino state? I remember that this is the first time I came to the Fuso subcontinent. How did I provoke the Nishino state? The Nishino state, the Higashino state, the Minomi state, and the Kitano state were the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent. There were many small states attached to them. The 4 major states were the subsidiary states of the Holy Glory state. The Holy Glory state was originally the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent. It ruled the 4 major states, and then the 4 major states ruled the countless small states, forming the strange ruling system of the Fuso subcontinent. Without the permission of the Holy Glory state, the rulers of the 4 major states couldn't ascend the throne and become true rulers. However, it has been tens of thousands of years since the Holy Glory state ruled the Fuso subcontinent. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Holy Glory state summoned an evil god to the Fuso subcontinent. There was an error in the summoning ceremony, and the evil god lost control and killed virtually all the experts of the Holy Glory state. This was the famous evil god Chaos in the Fuso subcontinent. After the evil god Chaos, all the glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts of the Holy Glory state died, and its strength declined greatly. Furthermore, it was cursed by the evil god. Each generation of the Holy Glory state's ruler had a single descendant, making reproduction extremely difficult. It was no longer possible to dominate the entire Fuso subcontinent. The four great nations that were originally extremely respectful to the Holy Glory nation also began to pay lip service to the Holy Glory nation. They made the Holy Glory nation a mere figurehead and fought each other endlessly for territory. The Nishino state had 8 Moonlight Warlocks plus the Nishino state's inheritance secret treasures. It was very dangerous for even glorious Dawn Warlocks to behave atrociously in the Nishino state. In the Tsangji Plain, the fighting strength of human warlocks was determined by the warlock's cultivation base, secret methods, and secret treasures. With powerful enough secret treasures, a few Moonlight Warlocks could suppress a glorious Dawn Warlock. Of course, powerful enough secret treasures consumed a tremendous amount of power. Therefore, the Nishino state didn't dare to offend a glorious Dawn Warlock lightly. Even so, the strength of the Nishino state could be imagined. It was one of the 4 overlords of the Fuso subcontinent. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Feng wasn't willing to offend such a powerful force. Kihara Kai said respectfully, "I know a little inside information. Reportedly, the Tsungyue Sea Pavilion's Tsungyue Xiongtian bribed Minamida Shinichi with many precious secret treasures. Minamida Shinichi persuaded the Nishino state's ruler Saijo Yoruwa to deal with you." Chapter 478. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "To think that they want to deal with me, how dare they? Aren't they afraid that my teacher will come in person and raise the Nishino state?" Yang Feng is a disciple of Huang Yihe. Huang Yihe is one of the 4 great elders of the Battle Demon sect, a peerless powerhouse who has cultivated a virtual world, and his battle prowess is comparable to that of an Infinity Warlock. Even if the Fuso subcontinent was at its peak and the Holy Glory City was at its peak, it would still be difficult to contend against an Infinity Warlock. Once Huang Yihe goes to the Fuso subcontinent, he can suppress the resistance of the entire subcontinent by himself. Kihara Kai uttered, "For them to dare to do this, they naturally have their own confidence. Reportedly, there are Infinity Warlock rank existences hiding behind the Nishino state." Yang Feng was startled. Infinity Warlock rank? No matter which plane it is, Infinity Warlocks are powerful existences at the apex of the plane, comparable to strong divine force rank gods. The Battle Demon sect is one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud dynasty, but it only has 4 Bright World Warlocks. The 2 great elders Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian rely on the power of the virtual world and the secret treasures of the Battle Demon sect to contend against ordinary Infinity Warlocks. The strength of Infinity Warlocks can be imagined. In the Fuso subcontinent, only during the most prosperous period of the 8 Warlock dynasties have Infinity Warlocks been born. But now, the strongest powerhouse in the Fuso subcontinent is just a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock. Infinity Warlocks aren't existences that Yang Feng can contend against at the moment. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said slowly, "It seems that I have to leave the Fuso subcontinent immediately. There is already an Infinity Warlock behind the Fuso subcontinent. No matter how confident Yang Feng is, he doesn't think that he can contend against an Infinity Warlock." Kihara Kai uttered, "Master, why don't you ask your teacher?" At the time, the Battle Demon sect's great elder Huang Yihe was a peerless powerhouse who ran amok in the world. He has defeated several Infinity Warlocks. That's right, I also have a background. I'm not like those lone ghosts. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, he revealed a trace of a smile, took out a crystal, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the crystal, and a black radiance suddenly flickered and entered the crystal. Wisps of mist were released from the crystal, condensing into the image of Huang Yihe. Huang Yihe asked, "Yang Feng, what's up?" Yang Feng quickly told Huang Yihe everything that happened in the Fuso subcontinent. Huang Yihe's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Not long after, he calmly said, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Feng said decisively, "I plan to immediately evacuate the Fuso subcontinent and make their plans come to nothing. Even if the other party only sends a Bright World Warlock, It will be enough to kill Yongfeng and them. In the face of absolute strength, everything seems extremely fragile. Huang Yihe said slowly, if the other forces are unable to interfere, what would you do? Yongfeng replied with a smile, if there are no experts above the glorious Dawn Warlock rank taking action, then I plan to have some fun in the Fuso subcontinent. Huang Yi, he revealed an unbridled smile, good, as expected of my, Huang Yi his disciple. I have a rough idea of who the people behind the Fuso subcontinent are. Don't worry, I won't let experts above the glorious Dawn Warlock rank take action against you. Go ahead and make a scene. Yongfeng was overjoyed. Thank you, teacher. Huang Yihe uttered, however, the sect will take 40% of your harvest in the Fuso subcontinent. Think about it carefully. Yongfeng replied with a smile, no problem. Once the Battle Demon sect took action, it would consume a lot of manpower and material resources. The huge warlock group the Battle Demon sect wouldn't help Yongfeng for nothing. A black ray suddenly shone in front of the crystal bead, and a fist-sized hole was torn open in space. 2 rays of light flew out of the hole and landed in front of Yongfeng. They turned out to be 2 beads, one red and one black. There was a flash of kindness in Huang Yihe's eyes, and he exhorted, the red bead is called Void Random Teleportation Bead. It is a level 7 one-time use secret treasure. It can break through the void barrier in the blink of an eye and teleport you to a random place 100,000 kilometers away. One of my spells, the Great Spatial Fissure, is sealed inside the black bead. The power of Great Spatial Rend is comparable to that of a Bright World Warlock rank strike. These 2 secret treasures are for you to save your life. Pay attention to your safety, don't die casually. If you see that the situation is bad, run away immediately. Failure isn't scary. As long as you live, everything is possible. Yongfeng looked at the 2 treasures in his hand and was moved. He said sincerely, thank you, teacher. The Void Random Teleportation Bead was a level 7 one-time use life-saving secret treasure. Level 7 secret treasures were extremely rare to begin with. In the Battle Demon sect, there were no more than 3 alchemists who could refine level 7 secret treasures. As for alchemists proficient in the void and spatial domains, they were even rarer. The value of the Void Random Teleportation Bead was extremely high, unless it was a god armament like the Shadow Dagger that condensed all the wealth and essence of the Shadow Prince Mecha's life. Otherwise, even a Bright World Warlock who wasn't proficient in the spatial domain wouldn't be able to seal the Void Random Teleportation Bead. Even Bright World Warlocks would bow their heads to powerful alchemists in order to obtain such a secret treasure. That black bead was also extremely precious. There were many secret treasures in the Tsangji Plain that could bear a warlock's spell. However, the higher the warlock's cultivation base, the fewer the number of one-time secret treasures that could bear a warlock's spell. If the secret treasure bead sealed with Huang Yihe's Great Spatial Rend was put up for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price of more than 3 billion magic crystals. For Huang Yihe to give Yongfeng these 2 most precious life-saving secret treasures, he clearly regarded Yongfeng as his most valued personal disciple. There was no love without reason, nor was there hatred without reason. Prior to this, Huang Yihe accepted Yongfeng as a personal disciple. On one hand, it was because of Yongfeng's perseverance. On the other hand, it was because of the peerless genius Shi Shui's face. He wanted to form a good relationship with the future peerless powerhouse Shi Shui. In fact, he didn't attach much importance to Yongfeng, this personal disciple who wasn't talented enough. It wasn't until Yongfeng defeated the Taiyi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang in the Battle Demon sect that Huang Yihe really took Yongfeng seriously and regarded him as his personal disciple. He nurtured him with all his heart and even gave him these 2 precious secret treasures. After exhorting a few more words, Huang Yihe cut off the connection with Yongfeng. Yongfeng said, Kahara Kai, can you trick the rulers of the Black Snake State, the Anto State, and the West Sea State into coming here? If he could get rid of the 4 subsidiary states of the Nishino State in one fell swoop, it would be equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Nishino State. In addition to the 4 subsidiary states, the Nishino State also had countless small states attached to it. However, among these small states, the strongest were only Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. Moreover, there weren't many Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses, only one or two. These small states couldn't affect the overall situation. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Kahara Kai's face, and he said, "Master, in the Fuso subcontinent, apart from the Holy Glory state, we don't dare to enter the royal palaces of other states at will. We don't even dare to casually enter the palaces of other countries, or else we risk being suppressed. In the Fuso subcontinent, where the four states were fighting for hegemony, the subsidiary states of the four states were also fighting in secret. If the ruler of the Black Snake state dared to come to the capital of the Kahara state, Kahara Kai would definitely suppress him, and then send troops to annex the Black Snake state. In the Fuso subcontinent, because of the worship of evil gods, there were betrayals, massacres, conspiracies, and blood sacrifices. Although Kahara Kai was the ruler of a subsidiary state of the Nishino state, but he had never been to the capital of the Nishino state. He was worried that once he went to the capital of the Nishino state, he would be suppressed and annexed by the Nishino state. Kahara Kai's eyes turned, and he put forward a wicked idea. "Master, I have a proposal. The ruler of the Nishino state, Saijo Yoruwa, has a daughter named Saijo Yatsuki, who is his most cherished daughter. She is also the #1 beauty of the Nishino state. We'll find a way to kidnap her, and then use her to coerce Saijo Yoruwa so that he won't act rashly. Then we'll think of other ways to drive a wedge between the other three states. We'll take them down one by one." Yang Feng asked curiously, "What's the use of this method?" Saijo Yoruwa is the ruler of the Nishino state. Due to their far longer lifespans than ordinary people, many human warlocks didn't value family ties. As the ruler of the Nishino state, Saijo Yoruwa had great power, a harem of 3,000, and countless heirs. For him, a woman was nothing more than a symbol. Kahara Kai said, "In the past, Saijo Yoruwa fought with another prince of the Nishino state for the position of the ruler of the Nishino state. Although he won by a fluke, but his heirs died, and he was cursed by an evil god, unable to have children for the rest of his life. Saijo Yatsuki was his only living daughter. Therefore, he doted on his only daughter. She was his only descendant." Yang Feng suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Warlocks who have given birth to hundreds or thousands of children naturally didn't value family ties. However, some warlocks who have only given birth to one or two children after untold hardships attached great importance to family ties. Yang Feng contemplated for a while, and then revealed a smile. "There's no need for that. Since the Nishino state wants to deal with me, then I'll use my power to clash with them." Yang Feng said lightly, "Take me to your treasury." There was a flash of struggle in Kahara Kai's eyes, and he finally said helplessly, "Yes, master." Yang Feng came to the Fuso subcontinent in order to obtain all kinds of cultivation resources. Now that Kahara Kai was under his control, he naturally wanted to take over all of his property. He knew very well that if the liquid metal nano-robots hadn't mixed into Kahara Kai's soul, Kahara Kai would have stabbed him without any hesitation. Chapter 479. Wind, fire, water, and earth crystals. You want to form a virtual world? What great ambition! When Yang Feng entered the Kahara state's treasury, he looked around a little, and then his eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. He picked up 4 small crystal boxes and saw that there were several wind, fire, water, and earth crystals of different sizes inside. Kahara Kai sighed in frustration and took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes filled with jealousy. If I could form a virtual world, then Glorious Dawn Warlocks might not be my opponent. The countless geniuses of the Fuso subcontinent all want to form a virtual world, but in the end, no one has succeeded. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty, all warlocks understood that powerhouses who implanted a plane seed or formed a virtual world were truly peerless powerhouses with far greater battle prowess than those of the same rank. However, powerhouses who could truly form a virtual world were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. The Battle Demon sect was full of geniuses, but only 2 powerhouses could truly form a virtual world, Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian. The difficulty of forming a virtual world could be well imagined. When Yi Yuanyang revealed his virtual world in the Battle Demon sect, countless people exclaimed in admiration and shock. Yang Feng looked at the Kahara state's treasury and raised the corners of his mouth. The Kahara state's treasury is really rich. However, all of this belongs to me now. Kihara Kai could only stand aside and smile helplessly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. With these resources, I can smoothly promote to a starry sky warlock. Yang Feng implanted a semiplane in his sea of knowledge and let the semiplane grow and evolve alongside him. The semiplane provided Yang Feng with terrifying power, allowing him to contend against moonlight warlocks. However, the resources he needed to consume for cultivation also increased geometrically. In order for the semiplane to evolve into a real world, it needed to devour countless resources. If not for this, Yang Feng wouldn't have been forced to come to the Fuso subcontinent to open up a trade route. Yang Feng came to a secret room full of life magic energy in the Kihara state, closed his eyes, operated a secret method, and turned into a huge whirlpool. Inside the secret chamber, countless low-grade magic crystals flew towards Yang Feng's forehead. A small black hole appeared on Yang Feng's forehead. The countless low-grade magic crystals entered the black hole, and then flew into the semiplane in his sea of knowledge. Countless low-grade magic crystals entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge and immediately collapsed, and wisps of life magic energy escaped from the low-grade magic crystals and entered the semiplane. That demiplane seemed to have a life of its own. After devouring a large amount of mana crystals, it became even more solid and slowly expanded inch by inch. After devouring about 4 billion magic crystals, a core mixed with the plane origin and Yang Feng's soul slowly emerged in the semiplane's plane origin land, and various laws are engraved on the slowly taking shape crystal core. After the core was formed, Yang Feng, who was embracing the Kituyu sisters in the Satsuma port, stiffened slightly. Inside the Feisuo Plains divine country, Yang Feng's clone, who was building his own divine country, frowned slightly, and his divine eyes, as if traversing countless voids, looked in Yang Feng's direction. It seems that I have to step in. Yang Feng's clone no longer expended divine force and energy to build his divine country. Instead, he closed his eyes, immersed his mind into the level 2 optical computer, and began to manipulate Yang Feng's body in the Satsuma port. In the Satsuma port, Yang Feng's eyes, which were originally somewhat lifeless, became a bit more spirited. Yang Feng embraced the Kituyu sisters and revealed a frivolous smile, saying, "Kaiman Kumasaburo, the 2 women you gave me are pretty good. Today, I'll be merciful and grant you a wish." Kaiman Kumasaburo was overjoyed at once. The goods Yang Feng brought this time were worth at least 3 billion magic crystals. If he could earn hundreds of millions of magic crystals from Yang Feng, he could make up for his deficit. As for the Kituyu sisters, in his eyes, they were just 2 high-level playthings. They were worth at most a few 100,000 magic crystals, and this was still thanks to the bonus of the Phantom Fairy bloodline. Yang Feng showed a playful smile and said, "I heard that the ruler of the Black Snake State, Kurohibi Ko, humiliated you before you promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Not only did he snatch your beloved concubine, but he also killed your parents and son, right?" Kaiman Kumasaburo's face instantly stiffened while a wisp of resentment flashed through his eyes. He gulped down the entire cup of tea before him, and then he stretched out his hand and crushed the teacup. He spoke in a low voice, "Yes, that bastard really did kill my parents and son. I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. All right, I'll help you and send troops to destroy the Black Snake State. Let's go." Yang Feng got up, embraced the Kituyu sisters, and strode outside. Kaiman Kumasaburo was taken aback, and a look of struggle flashed in his eyes. He had prepared countless means and various Fuso witches, intending to trap Yang Feng in a land of gentleness and use their beauty to erode Yang Feng's body and will. Finally, taking advantage of Yang Feng's unguarded state, he poisoned him and controlled him. Now that Yang Feng intended to leave, all of Kaiman Kumasaburo's plans came to nothing. Besides, although Kaiman Kumasaburo hated the ruler of the Black Snake State, but the Black Snake State was one of the 4 subsidiary states of the Nishino State, after all. The ruler of the West Sea State would never agree to let Kaiman Kumasaburo fight the Black Snake State. "Sir Yang Feng, I have to keep watch over the Satsuma port. I can't leave here easily. Please allow me to send an avatar to fight with you." Kaiman Kumasaburo waved his hand, and a black light shone, and a handsome young man with a good impression of him appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. "Is this a flesh golem made from Fuso wood?" The Fuso wood was an ancient Fuso tree worshipped in the Holy Glory state in the center of the Fuso subcontinent. The ancient Fuso tree had survived from the Archgod age until now, and was more than 1 million years old. The reason why the Holy Glory state hadn't been replaced by the 4 major states yet was that it worshipped the ancient Fuso tree, which protected its people. Even Infinity Warlocks didn't dare to underestimate the ancient Fuso tree, so it was impossible to forcibly seize its branches and leaves. However, the ancient Fuso tree would shed some dead branches and leaves every year. The dead branches and leaves were precious materials for refining various secret treasures. The flesh puppet was a puppet avatar refined from the withered branches of the Fuso tree. Once this kind of puppet avatar was successfully refined, it would be vivid and lifelike, as if it had its own soul. If one didn't cultivate a special eye technique, they wouldn't be able to see that it was just a puppet. Yang Feng's mechanical avatar was concealed by the Moonlight Warlock rank Shilling Sea Wolf King, and Kaiman Kumasaburo didn't dare to use spells to look at him. If Kaiman Kumasaburo used a detection spell, the fact that Yang Feng's mechanical avatar wasn't human would be exposed. Many powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank like to get a flesh golem made from Fuso wood, throw it into some low-level planes, and then send the flesh golem to conquer the low-level planes. Planes were divided into 9 grades. Different grades of planes could accommodate different levels of life forms. In grade 9 planes, the strongest life forms that could be accommodated were merely Great Warlock rank life forms. When Moonlight Warlocks entered a grade 9 plane, they would be restricted by the plane origin, and their strength would be reduced to the Great Warlock rank. This was the power of laws. Infinity Warlocks could destroy a grade 9 plane. However, if they didn't restrict their strength, they wouldn't be able to enter a grade 9 plane. This was the law of the universe. Only by practicing cultivation until the Warlock Emperor realm could you reverse the law of the universe in a local area and descend to a grade 9 plane with Warlock Emperor rank power. Kaiman Kumasaburo said proudly, "That's right, it's a flesh golem made from Fuso wood." Fuso wood was so precious that every year, the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent would exchange many treasures with the Holy Glory City. The Fuso wood they obtained was basically sold to the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The amount of Fuso wood needed for the flesh golem in Kaiman Kumasaburo's hands was the sum of Fuso wood obtained by the 4 major states in 10 years. It was only through a fortuitous encounter that he obtained enough Fuso wood to refine this flesh golem. Yang Feng took a deep look at the flesh golem. His mind moved, and he cast several detection spells in succession on the flesh golem. The information fed back by the detection spells showed that the flesh golem was indeed human. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. Amazing. The flesh golem was a top treasure for concealing one's identity. If used properly, it would be equivalent to the most terrifying spy. Many powerful beings like to use secret treasures such as the flesh golem to transform into human warlocks and sneak into the human world to learn all kinds of powerful secret methods. Kaiman Kumasaburo showed a proud smile and closed his eyes. A strange fluctuation flickered, and as if it had a soul in its eyes, the flesh golem bowed 90 degrees to Yang Feng and uttered, "Well met, Sir Yang Feng, I am Sanada Fei." Yang Feng scanned with his spirit and found that the flesh golem with the alias Sanada Fei was completely different from Kaiman Kumasaburo in terms of voice, appearance, and soul fluctuations. Yang Feng said, "Let's go." Sanada Fei replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Once out of the lavender manor, Yang Feng snapped his fingers. In the sky, a dark cloud suddenly separated, a dazzling radiance descended from the sky and shone on Yang Feng and company. Under the illumination of the radiance, Yang Feng and company disappeared from where they stood. Chapter 480. When Kaiman Kumasaburo saw the bridge brimming with a sci-fi atmosphere, he was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "What is this place?" The North Moon sisters also studied the surroundings curiously as their bright eyes constantly swiveled around. There was a flash of coldness in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a smile, "This is my secret treasure warship. Now let's go destroy the Black Snake State." Several Arc-Astral warships hidden in the clouds flashed and followed Yang Feng's flagship towards the Black Snake State. The 4 arc-shaped battle stars abruptly stopped 500 kilometers above the Black Snake country's capital, Colossal Snake City. Numerous hatches opened on their hulls, and numerous starry sky rippers flew out of the arc-shaped battlestars like a tide. The main artilleries of the 4 arc battlestars began to charge. A few minutes later, one after another, resplendent beams of light barreled towards the 9 6-story-tall Warlock Towers in the Black Snake State's capital. A beam of light slammed into a 6-story-tall Warlock Tower in a flash, and the Warlock Tower activated its magic shields. Under the bombardment of the battlestar's main artilleries, the magic shields burst like bubbles. After the beam of light weakened a bit, it slammed into the Warlock Tower and engulfed it. A frightening shock wave swept in all directions, directly collapsing countless buildings around the Warlock Tower. After the beam of light disappeared, the 6-story-tall Warlock Tower cracked. In the next moment, another beam of light slammed into the Warlock Pagoda and engulfed it. All the warlocks inside were enstackled by the beam of light. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 battlestars' main artilleries destroyed 2 6-story-tall Warlock Towers in the Black Snake State's capital. The Black Snake State's 9-star Evil Snake Troll Great Array was destroyed just like that. Kaiman Kumasaburo instantly felt a wave of coldness in his heart when he saw this scene, and a wisp of terror surged out from within the captain's room. When the 9 6-story-tall Warlock Towers in the Black Snake State's kingdom combine with each other and exert their full power, they can form a 9-star Evil Snake Troll Array and use the power of the 9 Warlock Towers to summon the projection of an ancient evil god from the evil god plane into this plane. The Evil Snake Troll is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. With the help of the 9 Warlock Towers, its projection can even contend against a glorious Dawn Warlock. The 9-star Evil Snake Troll Array was the strongest defensive force of the Black Snake State, yet it was destroyed by a blow from Yangfeng's warship. Kaiman Kumasaburo suddenly felt a trace of fear towards the power Yangfeng controlled. When the 4 beams of light blasted out, the Warlock Towers in the Black Snake State's capital shone brightly, and defensive spells rose in the city. From the 4 arc battlestars, a dense rain of beams barreled towards the Black Snake State's capital. From time to time, some warlocks flew out of the Black Snake State. As soon as they appeared, they were covered by the rain of light and blasted into sieves. At the terrifying speed of Mach 10, the dense starry sky rippers covered the sky like a swarm of steel locusts, crazily flying towards the Black Snake country. Who dares to behave atrociously in our Black Snake State? A roar full of anger reverberated in the Black Snake State's capital, and a 300-meter-tall evil troll serpent covered in black scales with a human face inlaid on each black scale, with a horn on its head, resembling both a flood dragon and a snake, but with beast-like teeth, and a pair of black wings on its back suddenly appeared. The nefarious giant snake opened its mouth and spat out a black mist that stretched for dozens of kilometers. Wherever the black mist passed, the protective shields of the starry sky rippers shattered, and then the starry sky rippers turned into black water that dripped to the ground. The evil troll serpent was an extraordinary life form of the evil god plane. It was a descendant of the Infinity Warlock rank evil god, the 9-star evil god troll. In the entire evil god plane, there were only 9 pure-blooded evil troll serpents. The 9 pure-blooded evil troll serpents were glorious Dawn Warlock rank existences comparable to transcendence. The strongest innate ability of the evil troll serpent was serpent venom. In the wake of the serpent venom, all things perished and life withered. Even machines were corroded into a pool of black liquid. Many grotesque snake-like extraordinary life forms flew out from the evil troll serpent, displayed all kinds of incredible innate abilities, and fought with the starry sky rippers. The king of the Black Snake State, Kurohebe Ko, didn't pay any attention to the fighting around him. His snake-like pupils radiated gloomy demonic light, and each pupil turned into 4 eyeballs. As if capable of piercing through the netherworld, the 8 frightening eyes looked in the direction from which the 4 artillery beams came. The evil troll serpent pupils of the evil troll serpent were extremely powerful and possessed countless mysterious innate abilities. If practiced to the pinnacle, they could even pierce through the netherworld, cross planes, and see what's happening on other planes. Found them. 500 kilometers away. They actually launched an attack from 500 kilometers away. Kurohebe Ko swept the area with his gaze and found the 4 arc battlestars frantically charging energy hidden in the clouds, and stormy waves set off in his heart at once. Moonlight Warlock rank experts were already comparable to transcendence. They could attack from hundreds of kilometers away and kill a level 3 warlock that they had locked onto. However, even if it was an attack launched from hundreds of kilometers away, its power would diminish as the distance increased. Moonlight warlocks could kill a level 3 warlock from hundreds of kilometers away, but it was difficult for them to kill a great warlock from hundreds of kilometers away. Hundreds of kilometers away, the Arc Battlestars could launch a fearsome attack comparable to that of a Glorious Dawn warlock. This was simply appalling. In fact, in a vacuum environment, the Arc Battlestars could fire at each other from 10,000 kilometers away. However, in the Tsangji plane, the environment was fundamentally different from that of a vacuum environment. After calculation, the range of 500 kilometers was the limit of the Arc Battlestar's artillery fire. Any further, and the power of the artillery would weaken too much, they wouldn't be able to break through the 6-story-tall Warlock Tower. Kurohige Ko's eyes shimmered gloomily. What do I do? They're 10 kilometers away. Kurohige Ko's strongest spells, Giant Snake Poison and Evil Snake Pupils, had a maximum range of 10 kilometers. Beyond 10 kilometers, the power of the 2 secret spells would diminish. His Giant Snake Poison could still poison many ordinary people from 500 kilometers away, but it couldn't even destroy the Starry Sky Rippers. A 100-meter-long snake exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank aura swam to Kurohige Ko and asked, "Your Majesty, what do we do now? Do we send someone to destroy those secret treasures?" This snake was the Prime Minister of the Black Snake State, Kamida Omu. He was one of the 3 quasi-moonlight warlocks of the Black Snake State, and his strength was unfathomable. Kurohige Ko's eyes shimmered coldly, and he shook his head and said, "No, the other party came prepared. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng. He defeated the Taiyi Sect's Holy Sun Yi Yuanyang, subdued the Shilling Sea Wolf King, and assassinated Lei Jiangjiao. If we don't draw support from the Warlock Towers in the city, we're not their match. Go ask the Nishino State for help. I'll summon the evil god emissary." "Yes, Your Majesty." Kamida Omu responded respectfully, then changed back into his human form and turned into a stream of light flying towards a warlock tower. Kurohige Ko's figure shook, and he returned to his human form. With a flash of black light, he disappeared. The remaining 7 warlock towers suddenly shone, and red light exuding the smell of blood suddenly shot out and formed a blood-colored hexagram in midair. A giant blood-red egg slowly rose from the hexagram, and a queer and evil aura diffused from the giant blood-red egg. All of a sudden, a strange heartbeat came from the giant blood-colored egg, which spread throughout the Black Snake State's capital. Except for the places protected by the Warlock Tower's barriers, everyone below the official Warlock rank in the Black Snake State's capital bled from their facial orifices in an instant, and they spat out their hearts with malevolent expressions. In an instant, the 3 million people in the Black Snake State's capital died, and the hearts and blood essence they spat out flew into the giant egg from all directions. When Yang Feng saw this, his face flickered, and he uttered, "What a ruthless method." When the Kitamoto sisters saw this, their beautiful faces paled, and they felt cold all over, and they tightly held Yang Feng's arm. Kaiman Kumasaburo said with a smile, "That's normal. Isn't the value of those lowly mortals to be used by us? It's their honor to die for us mighty warlocks." Yang Feng frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Moonlight warlock rank powerhouses were already existences comparable to gods, and they had a lifespan of at least 4,000 years. In the eyes of many moonlight warlocks, mortals were nothing more than ants. No matter how many mortals died, they didn't care. Human Orthodox dynasties such as the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kardrid Dynasty had extremely strict restrictions on warlocks and formulated strict laws. Even moonlight warlocks couldn't massacre mortals on a large scale, or else they would be suppressed and killed. However, subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent, which believed in evil gods, had no scruples. They treated mortals as ants and used them unscrupulously. In the Tsangji Plain, many cruel secret treasures such as soulstones, which could only be refined by slaughtering a large number of humans, came from subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent. Chapter 481. After the giant blood-red egg absorbed the hearts and blood essence of 3 million ordinary people, its heartbeat suddenly accelerated by a lot. Crack. Following a crisp sound, the giant blood-red egg cracked open. A 100-meter-long crimson-red snake covered in flames and covered in countless scales, each of which had a human face in pain. It had a pair of wings on its back, a horn on its head, and the face of a beautiful woman on its forehead suddenly flew out from the egg, giving off an evil, strange, and terrifying aura. The giant snake was an evil god emissary, one of the underlying forces of the Black Snake State. Guided by the Infinity Warlock rank evil snake troll, the Black Snake State refined an evil god emissary using a drop of his ordinary blood plus 10 million ordinary people, 30,000 level 3 warlocks, 1,000 great warlocks, 100 starry sky warlocks, and a quasi-moonlight warlock as sacrifices. As soon as the evil god emissary was born, it possessed intermediate moonlight warlock rank strength. With the support of the 7 warlock towers, it could even contend against pinnacle moonlight warlock rank powerhouses. The only weakness of the evil god emissary was that it had to fight with the support of the 7 warlock towers, and its radius of operation was limited to 10 kilometers outside the capital. As soon as the evil god emissary was born, it sprayed a stream of blood-colored flames from its maw and swept towards the starry sky rippers. The blood-colored flames were extremely strange. As long as the starry sky rippers were touched by them, they would burst into flames, and then be burned into a pool of molten steel that fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of gunner robots fired wildly at the evil god emissary with Gauss rifles in their hands. Countless beams of light slammed into the evil god emissary and set off ripples, yet they couldn't harm it in the slightest. The evil god emissary turned around and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and a strange blood-colored flame fell from the sky and swept towards the gunner troops. In the midst of the blood-colored flames, countless gunner robots were burned to ashes, leaving behind a large area of scorched earth. Long live! Long live! Long live your majesty! Long live the evil god emissary! Seeing this scene, countless warlocks in the Black Snake State's capital shouted excitedly. As for the death of the 3 million mortals, they did not feel anything at all. Instead, they were immersed in the strength of the evil god emissary and were extremely excited. In the Fuso subcontinent, the concept of the strong being respected was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, much more serious than in many places on the Tsangji plain. The monarch of each country had to be the strongest person in their clan. Even if the strongest person was a piece of trash who knew nothing but cultivation, he could still be the monarch of that country. The evil god plane's evil gods were cruel, sinister, cruel, violent, and cruel. But because the evil god was strong enough, it became common in the Fuso subcontinent to worship the evil god. As long as one was talented enough and continued to sacrifice, the evil god would give one more power. On the other hand, ordinary cultivation was too difficult, and the cultivation speed was too slow. If Yang Feng hadn't gone on expeditions and seized countless precious cultivation resources, and had instead chosen to practice cultivation step by step, then with his original cultivation aptitude, even with the help of an optical computer, he still wouldn't have been able to practice cultivation until the Great Warlock realm. There was a flash in Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes, and he uttered, "The evil god emissary has no corporeal body. It is an embodiment of magic. It is impossible to kill him. Only by exhausting his magic power can he disappear. Sir Yang Feng, what are you going to do now? Retreat? Or surround the Black Snake State?" Yang Feng turned around and looked meaningfully at Kaiman Kumasaburo, saying, "The evil god emissary also has a weakness. He has an evil god core inside him. If the evil god core is destroyed, he will collapse completely. The 7 warlock towers that summon the evil god emissary are his weaknesses. Every time a warlock tower is destroyed, his strength will weaken by a fraction. As long as 3 more warlock towers are destroyed, he won't be able to maintain his existence." Kaiman Kumasaburo smiled awkwardly, saying, "Sir Yang Feng, you are really knowledgeable. As expected of a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. However, the evil god core of the evil god emissary can be moved. Without the power of a level 7 spell, it is impossible to destroy the evil god core in one blow. Besides, the 7 warlock towers are not that easy to destroy." Kaiman Kumasaburo's voice had just fallen, when he recalled the 2 warlock towers that were destroyed by Yang Feng, and he became even more embarrassed. As a warlock of the Fuso subcontinent, He naturally didn't want to see the evil god emissary so easily destroyed by Yang Feng. Otherwise, if the West Sea state were to face Yang Feng in the future, the evil god emissary would be unable to display its strength, and that would be despairing. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "In fact, it isn't difficult to destroy the evil god emissary." Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes showed a look of disapproval, but he didn't speak. The evil god emissary was one of the trump cards of the Fuso subcontinent's major states. How could it be so easily destroyed? Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Retreat." The mechanical legion that lost more than 100,000 battle robots quickly retreated from the Black Snake state. Only the 4 battle stars, relying on their range advantage, fired a rain of light beams barreling towards the Black Snake state's capital. The dense rain of light shot in 4 directions. Under the cover of the rain of light, small warlock towers were smashed one after another. When each warlock tower was blasted apart, the evil god emissary issued a strange voice, rushed towards the warlocks inside the warlock towers, opened its maw, and swallowed the Black Snake state's warlocks one by one. Seeing this scene, the countenance of the Black Snake state's warlocks changed dramatically, and they flew out of their warlock towers and turned into streams of light flying towards the 7 warlock towers. "Help! No! Don't eat me!" Miserable screams came from the Black Snake state's capital. With a sinister expression on his face, the evil god emissary merrily hunted the Black Snake state's warlocks who fled in all directions. Every time the Black Snake state's warlocks was devoured, the evil god emissary showed a look of delight, and its aura strengthened bit by bit. Yang Feng looked at the evil god emissary devouring the Black Snake state's warlocks and said with a faint smile, "An evil god emissary is a double-edged sword. If there are no enemies, then it will hunt its own people. I just need to keep up the pressure on the Black Snake state. The evil god emissary will collapse by itself." Kaiman Kumasaburo watched as the rain of light blasted apart the small warlock towers in the Black Snake state's capital one after another, and he nodded silently. In the Black Snake state's royal palace, Kurohibe Ko watched as the evil god emissary devoured the Black Snake state's warlocks, and his expression turned very unsightly. He asked coldly, "How did the Nishino state respond?" Kamida Omake wiped his cold sweat and said, "The Nishino state has agreed to send reinforcement. Minamida Shinichi told us to hold on for 1 day." A frigid expression on his face, Kurohibe Ko cursed, and a fierce killing intent soared into the sky. 1 day? Damn it! These damn beast. The warlock towers guarded the Black Snake state's aristocratic warlock families, as well as the elites and foundation of the state. It didn't matter if 1 or 2 aristocratic warlock families died, but now dozens of them died, which hurt the Black Snake state's vitality. The dozens of warlock families were destroyed, which meant that the Black Snake state would lose more than 10 starry sky warlocks within the next 100 years. When Kurohibe Ko thought that he provoked such a strong enemy, he felt hatred for the Nishino state's ruler. The Nishino state's capital, Seikyo Imperial Palace, in a palace. A tall, handsome man dressed in a purple robe sitting on a throne looked coldly at a man of medium build, elegant temperament, and dressed in a black robe. The man in a purple robe was the ruler of the Nishino state, Saijo Yoruwa, and the man in a black robe was the prime minister of the Nishino state, Minamida Shinichi. Saijo Yoruwa said indifferently, "Minamida, the Black Snake state has just sent a request for help." Minamida Shinichi showed a confident smile and said, "I already know, and I have summoned Kinoshita Makoto and Onome Wa. The 2 of them will lead a team to the Black Snake state. The West Sea state, the Black Snake state, the Kahara state, and the Anto state have always paid lip service to our state, so it's good to let them suffer a bit. It's best if the Black Snake state and Yang Feng both suffer losses. That way, we can take the opportunity to bring the Black Snake state under our control." Although the West Sea state and the other 3 states were subsidiary states of the Nishino state, but they also had their own independent will. Normally, they would obey the Nishino state's orders. But once the Nishino state weakened, the first to retaliate would be the West Sea state and the other 3 subsidiary states. Saijo Yoruwa frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. To be able to force the Black Snake state to ask for help, has Yang Feng's strength reached this point? Minamida Shinichi uttered with a smile, "Your Majesty, don't worry." With Yang Feng being so overbearing, the West Sea State and the other 3 major states will feel insecure. At that time, the Nishino state will gather the strength of all states and quell Yang Feng in one fell swoop. In this way, that sir will be very happy. His grace will be enough to let you break through your bottleneck and promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock. In the future, you will unify the Fuso subcontinent and become its true master. Saijo Yoruwa's eyes suddenly flashed with a scorching shade. Glorious Dawn Warlock. Saijo Yoruwa has been trapped in the quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock realm for more than 1,000 years. Although he has collected countless elixirs to break through bottlenecks by relying on the Nishino state, but he also knew that his success rate in breaking through to the glorious Dawn Warlock realm was less than 10%. The reason why Saijo Yoruwa attacked Yang Feng this time was because a powerhouse promised that if he could kill Yang Feng, then he would be given a bottle of precious elixir that would increase his chances of promoting to a glorious Dawn Warlock by 30%. Chapter 482. Human Warlock cultivation was a process of continuous evolution and metamorphosis into a higher life form. The further one progressed in Warlock cultivation, the more difficult it became. Even if a level 3 apprentice Warlock failed to break through to an official Warlock, their soul would only be slightly injured, but they wouldn't die. As long as they recuperated for a few years or a dozen years, they could recover. From level 1 Warlocks to level 3 Warlocks, they wouldn't die. However, once a Great Warlock failed to break through to a Starry Sky Warlock, their soul would be severely damaged. Without some precious elixirs, they wouldn't be able to break through to the Starry Sky Warlock realm again. If a Starry Sky Warlock failed to break through to the Moonlight Warlock realm, there was a 60% chance that they would die and a 40% chance that they would survive. If a Moonlight Warlock attempted to break through to the glorious Sun Warlock realm, there was a 90% chance that they would die and a 10% chance that they would survive. The higher the realm, the fewer the number of Warlocks. The Tsangji Plane's Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank experts were the foundation that Tsangji Plane accumulated over thousands or tens of thousands of years. If Saijo Yoruwa could promote to a glorious Sun Warlock, not only would his lifespan increase greatly, but he would also have the chance to unify the Fuso subcontinent. Naturally, he couldn't refuse such a condition. Saijo Yoruwa asked solemnly, "Have the Ogre Hound and Mountain Ape returned?" The Ogre Hound and Mountain Ape were 2 Moonlight Warlocks of the Nishino state. Instead of guarding the Nishino state, they traveled the Fuso subcontinent in search of opportunities. When the 8 Warlock dynasties were at their peak, the Fuso subcontinent had given birth to Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks. In the Fuso subcontinent, relics of ancient Warlocks could be found from time to time. The resources of the Nishino state were barely enough to support the 8 Moonlight Warlocks. If they wanted to improve their cultivation base, the Moonlight Warlocks could only travel around and look for opportunities. Since the Nishino state was going to suppress Yang Feng in one fell swoop, Saijo Yoruwa began to recall the Moonlight Warlocks traveling outside and suppress Yang Feng with the greatest force. There was a dignified look in Minamida Shinichi's eyes. The Ogre Hound is ready to return, but there's no response from the Mountain Ape. It's very likely that he has been killed. Saijo Yoruwa's face sank, and he said coldly, "Killed? Who attacked him?" Even in the Battle Demon sect, one of the 10 great sects, a Moonlight Warlock would receive great attention. For a state like the Nishino state, the 8 Moonlight Warlocks were equivalent to 8 pillars. The death of a Moonlight Warlock was equivalent to a broken pillar of the Nishino state. Minamida Shinichi, there's no information at the moment. Just as Minamida Shinichi and Saijo Yoruwa were discussing, a 100-meter-long flying boat made of levitating wood directly rose from Seikyo's flying boat port, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the Black Snake country. Just as the black airship flew 500 kilometers out of Shijing, 2 incomparably thick beams of light shot out from 2 archetype interstellar battleships 500 kilometers away, instantly bombarding the black airship. A magic shield appeared on the black flying boat. But before it could hold on for a breath of time, the magic shield collapsed, and the 2 light beams swallowed the flying boat, destroying nearly half of its surface area. A dense rain of light fell from the sky like meteors and swept towards the wreckage of the black flying boat. With flashes of magic radiance, Warlocks flew out from the wreckage of the black flying vessel, and then were shredded to pieces by the dense rain of light. "Who is it? Which bastard dares to ambush me here?" I'll tear you to pieces. A violent roar spread from the wreckage of the black flying vessel, and Junior Moonlight Warlock rank life force field metamorphosed and strengthened, climbing from the Junior Moonlight Warlock rank to the Intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank. A pitch-black one-eyed evil ogre suddenly appeared. It was a 100-meter-tall transcendent creature with 2 horns on its head and a single huge eye on its ferocious and terrifying ghostly face. One-eyed evil ogre was an ogre demonic creature of the evil god plane. It had a tyrannical fleshly body and terrifying recovery ability. Its single eye could see 360 degrees and see through many illusions. It was a kind of extraordinary life form that wasn't proficient in curses, but possessed a powerful fleshly body. The 2 interstellar battleships kept firing all kinds of cannons at the one-eyed evil ogre's body, but they only managed to break the one-eyed evil ogre's protective skin. The flesh of the one-eyed evil ogre squirmed, and the small wounds healed quickly. Damned ants, I'm coming to tear you apart. The ogre eye that has transformed into a one-eyed evil ogre flashed fiercely, and it blurred into motion and shot towards the 2 battlestars, leaving after images in its wake. An ashen face, Kinoshita Makoto, whose right half of his body was blasted to pieces, roared, "Onime wa, since the other party dared to ambush us, then there must be an ambush. The best course of action is to withdraw to Seikyo immediately." The Arc Battlestar's main artillery was extremely powerful. Kinoshita Makoto was only grazed a little, yet he was already seriously injured. If he was hit by the main artillery, he would be instackled. "You trash, if you want to go back yourself." From midair came Onime wa's ferocious roar. Kinoshita Makoto's face flickered, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a black ray of light shooting towards the ground. Once he landed, he could cast various spells to evade the battlestar's scanning. At the moment when Kinoshita Makoto was about to land, a 100-meter-long sword suddenly emerged from the ground and slashed at him with the force of a bolt of lightning. Kinoshita Makoto, who has just used his life-saving spells, could only watch helplessly as the 100-meter-long sword smashed his life force field and cut him in half. A man with a giant sword in hand, an unruly temperament, and a cheerful smile on his face stepped forward, grabbed Kinoshita Makoto's head, crushed it, and pinched the moonlight core in his hand. When Yang Feng's clone saw this scene, he was startled. Who is this person? What an overbearing spell! What an exquisite timing! The appearance of the man with the giant sword was not within Yang Feng's expectations. Kinoshita Makoto was a junior moonlight warlock. Even though he was seriously injured, but to be able to insta-kill him was by no means simple. The man with the giant sword swept the Nishino State's warlocks with a glance, and then blurred into motion and flew towards Onime wa's incarnation of the Cyclops evil ogre. At this moment, 100,000 starry sky rippers rushed towards the Cyclops evil ogre. The Cyclops evil ogre smiled ferociously, pulled off his left hand with his right hand, and twisted and changed into a huge wolf tooth club. His severed left hand healed at an astonishing speed. The Cyclops evil ogre suddenly rushed into the midst of the starry sky rippers in an instant, and the huge wolf tooth club turned into a storm that slammed into the starry sky rippers. Boom! 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 Huge explosions rang out incessantly. Under the attack of the one-eyed evil ogre, the starry sky rippers exploded crazily. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. The Cyclops evil ogre flew towards the 2 arc battlestars almost in a straight line. Evidently, he knew that fighting the starry sky rippers was meaningless. In the end, he would only be destroyed. As soon as the man with the giant sword flew into the sky, tens of thousands of starry sky rippers blocked in front of him, and countless electronic eyes stared at him. The man with a lascivious temperament said with a smile, "Hey, I have no ill intentions. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Lang of the Bright Moon School. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, I'm here to help you. If we were to fight and kill each other, wouldn't it be a laughing stock?" Yang Feng mused. Jiang Lang of the Bright Moon School? Jiang Lang of the Bright Moon School was the eldest disciple brother of the previous era as well as the most outstanding genius of the Bright Moon School in the past century. If nothing unexpected happens, he has a 90% chance of promoting to a Glorious Dawn Warlock and a 30% chance of promoting to a Bright World Warlock. Although he couldn't compare to freaks like the Taiyi Sex Yi Yuan Yang and the Battle Demon Sex Shi Shui, but he was still recognized as one of the peerless geniuses of the younger generation. A Starry Sky Ripper uttered, "So it's senior disciple brother Jiang. In that case, please help me get rid of that guy, senior disciple brother Jiang." The tens of thousands of Starry Sky Rippers scattered and turned into streams of light shooting towards the warlocks of the Nishino state. Jiang Lang glanced at the Starry Sky Rippers, and his eyes revealed a look of excitement. Interesting, these mechanical golems are so strong, and there are so many of them. The Starry Sky Rippers can reach a maximum speed of Mach 10, which is much faster than that of many Moonlight Warlocks. Unless Moonlight Warlocks use spatial teleportation spells or other spatial spells, they may surpass the Starry Sky Rippers in terms of speed. Jiang Lang has traveled a lot in the Tsangji Plain, but this is the first time he has seen such a powerful and numerous mechanical golems. The Cyclops Evil Ogre killed its way to a place 100 kilometers away from the Arc Battlestar as if there was no one there. Vast Junior Moonlight Warlock rank Ancient Dragon might suddenly gushed out, and the mechanical black dragon descended from the sky and belched a dragon breath beam barreling towards the Cyclops Evil Ogre in the form of a black beam. The Cyclops Evil Ogre was fighting the Starry Sky Ripper. Caught off guard, it was hit by the dragon breath cannon, and half of its body was vaporized. The Cyclops Evil Ogre roared in pain. "Damn it! You beast! Damn it!" The Cyclops Evil Ogre Onime Wa roared wildly, took out a palm-sized bag, opened it, and a blood essence containing the flesh and blood essence of 1 million ordinary people entered his mouth. Chapter 483. After Onime Wa's incarnation of the Cyclops Evil Ogre devoured the blood essence, countless granules surged in his vaporized wounds, and his injuries healed in an instant. The Cyclops Evil Ogre was an ogre extraordinary life form that wasn't proficient in curses and spells, but it had the terrifying innate ability to devour flesh and blood essence to instantly heal any injuries. If a terrifying transcendent creature like the Cyclops Evil Ogre went to a place with a lot of people and killed them, it would be able to recover its strength. It was an extremely troublesome ogre extraordinary life form. Since the Starry Sky Rippers were robots, they naturally didn't have flesh and blood for the Cyclops Evil Ogre to devour. Therefore, it could only devour the blood essence of mortals that it had prepared beforehand. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sighed slowly. Blood essence. The Fuso subcontinent is really a subcontinent where evil gods run amok. Even things like blood essence can be seen everywhere. Mortals were the foundation of the world of warlocks. All warlocks started out as mortals. Therefore, in orthodox dynasties such as the Great Cloud Dynasty, although the status of mortals was far lower than that of warlocks, but it was absolutely impossible for them to be crushed like ants. Once the evil warlocks who carried out massacres in the Great Cloud Dynasty were discovered, they would be besieged and killed by countless powerhouses. Subcontinents like the Fuso subcontinent, however, were far away from the emperor, and believed in evil gods. This was why they could unscrupulously use the flesh and blood of mortals as materials to refine all kinds of wicked treasures. When the Cyclops Evil Ogre Onime Wa transformed into recovered, he issued a tyrannical roar, and suddenly shot out. He crossed the distance of several kilometers, appeared above the mechanical black dragon, and mercilessly slammed his club at the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon's electronic eyes flashed, and a level 6 energy shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of it. When the huge wolf tooth club slammed into the energy shield capable of withstanding level 6 spells, the huge wolf tooth club burst out with strange runes, forcibly smashed the level 6 energy shield, and then slammed into the mechanical black dragon. Countless parts splashed from the mechanical black dragon's body, and the mechanical black dragon dropped from the sky and fell to the ground. Countless Starry Sky Rippers suddenly flew out and slashed at the one-eyed evil ogre that Guimu Wa had transformed into. Countless wounds appeared on the one-eyed evil ogre's body, and blood splashed everywhere. Onime Wa, who had transformed into a one-eyed evil ogre, wanted to follow up his victory and destroy the mechanical black dragon, but he could only wave his mace and destroy the Starry Sky Rippers that approached him. Jiang Lang stood in the void and looked into the distance, quickly analyzing, if nothing unexpected happens, this Cyclops evil spirit is dead. These mechanical puppets are truly terrifying. The one-eyed evil ghost that Gui Mu Wa had transformed into was almost invincible, and the wounds on his body healed almost instantly. But every time he healed an injury, the power in his body would be consumed. If he continued to accumulate like this, he would eventually run out of power and die. Currently, Onimua's consciousness was completely dominated by the one-eyed evil ogre that he had transformed into. His body and mind had completely transformed into a ruthless one-eyed evil ogre that loved to kill. He had no notion of escaping at all. Victory was victory, defeat was death. This was the inherent weakness of extraordinary life forms like the one-eyed evil ogre. Although evil god warlocks were extremely powerful and cultivated at an astonishing speed, but they had two major weaknesses. However, evil god warlocks have two major weaknesses. The first weakness is that their growth is limited, and they are restricted by the evil god they believe in. Evil god warlocks who believed in Moonlight Warlock rank evil gods could at most grow to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The second weakness was that they were easily dominated by the will of the evil god and turned into a puppet of the evil god. Or, like Onime Wa, they were completely dominated by the will of the one-eyed evil ogre and turned into a killing monster without a will of their own. I'll send you on your way. Taking advantage of the moment when the one-eyed evil ogre destroyed a dozen-plus Starry Sky Rippers, Jiang Lang slashed out with his sword, and a transparent sword ray turned into a solitary bolt of lightning shooting towards the one-eyed evil ogre. With a flash of light, the one-eyed evil ogre was split in two in an instant, and a copious amount of blood sprayed out from its body. The fleshly body of the one-eyed evil ogre was split in two, but countless granules extended from the two halves in an attempt to fuse together again. The most terrifying thing about an extraordinary life form like the one-eyed evil ogre was its resilience. Many extraordinary life forms that were much stronger than them would be exhausted to death by them. As if locusts, countless Starry Sky Rippers pounced on the one-eyed evil ogre and slashed at it. A copious amount of flesh and blood splashed, and the one-eyed evil ogre was chopped into countless pieces in an instant. When Jiang Lang saw the one-eyed evil ogre being dismembered by countless Starry Sky Rippers, he couldn't help but shudder. After a breath of time, a Starry Sky Ripper with a moonlight core in its hand flew out of the one-eyed evil ogre and arrived in front of Jiang Lang. This is the Bright Moon School's strongest offensive secret method, Bright Moon Sacred Sword. What a powerful secret method! As expected of the Bright Moon School's strongest combat secret method. Senior disciple brother Jiang, you're really amazing. No wonder you're the Bright Moon School's eldest disciple brother of the previous generation. Yang Feng's voice came from the mouth of the Starry Sky Ripper. At the same time, the Starry Sky Ripper extended a mechanical arm and handed the moonlight core to Jiang Lang. The Bright Moon Sacred Sword was the Bright Moon School's strongest offensive secret method. It was an invincible magic sword that absorbed a copious amount of metal elemental particles and moonlight energy. With the Bright Moon Sacred Sword, the founder of the Bright Moon School once rampaged through the world, slayed several Infinity Warlocks, and established the foundation of the Bright Moon School. In the Battle Demon sect, there was no secret method that could compare to the Bright Moon Sacred Sword in terms of offensive power. However, the Battle Demon secret method, the fundamental secret method of the Battle Demon sect, was extremely profound. In terms of comprehensive power, it was slightly better than the Bright Moon Sacred Sword. The Bright Moon Sacred Sword was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely difficult to practice. In the Bright Moon School, no more than 3 people in each era had successfully practiced this sword art. For Jiang Lang to be able to practice this secret method, he was indeed worthy of the name of a genius. Jiang Lang said with a self-deprecating smile, "Genius? Junior disciple brother Yang, I'm far worse than you. When I was in the Great Warlock realm, I had to expend tremendous effort to deal with a Starry Sky Warlock. You actually defeated that monster Yi Yuan Yang in the Great Warlock realm. Compared to you, I'm not a genius at all. I'm just a relatively hard-working ordinary person." Yang Feng said, "Senior disciple brother Jiang, I plan to flatten the Nishino state and then replace it." "What's your plan?" Jiang Lang's eyes lit up, and he said with a somewhat unrestrained smile, "Flatten the Nishino state? What a big move. That's really interesting. It just so happens that I have some grudges with the Nishino state. I'm very interested in flattening the Nishino state, so let me join in. The Fuso state's Fuso-cerulean nymphs taste pretty good. After flattening the Nishino state, I want 100 Fuso-cerulean nymphs to have a good time. Yang Feng said, no problem. Senior disciple Brother Jiang, please preside over this place and block the Nishino state's reinforcements. I'm currently besieging the Black Snake state. After I take down the Black Snake state, the Nishino state, the Kahara state, and the Anto state will behave themselves. Jiang Lang laughed heartily. Great. We killed 3 Moonlight Warlocks of the Nishino state, so it's bound to become more well-behaved. Yang Feng asked curiously, 3 Moonlight Warlocks? Jiang Lang played it down. When I was traveling in the Fuso subcontinent, I took a fancy to a woman. In the Nishino state, a son of a bitch called Yaman Ape came to fight with me over a woman. Since he couldn't win, I killed the woman. I couldn't take it anymore, so I also killed him. Now the Nishino state only has 5 Moonlight Warlocks left. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly when he heard that. What an amazing guy. In a fight between Moonlight Warlocks, the loser could often use various secret methods to escape. At the time in the Satsuma port, Yang Feng was confident that he could defeat Kaiman Kumasaburo, but he wasn't sure that he could make him stay. In the Kahara state, Yang Feng used assassination methods to plot against Kahara Kai, which was how he suppressed Kahara Kai and took control of the Kahara state. For Jiang Lang to be able to slay a Moonlight Warlock, his strength could be well imagined. Yang Feng said, then I'll leave this side to you. Jiang Lang said with a confident smile, no problem. With the help of your mechanical golems, even if the 5 of them come together, I won't be afraid. By the way, how many mechanical golems are there in total? How many can they be destroyed? Yang Feng replied, there are about 2 million mechanical golems. As long as the 2 motherships aren't destroyed, then it doesn't matter if the rest of the golems are destroyed. There was still an indifferent smile on Jiang Lang's face, but raging waves were set off in his heart. 2 million mechanical golems. And such powerful mechanical golems, how extravagant. It seems that he should have obtained the inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty. When the 2 million Starry Sky Rippers and other battle robots swarmed forward, even Jiang Lang would have to retreat. Although the Bright Moon Sacred Sword was extremely powerful and had extraordinary destructive power, but it also consumed a lot of energy. At his peak, Jiang Lang could only slash out 20 times in a row. Jiang Lang looked at the dense crowd of Starry Sky Rippers and mused, meteorological spells. Only a powerhouse proficient in meteorological spells can use secret treasures to destroy these 2 million mechanical golems. Otherwise, I can only use human lives to fill the gap. The Nishino state's capital, Seikyo Imperial Palace, in a palace hall. An anxious voice came from outside the hall, and a warlock rushed into the hall in a sorry state, knelt in front of Saijo Yoruwa, and shouted, Your Majesty, bad news. Your Majesty. An ominous premonition welled up in Saijo Yoruwa's heart, and he shouted, What's the matter? Speak. The warlock said tremblingly, The reinforcements we sent were ambushed and wiped out. Kinoshita Makoto, Onime W.A., and Sir, are dead. Saijo Yoruwa suddenly felt his vision darken, and he slumped on his throne. Chapter 484. The Nishino state originally had 8 Moonlight Warlocks. Among the Fuso subcontinent's 4 major states, it was one of the strongest states. Now that the Nishino state lost 3 Moonlight Warlocks at once, its status fell to the bottom of the 4 major states. In the Nishino state, there were many powerful existences similar to evil god emissaries. Many of these powerful existences were even stronger than Moonlight Warlocks. However, those powerful existences were like the evil god emissaries and had all sorts of restrictions. They could only be used a limited number of times, or they consumed a lot of energy. They were unable to leave a certain place. Only Moonlight Warlocks could go to various places to suppress rebellions and fight for the rights and interests of other forces. Moreover, as long as a Moonlight Warlock existed, they were a deterrent to other forces. The Fuso subcontinent's Holy Glory state had many powerful secret treasures left over from the ancient Warlock era. Even if a Glorious Dawn Warlock went to the Holy Glory state to behave atrociously, they would be quelled if they weren't careful. However, The Holy Glory state only had 2 Moonlight Warlocks. Therefore, although the 4 major states still treated the Holy Glory state as their master on the surface, but in private, they didn't attach any importance to it. Saijo Yoruwa had originally planned for the worst, which was to lose a Moonlight Warlock at most. Now that his reinforcements were ambushed and the mountain ape was slain by Jiang Lang, the death of 3 Moonlight Warlocks pained him greatly. A frigid look in his eyes, Saijo Yoruwa stared at Minamida Shinichi with frigid killing intent. Minamida Shinichi, who looked like he had aged by decades, said with a bitter expression on his face, "It's all my fault. I misjudged Yang Feng's strength. I didn't expect that in addition to his Moonlight Warlock rank strength, his golems would be so powerful. He hides his strength so deeply." Saijo Yoruwa uttered coldly, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Minamida, contact them immediately. Ask them to send Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses to suppress Yang Feng. Otherwise, with Yang Feng's vengeful nature, the Nishino state will be destroyed at his hands." A bitter expression on his face, Minamida Shinichi responded respectfully and retreated. "Yes, Your Majesty." Looking at Minamida Shinichi's lonely back, Saijo Yoruwa couldn't help but feel regret and murmured in a low voice, "Was my decision wrong?" After accepting the bribe from Tsungyuesi Pavilion, Minamida Shinichi told Saijo Yoruwa everything. In fact, it was Saijo Yoruwa who made the decision to deal with Yang Feng. When he thought that 3 Moonlight Warlocks died in this battle, Saijo Yoruwa felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Minamida Shinichi came to a secret room, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at a 3-eyed, pilously handsome evil god statue. A black magic light fell on the evil god statue. The third eye of the evil god idol opened and released a grey ray that condensed into a crystal mirror in the void. From the crystal mirror came a strange voice that was neither male nor female. "Minamida Shinichi, what's the matter?" Minamida Shinichi uttered respectfully, "Sir, Yang Feng's strength is far beyond our imagination. Yang Feng has just ambushed and killed 3 Moonlight Warlocks of the Nishino state. At present, we are unable to ensure that we can suppress him. Please send a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse or above to suppress Yang Feng. We will prepare the best offerings for you." The strange voice that was neither male nor female uttered discontentedly, "What a bunch of trash. You're one of the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent, yet you can't even deal with a puny great warlock. How useless." Minamida Shinichi lowered his head with a respectful expression. Even though he was scolded as trash, his mood didn't fluctuate. The strange voice that was neither male nor female uttered, "I see. I will send a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse or above to suppress Yang Feng. I need 100,000 16-year-old virgins, 200,000 16-year-old virgins, and 3 million healthy men with abundant blood essence. Go and make the preparations." Minamida Shinichi heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, sir." Yang Feng was only a great warlock, yet he already possessed such terrifying power. Once he grew up, who knows how terrifying he would be. Minamida Shinichi didn't care about the lives of a trifling 3 million ordinary people. If he could kill Yang Feng, then even if half of the Nishino state's people died, Minamida Shinichi would give the order without hesitation. The Black Snake State's capital. Kurohebe Ko stared at Kamida Omu with a cold gaze and enunciated each syllable. "What did you say?" "The reinforcements sent by the Nishino state were wiped out?" A pained expression on his face, Kamida Omu replied with difficulty, "Yes, Your Majesty, Kinoshita Makoto, Onome, and 2 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses sent by the Nishino state have died, and the reinforcements they commanded have been wiped out. Only 2 quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses luckily escaped. The Nishino state won't be able to send us reinforcements in a short time." As if he had fallen into an ice cave, Kurohebe Ko suddenly felt cold all over, as if he was frozen. Kamida Omu said, "The Nishino state also told us to ask for help from the West Sea state, the Kahara state, and the Anto state. I just sent a request to the 3 states." A glimmer of hope ignited in Kurohebe Ko. "What did they say?" Kamida Omu smiled bitterly. "The West Sea state said that its ruler is in closed-door cultivation, the Kahara state said that its ruler is injured, and the Anto state is willing to send a small force to assist us. Yang Feng took the initiative to attack the Black Snake state and wipe out the Nishino state's reinforcements. The West Sea state and the Anto state were scared out of their wits, and they began to withdraw their forces and defend themselves. No one was willing to send people to assist the Black Snake state. Kurohige Ko thought about it from another perspective. If he was the ruler of those states, he would never send quasi-moonlight warlocks, starry sky warlocks, and great warlocks to the Black Snake state to throw away their lives. Kurohige Ko asked solemnly, "How long can the evil god emissary last?" Kamida Omu's spirit shook slightly, and he replied, "With our current treasury reserves, we can still last for half a year." Kurohige Ko heaved a sigh of relief. In the distance, the main artilleries of the 4 arc battlestars suspended in the clouds shone brightly, and resplendent beams barreled towards a 6-story tall warlock tower in the Black Snake state. The evil god emissary instinctively felt a threat to its life. Its huge body twisted, and it blocked in front of the warlock tower. It raised the fingers of a hand, and a bloody shield covered in countless human faces appeared in front of it. The high-powered positron artillery beam that could destroy mountains slammed into the bloody shield in a flash and pierced through it. The remaining force blasted open a huge hole in the body of the evil god emissary. A bloody mist surged, and the wound on the evil god emissary's body healed by more than 70%. The most troublesome characteristic of evil god emissaries supported by warlock towers was that they were difficult to kill. In the Black Snake state, even quasi-glorious dawn warlocks would be exhausted to death if they fought an evil god emissary in the Black Snake state. After the positron artillery beam disappeared, half a breath later, another beam fired from the same direction and angle, slammed into the same part of the evil god emissary, pierced through it, and slammed into the 6-story tall warlock tower. With a blare, the level 3 warlocks inside the 6-story tall warlock tower spat out a mouthful of blood due to the tremendous shock. Almost in the next moment, another beam of light shot out from the same spot and angle. The evil god emissary could only extend its hands to block. The beam smashed the hands of the evil god emissary, slammed into the 6-story tall warlock tower, and blasted open a crack. When the last beam fell from the sky, the feet of the evil god emissary twisted, blocked in front of the beam, and were blasted into pieces by the positron artillery beam. The beam slammed heavily into the 6-story tall warlock tower and blasted open numerous cracks. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Black Snake state's warlocks surged with despair. Anyone could see that when the 4 astral warships fired their main artilleries, the 6-story tall warlock tower would be destroyed. A bloody mist lingered, and the evil god emissary, whose hands, feet, and chest were smashed, quickly twisted and restored to its original form, but there was no more cheer. The eyes of the Black Snake state's warlocks shimmered with despair and fear. Kamida Omu was silent for a long time before saying with difficulty, "Your Majesty, our defensive array will be destroyed within a day. We no longer have the power to resist the invasion of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Your Majesty, please escape. Otherwise, once the array is broken, it will be very difficult to escape." Kurohige Ko looked at the warlock towers that were full of cracks and could collapse at any time, and his eyes flashed with a touch of despair. He was very clear that it was only a matter of time before the remaining 7 warlock towers were destroyed. Even if he transformed into an evil giant snake, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of the astral warship's main artilleries. "Yang Feng, I am Kurohige Ko, the ruler of the Black Snake state. Why do you want to attack my state?" Kurohige Ko's voice suddenly sounded in the capital of the Black Snake state. Walking on air in his human form, he walked out of the royal palace and looked in the direction of the 4 astral warships 500 kilometers away. From a starry sky ripper came Yang Feng's mocking and strange mechanical voice. "Don't you know the reason? The Nishino state ordered you to eradicate me, so I'm just killing you before you do it." Chapter 485. Sure enough. There was a flash of bitterness in Kurohige Ko's eyes. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Sir Yang Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. The Black Snake state has never intended to harm you. As of today, the Black Snake state will sever ties with the Nishino state. Please stop attacking the Black Snake state." Yang Feng sneered, "Now that things have reached this point, do you think I will stop? In a day at most, I will be able to destroy all the resistance of the Black Snake State. There was a flash of madness in Kurohige Ko's eyes, and he barked, "If you forcibly attack the Black Snake State, then I will activate the final trump card of the Black Snake State and sacrifice the 13 million people in the Black Snake capital to the evil god 9-star evil troll snake. You will get nothing. The 13 million people in the Black Snake capital will die because of you." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the human warlocks in the Black Snake State shimmered with fear, and they turned into meteors fleeing in different directions. A rain of light shot by the 4 battle stars slammed into the human warlocks and tore them to pieces. Yang Feng said coldly and flatly, "The 13 million people of the Black Snake State are now my enemies. If you kill them all, then that's your problem. I won't feel anything even if they all die. However, they will all be my property in the future. If you kill them all, I will kill them all. If you kill them all, then I will find a way to kill all descendants of your bloodline." When Kurohige Ko heard Yang Feng's indifferent and callous words, he felt a chill in his heart. If it was someone with a strong sense of justice, they might compromise with Kurohige Ko because of the lives of the 13 million people. However, Yang Feng was clearly a person with a firm will and a heart of stone. He didn't care about the lives of the 13 million people. This method couldn't threaten him at all. Kurohige Ko finally gave up hope and sighed slowly. "The Black Snake State can surrender to you and compensate you for your losses." Yang Feng said flatly, "Since you're willing to surrender, then that's for the best. I can give you 2 choices. The first choice is to leave the Black Snake State with your subordinates and cronies, as well as your personal property. The second choice is to become my subordinate and be at my disposal. No matter what you choose, the Black Serpent Nation will cease to exist from today onwards." Kurohige Ko's eyes flickered for a moment before he finally let out a long sigh and said, "I choose the first one. I will bring my people and leave this place." If Kurohige Ko continued to resist, then except for Kurohige Ko and a few Starry Sky warlocks, no one else would be able to leave the Black Snake capital alive. As long as one was alive, anything was possible. Not long after, Kurohige Ko brought all his trusted subordinates and quickly evacuated from the Black Snake capital. A large number of Starry Sky Rippers and other battle robots flew into Black Snake capital and began to clean up the remaining resistance forces and suppress the rebels. At the same time, the huge mechanical army poured into every corner of Black Snake country like a tide, taking over the authority of Black Snake country and maintaining order. In the Turandot subcontinent, Yang Feng has already used robots to maintain his rule in many areas. Therefore, although it was somewhat troublesome to govern the Black Snake State, but it appeared somewhat calm. When the Black Snake State was destroyed by Yang Feng, the West Sea State and the Anto State felt a chill in their hearts. They privately sent envoys to express their goodwill to Yang Feng. Yang Feng assembled about 4 million battle robots and advanced into the Nishino State. Under the assault of the 4 million Starry Sky Rippers, one city after another of the Nishino State cities were captured. Countless warlocks affiliated to the Nishino State were killed, and the entire Nishino State was caught in artillery fire. Jiang Lang sat on the 2 battle stars and was responsible for intercepting the Nishino State's reinforcements. After losing 3 Moonlight warlocks, the Nishino State could no longer send reinforcements. Instead, it withdrew its forces and recalled the warlocks stationed in various places. Within a valley in the western capital was an incomparably spacious square. At the center of the square was a blood-red altar. Countless mysterious runes were carved on the blood-red altar, and at the same time, the heads of evil gods that emitted an evil aura were carved on it, causing one's heart to palpitate. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary people were escorted into the valley. They looked at the evil altar with fear in their eyes. In front of the bloody altar, Minamida Shinichi silently recited an incantation. One by one, the executioners dragged the mortals forward. As the mortals struggled, the executioners cut off their heads. A copious amount of blood gushed out of the ordinary people's heads. The evil god heads around the evil altar opened their eyes and inhaled the blood of the ordinary people. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary people were beheaded, and a copious amount of blood gushed out and entered the evil altar. The evil altar suddenly trembled, and a blood-colored pillar of light soared into the sky, straight into the clouds, and formed a blood-colored staircase in the sky. A 3-meter-tall evil god with a sinister face, a horn on the head, and a sinister smile on his face, a black carapace, and exuding glorious sun warlock rank might slowly walked up the bloody staircase. Minamida Shinichi looked at the evil god exuding glorious sun warlock rank might, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Once the glorious sun warlock rank evil god joined the battle, coupled with the assistance of the Nishino State's warlocks, they had a great chance of quelling young Feng. Black-horned ogre. To send such an existence, it seems that you're really determined to get my disciple. Following a sneer, a twisted hole strangely appeared on the bloody staircase, and a huge claw tore the bloody staircase and extended its hand towards the evil god with a horn on the head. The glorious sun warlock rank black-horned ogre was just about to resist, when a black ray ejected from the claw and landed on the forehead of the black-horned ogre. A twisted and strange rune appeared on the forehead of the black-horned ogre, and he trembled slightly, unable to budge. In front of the black giant claw, the glorious sun warlock rank black-horned ogre was powerless to resist, and his eyes shimmered with despair. Huang Iha, you dare to touch my people. Do you want me to wipe out your battle demon sect? An earth-shattering roar came from the other side of the blood-colored staircase, and a giant hand covered in green hair and terrifying people stretched out from the other side of the blood-colored staircase and grabbed at the black claw. Gyuja Lolo. If you have the ability, then come from the evil god plane. At that time, I'll capture you myself and suppress you in the battle demon sect's demon-subduing tower. The giant hand formed from Huang Iha's spell slapped the giant hand covered in green hair and shattered it, and then grabbed the glorious sun warlock rank black-horned ogre. Gyujalolo was an infinity warlock rank evil god of the evil god plane, and he possessed terrifying power. In terms of power alone, he was even superior to Huang Iha. However, Gyujalolo attacked from the evil god plane, separated by a great distance. Since Huang Iha attacked from the Tsungji plane, he could naturally break Gyujalolo's attack easily. As soon as the black-horned ogre was captured, the bloody staircase collapsed in an instant. Crack. A huge crack appeared on the scarlet altar. As if an invisible force pervaded the altar, the blood-colored altar crumbled inch by inch and turned into countless fragments that scattered about. When Minamida Shinichi saw this scene, his face flashed with an abnormal flush, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood that spilled on the ground. His eyes shimmered with despair. Is the Nishino state going to perish? Damn it, damn it. That damnable Huang Iha actually dared to capture my subordinates. Truly damnable. Countless fragments of the blood-colored altar suddenly flew up, and countless wisps of blood mist swayed, forming an incomparably distorted image. From that distorted image came a furious roar. Minamida Shinichi, I'll send you Yang Feng's location. Immediately send everyone from the Nishino state to kill him. Kill him for me. I'll go to the Tsungji plane with the 9-star evil troll snake and help you restrain the battle demon sect's people. Kill Yang Feng for me. I want him dead. Accompanied by a crazy and distorted roar, everyone near the blood-colored altar, except for Minamida Shinichi, collapsed one by one, and all their essence and blood were extracted. A copious amount of bloody chi condensed in the void and formed a 1,000-meter-long bloody demonic eye constructed from countless strange runes. The scarlet demonic eye floated in the Fuso subcontinent like a scarlet sun. It emitted traces of scarlet light that were hard to be seen by the naked eye and spread in all directions in the Fuso subcontinent. In the center of the Fuso subcontinent, in the center of the Holy Glory Nation, there was a 10,000-meter-tall tree that pierced through the clouds. Its lush branches and leaves were like a green canopy, full of beauty and mystery. The tree shook slightly, and rays of gentle green light enveloped the entire Holy Glory Nation. The strands of bloody light disappeared as soon as they came into contact with the gentle green light. In the entire Fuso subcontinent, except for some mysterious places with powerful barriers, all the places were permeated by traces of incomparably strange bloody light. In the hull of a battle star, Yang Feng's mechanical avatar was sitting on the bridge. A strange bloody light silently fell on his body, yet his mechanical avatar didn't seem to see the bloody light. The instruments in the hull didn't respond. A gloomy and cruel voice said coldly, "That's not it. It's just an avatar." Chapter 486. The Kahara State. In a secret room, Yang Feng, sitting on a jade bed, is condensing a starry sky core. Countless mysterious runes intertwined with his soul, and formed a crystal core-shaped starry sky core. A formidable life force field revolved around Yang Feng. A bloody thread quietly passed through the layers of barriers and touched Yang Feng's life force field. It issued a sizzling sound, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. The life force field of warlocks was an innately powerful barrier that could resist all kinds of attacks. Whether it was sound waves, spirit, soul, curses, or other attacks, they would be weakened and offset by the life force field of warlocks. An incomparably cold voice echoed in the void, filled with joy, "Found it. So he's here." In the valley, Guloro's voice sounded again, full of cruelty and ruthlessness. "Found him. I have found Yang Feng's location. I'll send you his location now. Kill him. At all costs, use the power of the Nishino state to kill him. Kill him and offer his body and soul as a sacrifice, and I'll give your ruler a secret treasure that will increase his chances of promoting to a glorious Dawn Warlock by 30%. In the sky, the several thousand-meter-long bloody eye collapsed, twisted, and turned into a bloody ray that landed on Minamida Shinichi's forehead and formed a strange bloody rune. Minamida Shinichi's back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart filled with lingering fear. The Kihara state. Yang Feng's original location is actually the Kihara state. In other words, the Kihara state has been secretly subdued by him. What a fearsome scheme. If the Kihara state stabs us in the back at a critical moment, then we'll be in danger. Although the Kihara state, the Anto state, the West Sea state, and the Black Snake state were far weaker than the Nishino state in terms of strength, but they all had long legacies and had Moonlight Warlocks and Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks guarding them. Once the Kihara state switched sides at the most critical moment, even the Nishino state may not be able to bear such a betrayal. Minamida Shinichi's eyes shimmered with determination, and he strode towards Seikyo. Yang Feng must be eradicated. The Kihara state's capital, the Ryuan city. Saijo Yoruwa strolled in the Rito city, his body shrouded in a strange light. He strolled in the city, but no one could see him. Minamida Shinichi, the Ogre Hound, Katsuragi Kojiro, and Moonlight Ogre Slayer, the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank experts followed Saijo Yoruwa and strolled through the Sosa city like ghosts. Saijo Yoruwa walked to the front of the Imperial Palace and looked at the high palace walls. His eyes flashed with self-mockery, and he said indifferently, "I never thought there would be a day when I would become an assassin." Although Saijo Yoruwa was a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank expert, but ever since he became the ruler of the Nishino state, he hasn't fought anyone. No matter what he wants, the 7 Moonlight Warlocks will defeat all enemies and offer everything to him. Now, as the ruler of the Nishino state, he was forced to personally act as an assassin, which made him sigh with emotion. Minamida Shinichi said bitterly, "It's all my fault." Saijo Yoruwa said with the demeanor of an emperor, "Minamida, we made that decision together. You're not the only one at fault. If I'm at fault, then I'm the one to blame." Minamida Shinichi was moved. He has followed Saijo Yoruwa for more than 1,000 years. He watched as Saijo Yoruwa led the Nishino state from the weakest of the 4 major states to the top of the 4 major states. If it wasn't for provoking Yang Feng, the Nishino state might have become the leader of the 4 major states in the future. But now, everything has come to naught. Under the attack of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, the Nishino state was in a precarious situation, and could be destroyed at any time. Yang Feng has already built a large number of munitions factories in many places in the Kihara state at the same time. Once the munitions factories are completed, Yang Feng will be able to produce a large number of starry sky rippers from the Kihara state. That will be the day of the decisive battle that Yang Feng has chosen. As one of the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent, the Nishino state's underlying strength is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Now that victory is within Yang Feng's grasp, he naturally has to advance step by step. On one hand, he uprooted the Nishino state's local forces, and on the other hand, he accumulated his own strength, ready to launch a shocking blow at any time. Sensing the danger of the situation, Saijo Yoruwa dispatched quasi-moonlight warlocks to lead the royal guards to attack the mechanical legion. Starry sky rippers were everywhere in the Nishino state. Every time they were dispatched, there would be more than 10,000 of them. Although the Nishino state's royal guards were powerful, but they suffered losses every time they fought the Starry Sky Rippers. Over time, the Nishino state's royal guards suffered heavy casualties, and half of them were killed. Yet, the number of Starry Sky Rippers didn't decrease. Saijo Yoruwa felt like a noose was wrapped around his neck, tightening inch by inch. In the end, he could only agree to assassinate Yang Feng himself. Saijo Yoruwa's figure fluttered, and he appeared on the Imperial Palace's wall. Detection spells fixed in the Imperial Palace instantly fell on Saijo Yoruwa and broke the distorted light shield. There's an assassin. When the Kihara state's royal guards patrolling the city wall saw Saijo Yoruwa at a glance, their complexion changed dramatically, and they shouted. Loud and clear alarms rang throughout the entire Imperial Palace. The ogre hound smiled ferociously and silently recited an incantation, and black light shone. In an instant, he transformed into a 100-meter-tall hound covered in long black fur, with a huge horn on his head, and shrouded in demonic chi. The ogre hound transformed into the evil godplane's unicorn evil ogre hound. The unicorn evil ogre hound was born with a powerful fleshly body. After reaching adulthood, it possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. Although the unicorn evil ogre hound wasn't proficient in spells, but its ogre hound teeth could break countless defensive spells. Even if it was a glorious Dawn Warlock's magic shield, it could still bite through it ferociously. After the ogre hound transformed into the unicorn evil ogre hound, the 4 Moonlight Warlocks Saijo Yoruwa, Minamida Shinichi, Katsuragi Kojiro, and Moonlight Ogre Slayer blurred into motion and flew onto its back. The unicorn evil ogre hound blurred into motion and rushed towards Yang Feng's secret chamber, leaving after images in its wake. The warlock towers in the Imperial Palace flashed, and magic shields suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Saijo Yoruwa and company. The unicorn evil ogre hound slammed its horn into the magic shields, and the magic shields capable of resisting Moonlight Warlock rank attacks shattered one after another. The unicorn evil ogre hound not only had powerful teeth, but the horn on its head could also destroy countless powerful defensive barriers. With a flash of magic light, fire elemental particles surged, and a 100-meter-long arrow shimmering with green flames shot towards the unicorn evil ogre hound. Evil ogres like the unicorn evil ogre hound feared lightning, fire, and light the most. The green flame arrow was called Thunderfire Greenlight. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock, they would be seriously injured or even purified into ashes if shot by the Thunderfire Greenlight. Saijo Yoruwa raised his eyebrows slightly. With a flip of his hand, a level 6 secret treasure, Black Fire Bottle, engraved with countless mysterious runes, appeared in his hand. A huge devouring force gushed out from the mouth of the Black Fire Bottle and instantly sucked the flame arrow into it. Your Majesty Saijo, why did you break into my Imperial Palace? Although the Kihara state is a vassal state of the Nishino state, but the Imperial Palace isn't a place where you can break into at will, Your Majesty Saijo. With a flash of green light, Kihara Kai appeared on a rockery 500 meters away from Saijo Yoruwa and company. Looking at Saijo Yoruwa's group of 5, his eyes shimmered with anger, and he asked coldly, Kihara Kai, don't waste your breath. Our purpose today is to kill Yang Feng, who is hiding in your Imperial Palace. If you are willing to help us, then we can let bygones be bygones. Besides, the Nishino state can exempt the Kihara state from paying tribute for 1,000 years. At the same time, we can agree to 3 requests that are not too excessive. If you are not willing to help us, then you don't have to help either side. We can let bygones be bygones, and the Nishino state can exempt the Kihara state from paying tribute for 100 years. If you insist on being enemies with us, then I, Minamida Shinichi, will do everything in my power to kill everyone in the Kihara state and offer them to the evil god. Even if I have to chase you for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, I will kill all your children and grandchildren. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Hurry up and make a decision. Minamida Shinichi's words were as sharp as knives. Kihara Kai smiled bitterly. If he had a choice, after listening to Minamida Shinichi's words, he would definitely choose not to help either side, or even stab Yang Feng in the back. However, countless liquid metal nano-robots have been implanted in his body, and he has no control over his life or death. Even if he wanted to betray Yang Feng, he couldn't do it. Kihara Kai shook his head and flattered, "Since you already know, then there's nothing more to say. Sir Yang Feng is the master of fate, the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent. It's my honor to serve him. I will never betray him. Evil god emissary, show yourself." A blood-colored coffin suddenly emerged from the palace, and a strange heartbeat came from the blood-colored coffin. Chapter 487. The 9 6-story-tall Warlock Towers in the Saseki city radiated blood-colored light from all directions and entered the blood-colored coffin. The blood-colored coffin lid suddenly flew out and bounced to the side. An evil, ferocious, and tyrannical aura spread out from the blood-colored coffin. The eyes of Saijo Yoruwa and the other 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses shimmered with a dignified glint. Evil god emissaries were evil beings refined by the rulers of the Fuso subcontinent's major states according to the guidance of their respective evil gods by using blood sacrifice and other evil methods. Every evil god emissary had an incredible innate ability, which couldn't be underestimated. The complexion of Katsuragi Kojiro, who was proficient in curse techniques, suddenly changed. He opened his mouth, and a large hand with green hair stretched out of his throat. The hand directly pierced into the top of his head and forcefully clawed. The hand directly tore through the top of his head and forcibly dug out the moonlight core in his head. Saijo Yoruwa's face fell, and he warned loudly, "Be careful. This evil god emissary is a void evil ogre, and it has the innate ability to freely travel through the void." Katsuragi Kojiro's body suddenly burst apart, and a cyan void evil ogre covered in cyan fur, with a ferocious face, and shorter than an ordinary person appeared in front of everyone. The void evil ogre showed everyone a malevolent smile, and then its body blurred. "Go away, I'll suppress it." Saijo Yoruwa frowned slightly, then silently recited an incantation, and quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank might diffused from him. He extended his hand, and his right hand turned into an inhuman claw that slashed at the void. A ghostly claw suddenly stretched out from the empty void and collided with Saijo Yoruwa's ghostly claw. The void evil ghost suddenly appeared in the void and flew backwards like a broken rag doll. There was a flash of distorted light, and the void evil ogre disappeared in an instant. Saijo Yoruwa casually clawed at the void and once again forced the void evil ogre out of the void. Although the void evil ghost had the innate ability to travel through the void, it was still an emissary of the heretic god without any intelligence. Even with the support of the Warlock Towers and advanced Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, he still couldn't break through Saijo Yoruwa's defensive line. Saijo Yoruwa is well aware that with the blessing of the Kahara State's 9 Warlock Towers, the Void Evil Ogre is virtually undying. He didn't cast any world-shaking spells, but just entangled with the Void Evil Ogre, preventing it from going after Minamida Shinichi and the others. Your Majesty Shicheng truly lives up to his name. It seems that I have no choice but to act. Kihara Kai sighed slightly, then silently recited an incantation and took a few steps back. His body swayed slightly, black light shone, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall evil god Orochi evil ogre with a green face and countless tendrils growing all over his body. Greenwood evil ogres were powerful evil ogres of the evil god plane. After reaching adulthood, they would possess Moonlight Warlock rank power. The Greenwood Evil Ogre clan was born with the ability to control all kinds of extraordinary plants and strengthen the power of many extraordinary plants. In forests full of extraordinary plants, they possessed terrifying battle prowess. Kihara Kai transformed into an Azurewood Evil Ogre. Inside the palace, a 20-meter-tall ink cloud tree with countless black leaves shook its branches, and countless black leaves suddenly flew out, as if turning into a dark cloud, covering the sky. The 3 Moonlight Warlock rank experts Moonlight Ogre Slayer, Minamida Shinichi, and Ogrehound were shrouded by the dark cloud, and as if they fell into a domain of darkness, they couldn't see anything. The Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary perception was also obscured. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and bright moonlight radiated from him and illuminated the space covered by the ink cloud tree's leaves. Illuminated by the moonlight, the space returned to normal. The earth suddenly trembled, and countless tendrils rose from the earth and swept towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer and the other 2 Moonlight Warlocks. "Sir Prime Minister, leave this to me. Quickly go and kill Yang Feng." The Moonlight Ogre Slayer screamed, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a 30-meter-tall handsome Moonlight Evil Ogre with a moonlight imprint engraved on his forehead. The Moonlight Evil Ogre was a humanoid existence born from moonlight. The first Moonlight Evil Ogre was a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, a darling of moonlight, and one of the 108 Warlock Monarchs who followed the first Warlock Emperor Time Lord. When the Moonlight Evil Ogre followed the Time Lord, it was called the Moonlight Monarch. After the Time Lord died, the first Warlock dynasty fell apart. The Moonlight Monarch went to the Evil God Plane, was polluted by the Evil God Plane, and became a first-generation Moonlight Evil Ogre. Although there were only 2 or 3 Moonlight Evil Ogres in each generation, but they still passed down their inheritance. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer obtained a Moonlight Evil Ogre inheritance after a fortuitous encounter. In terms of inheritance alone, the Moonlight Ogre Slayer's inheritance was even stronger than Saijo Yoruwa's. When the Moonlight Ogre Slayer turned into a Moonlight Evil Ogre, moonlight gathered around him and formed crescent moon-like moon discs. Manipulated by the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, the crescent moons slashed at the tendrils in the surroundings. The tendrils were instantly sliced apart by the incredibly sharp moon wheel, and a path was carved out in the tendrils' forest. The Ogre Hound carrying Minamida Shinichi leaped into the passage and crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. The moonlight mark on the Moonlight Ogre Slayer's forehead shone, and dozens of moon discs suddenly appeared and swept in all directions. Countless tendrils poured out from all directions and swept towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, and then were cut into pieces by the moon discs. One type of extraordinary plant after another seemed to have awakened, and they surged over from all directions. All kinds of incredible attacks shot towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. In terms of rank and evolution potential, the Moonlight Evil Ogre was much higher than the Azurewood Evil Ogre. But in the royal palace, under the attack of the endless plant-type extraordinary life forms, the Moonlight Evil Ogre suffered a few small losses. The Ogre Hound has just escaped from the extraordinary plant forest with Minamida Shinichi on its back, when the Moonlight Warlock rank mechanical black dragon descended from the sky and fired a dragon breath beam barreling towards the Ogre Hound. The Ogre Hound's incarnation of a horned evil Ogre Hound belched a black pillar of evil chi, which intertwined with the dragon breath beam in the sky and eventually annihilated each other. Neither side gained the upper hand. Minamida Shinichi's figure blurred, and he turned into a green ray, left the Ogre Hound behind, and went to the palace where Yang Feng was cultivating in seclusion. He slammed a fist into a wall and blasted it to pieces. Behind the wall was a secret room covered in a powerful barrier. Inside the secret room sat a person with his eyes closed. It was Yang Feng. Minamida Shinichi's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 10-meter-tall green-faced evil ogre with a green face and fangs. Green-faced evil ogres were ordinary evil ogres of the evil god plane, and their ultimate evolution potential was the Moonlight Warlock rank. They had the formidable strength and terrifying speed of evil gods, and were proficient in curses. Apart from this, they didn't have many characteristics. They appeared very mediocre among evil gods. However, green-faced evil ogres had an illustrious reputation among humans. Human Moonlight Warlocks of the same rank were not their opponents. In order to kill Yang Feng, Minamida Shinichi used this trump card for the first time. "You're late." Yang Feng, who was sitting motionlessly, suddenly opened his eyes, which shone brightly, and a set of black armor appeared on him. He took a step forward, primal chaos aura diffused from him, and a primal chaos annihilation fist containing a trace of world force barreled towards Minamida Shinichi. When the primal chaos annihilation fist containing the law of power slammed into Minamida Shinichi's abdomen, a tyrannical force erupted in an instant, and the lower half of Minamida Shinichi's body was shattered. Minamida Shinichi's eyes shimmered with astonishment, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Starry Sky Warlock. You promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock." Yang Feng could contend against Junior Moonlight Warlock rank Yi Yuan Yang when he was in the Great Warlock realm. Now that he has promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock, his battle prowess suddenly soared several-fold. When Minamida Shinichi thought of this, he shuddered inside. With a flash of flames, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and spurted out a golden sun flame that swept toward Minamida Shinichi. In the golden sun flames, Minamida Shinichi's upper body was burned to ashes, leaving only a moonlight core behind. After killing Minamida Shinichi in an instant, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared behind the Ogre Hound incarnated into a unicorn evil Ogre Hound and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the back of the unicorn evil Ogre Hound. Primal chaos force erupted and blasted a huge bloody hole in the abdomen of the unicorn evil Ogre Hound, and a copious amount of flesh and blood splashed about. The mechanical black dragon took this opportunity to fire a dragon breath beam that slammed into the head of the unicorn evil Ogre Hound and blasted open a huge hole. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede took the opportunity to spit out a stream of golden sun flames towards the one-horned evil Ogre Hound. The violent golden sun flames burned the one-horned evil Ogre Hound into ashes, leaving only a moonlight core. When the Moonlight Ogre Slayer saw this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine, and he bellowed, "Your Majesty, run." Moonlight discs shot out and cut the dense extraordinary plant forest into countless pieces. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer blurred into motion, turned into a stream of moonlight, and fled outside the Imperial Palace. Chapter 488. An azure magic shield suddenly blocked in front of the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer burst out with dozens of moonlight discs and smashed the azure magic shield. The azure magic shield has just collapsed, when another transparent magic shield blocked in front of the Moonlight Ogre Slasher, layer upon layer, seemingly without end. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer was forced to frantically cast spells and bombard the magic shields that kept appearing one after another. Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared behind the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, and sent an overbearing primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer's face fell. The moonlight mark on his forehead suddenly lit up, and a copious amount of moonlight gathered and formed a total of 36 layers of moonlight shields. When the primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the moonlight shields, it shattered layer by layer. Finally, when the 34th layer was reached, the fist force was exhausted, and the shields collapsed. Virtually at the same time, a vine suddenly ejected from the void and mercilessly whipped the Moonlight Ogre Slayer on the back, splitting his back. The mechanical black dragon opened its maw, and a dragon breath beam slammed into the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, smashing the last 3 layers of defense of the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The beam blasted a big hole in the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede opened its maw, and golden sun flames swept towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer's eyes flashed with despair, and he screamed miserably, "Your Majesty, save me." In the Kihara State's royal palace, a powerful barrier was activated. Unable to escape, the Moonlight Ogre Slayer could only seek help from Saijo Yoruwa. Saijo Yoruwa frowned slightly, then raised the black fire flask and pointed at the golden sun flames. The golden sun flames were strangely sucked into the black fire flask. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer has just heaved a sigh of relief, when gravity balls shot out from the Imperial Palace and hit him, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and his movements became extremely sluggish. A dense swarm of starry sky rippers suddenly flew out at Mach 10 speed and slashed at the Moonlight Ogre Slayer. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer's eyes flashed fiercely, and he waved his hand, and moonlight discs revolved and turned into a moonlight disc storm. When the starry sky rippers approached the moonlight disc storm, they were directly chopped to pieces. Saijo Yoruwa glanced at Yang Feng with a frigid gaze, and killing intent streaked past. Then, and he said frigidly, "Yang Feng, and I'll pretend that nothing happened today." Yang said with a cold smile, "Yang Feng of you, Yang Feng, Yang Feng? Yang of, you said nothing? God Star Yang God you, Star God God." The 3 arc battle stars hidden in the clouds suddenly appeared, and their 3 main artilleries locked on Saijo Yoruwa and the Moonlight Ogre Killer from afar. Saijo Yoruwa's face changed greatly, and he blurred into motion, leaving an afterimage in his wake, and disappeared. The arc of the war oth of. The wari warts star oth. With, and by, arc. Star, oth of roared. The arc battlestar's main artillery was so powerful that it could even severely wound a glorious Dawn Warlock with a single shot. Neither Saijo Yoruwa nor the Moonlight Okikutter dared to let the interstellar battleship's main cannons lock onto them. The Void Heavenly Ghost's figure flickered as it kept chasing after Saijo Yoruwa, forcing him to fight it. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he frantically extracted the power of the semiplane inside him. He strangely appeared in front of the Moonlight transformed from the Moonlight Ogre Beheader and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the Moonlight Ogre Beheader. The lower half of the Moonlight Ghost Beheader's body was blasted into smithereens by the tyrannical power. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede opened its mouth and spat out a stream of golden sun flames that swept up the Moonlight Ghost Beheader's remaining upper body. Under the burning of the golden sun flames, the Moonlight Ghost Slash only lasted for a few seconds before it turned into ashes amidst a miserable shriek. Only a moonlight core remained. When Saijo Yoruwa saw this scene, his heart turned cold. He silently recited an incantation, and black light shone. He transformed into a multi-headed, multi-armed troll with 3 heads and 6 arms, standing over 100 meters tall. On the 6 arms of the multi-armed troll Saijo Yoruwa transformed into, there were 6 level 6 secret treasures: the black fire flask, the lightning sword, the flame halberd, the split wind blade, the Vajra shield, and the mountain hammer. Secret treasures were treasures developed by human warlocks to deal with powerful existences from other planes. The reason why human warlocks were able to establish the 8 warlock dynasties and suppress countless planes was due to the power of secret treasures. Alchemists were the most respected and had the highest status on the Tsangji plane. Even potioneering warlocks were slightly inferior to alchemy warlocks in status. Level 6 secret treasures and above had another name in other planes: divine armaments. Even on the Tsangji plane, level 6 secret treasures were very precious. Although the ruler of the Kihara state, Kihara Kai, was a moonlight warlock, but he didn't have a suitable level 6 secret treasure. Saijo Yoruwa used the power of the Nishino state, spent countless precious treasures, and spent 1,000 years to invite the Tsangji plane's alchemists to refine these 6 level 6 secret treasures. The Void Evil Ogre suddenly appeared from the void and grabbed at Saijo Yoruwa's back. "Go to hell!" Saijo Yoruwa roared, and the Thunder Light Sword in his hand slashed down on the Void Evil Ogre. Countless flashes of lightning flashed, and the Void Evil Ogre was paralyzed by the electricity. The mountain hammer smashed into the back of the Void Evil Ogre with the power to shatter mountains, and the Void Evil Ogre was shattered into countless pieces that flew in all directions. The flame halberd stabbed forward, and a violent blue flame suddenly gushed out and madly burned the remains of the Void Evil Ogre, making sizzling sounds. If it was a Void Evil Ogre with a true corporeal body, it would have been seriously injured by Saijo Yoruwa's attack, and would have had to flee. Rays of blood-red light came from all directions and poured into the remains of the Void Evil Ogre. In a breath's time, another Void Evil Ogre was formed. With the 9 Warlock Towers as the core power source, even Glorious Dawn Warlocks would find it difficult to eliminate evil god emissaries. This was the most troublesome aspect of evil god emissaries. The mechanical black dragon opened its mouth and shot out a dragon breath cannon, which turned into a beam of light and blasted towards Saijo Yoruwa. Saijo Yoruwa raised the Vajra shield to block. When the dragon breath beam slammed into the Vajra shield, it was immediately blocked by the golden light. The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede suddenly belched golden sun flames. Saijo Yoruwa raised the black fire flask, and then absorbed the golden sun flames. Kihara Kai operated a spell, and countless thick tendrils swept towards Saijo Yoruwa. Saijo Yoruwa brandished the flame halberd, and a copious amount of violent flames suddenly erupted and burned the thick tendrils. He brandished the space splitter blade in his hand again, and the violent flames of the Windblade sword became more vigorous and swept towards the royal palace in all directions. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with dignity. "So strong. That's a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank existence for you. In the royal palace, he can fight 4 Moonlight Warlocks by himself. If it wasn't for the Void Evil Ogre restraining him, then the mechanical black dragon, the 6-winged sun-devouring centipede, and Kihara Kai together might not be his opponent." With the 6 level 6 secret treasures in hand, Saijo Yoruwa, like an invincible transcendent, easily neutralized the siege of the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, today, only death awaits you. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he retreated 1,000 meters away. The countless starry sky rippers hidden in the Suki city turned into a steel cloud and rushed towards Saijo Yoruwa's incarnation of a multi-armed troll. A beam of fire soared into the sky, and thousands of starry sky rippers that activated their energy shields collapsed and shattered. Countless wind blades flickered, and thousands of starry sky rippers were cut into countless pieces again. Violent lightning snakes danced in the air, and wherever they passed, starry sky rippers fell to the ground like rain. No matter how Saijo Yoruwa attacked, there seemed to be no end to the starry sky rippers that kept coming at him. The sound of huge explosions rang almost incessantly. Saijo Yoruwa had little time to catch his breath. Every moment, he had to expend a great deal of energy to destroy thousands upon thousands of starry sky rippers. Once he relaxed a little, the starry sky rippers would cut open wounds on his body. The various gravity balls and spatial disruptions shot towards Saijo Yoruwa almost without stopping, making his body extremely heavy, and his physical strength and spirit force quickly depleted. Yang Feng, do you dare to fight me fairly? What kind of hero are you to use these mechanical golems to consume my power? As a dignified disciple of the Battle Demon sect, don't you dare to fight me heroically? A resplendent bolt of lightning soared into the sky, and a violent lightning snake shot in all directions. In the wake of the lightning snake, thousands of starry sky rippers were blown to pieces. At the same time, Saijo Yoruwa's mad roars came from the lightning snake. After the lightning snake disappeared, the wounded Saijo Yoruwa stared at Yang Feng aboard a battlestar 500 kilometers away. Quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses were extremely powerful. Yang Feng knew that he wasn't a match for such powerhouses, so he naturally didn't want to stay on the battlefield. Otherwise, he would be killed by Saijo Yoruwa. Yang Feng said flatly, "It's no use, Saijo Yoruwa. The winner is king and the loser a bandit. I know that I'm not your opponent right now. Only after I promote to a Moonlight Warlock will I be able to cut off your head myself. Therefore, I can only use the Mechanical Legion to exhaust you. Please rest in peace." Chapter 489. There was a flash of despair in Saijo Yoruwa's eyes, and he turned into a black ray shooting away lightning fast. A transparent magic barrier blocked in front of Saijo Yoruwa, and then he slashed it apart. The magic barrier had just been broken, when another azure magic barrier blocked in front of Saijo Yoruwa. The Void Evil Ogre suddenly flashed out of the void and sent a claw at Saijo Yoruwa. Saijo Yoruwa raised his shield and blocked the claw of the Void Evil Ogre. The mechanical black dragon took this opportunity to lash its tail at Saijo Yoruwa and send him crashing into the royal palace. The royal palace was covered with countless defensive arrays. Even though Saijo Yoruwa was a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock, it would take him some time to escape. However, Yang Feng wouldn't give him the time to escape. Hundreds of starry sky rippers took this opportunity to slash at Saijo Yoruwa, and hundreds of wounds appeared on his body, and blood splashed about. Saijo Yoruwa let out a fierce roar. Lightning flashed and lightning snakes danced in the air, bombarding the hundreds of starry sky rippers and shattering them one by one. Eyes shot with blood, Saijo Yoruwa exuded a dangerous aura, and his gaze locked on the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, exuding a dangerous light. "Are you going to go all out? Even if you can't kill me, at least go all out to kill a few of my assistants. Unfortunately, even if you want to go all out, you can't." Yang Feng's voice suddenly sounded beside Saijo Yoruwa, and the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede flew out in an instant, locked on Saijo Yoruwa from afar, and fired dragon breath beams and golden sun flames at him from time to time. Countless starry sky rippers and other battle robots rushed towards Saijo Yoruwa like cannon fodder. All kinds of light beams bombarded Saijo Yoruwa's body, consuming his power. There was a flash of despair in Saijo Yoruwa's eyes. He had planned to go all out to kill the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. But now there were countless starry sky rippers blocking his way. Even if he went all out, he wasn't sure if he could kill the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. Yang Feng looked at Saijo Yoruwa from the battlestar and said lightly, "Saijo Yoruwa, you're pretty strong. I appreciate you very much. Submit to me, and you can live. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." A trace of arrogance flashed in Saijo Yoruwa's eyes, and he shouted, "You're not qualified to make me submit. Unless you have a fair fight with me and defeat me in a fair fight. I'm only willing to submit to you because I'm afraid. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Oh, in that case, you want to die? If you die, I won't even need to do anything myself. Countless hungry wolves will tear your Shichen clan to pieces. They'll live a life worse than death. You should be very clear about what will happen to your most precious daughter, Saijo Yatsuki, who is known as the #1 beauty of the Nishino state. Don't you know what will happen to your most beloved beauties and concubines? After all, the number of clans that have been sent to hell by you are not few." Saijo Yoruwa felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He was silent for a while. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. The Nishino state was one of the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent. As the ruler of the Nishino state, Saijo Yoruwa had sent countless clans to hell in order to rise to power. After those clans fell to hell, their fates were extremely miserable. Saijo Yoruwa shuddered inside when he thought that his concubines and daughter would fall into such a situation. 2 conditions. Yang Feng, as long as you agree to them, I'll be willing to submit to you. Just like Kihara Kai, I'll be restricted by you. Saijo Yoruwa was a very smart person. He guessed that Kihara Kai was being controlled by Yang Feng using a strange spell. "Speak." Yang Feng waved his hand, and the starry sky rippers stopped and stared covetously at Saijo Yoruwa. "First, don't make things difficult for the family members of Minamida Shinichi and them. They died for me. I don't want their family members to end up miserable. Second, you have to marry my daughter, Saijo Yatsuki." Saijo Yoruwa looked at the battle star Yang Feng was riding and said loudly. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said decisively, "I agree." With a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock joining his side, not only could Yang Feng's power increase greatly, but he could also smoothly get his hands on the Nishino state. This would allow Yang Feng to have great power in the Fuso subcontinent. Saijo Yoruwa put away all his secret treasures, prostrated himself on the ground in Yang Feng's direction, and said respectfully as if worshipping an evil god, "Greetings, Lord." Even though Saijo Yoruwa was the ruler of the Nishino state, but when worshipping evil gods and drawing support from them, he still had to prostrate himself on the ground to please them. This ritual was essential, otherwise the evil gods wouldn't have given them power. Yang Feng pressed a button, and missiles flew out of the battle star. When they reached the imperial palace, they dispersed, turned into parachutes dragging boxes, and landed on the ground. Engineering robots stepped forward, opened the boxes, took out the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, and injected it into Saijo Yoruwa. A formidable life force surged inside Saijo Yoruwa and killed the liquid metal nano-robot elixir in an instant. All the liquid metal nano-robots have been killed. Please lower the target's immunity. Otherwise, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir will be ineffective. A line of information appeared in Yang Feng's pupils. Yang Feng sighed. Quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses are really powerful. The life force inside them can make them immune to most poisons. The stronger a Warlock's cultivation base was, the stronger their physique would be. If they could reach the Warlock Emperor realm, they would be immune to virtually all poisons in the world. Only some innate poison-type innate abilities might be able to injure them. "Lord, I have a way to let the restriction enter my body." Saijo Yoruwa also felt the changes in his body, and took out a vial of elixir and drank it. As soon as the vial of elixir entered his body, the quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank life force inside Saijo Yoruwa disappeared, and he looked a bit haggard. The engineering robot stepped forward and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir into Saijo Yoruwa. Saijo Yoruwa's immunity was barely activated. After killing some of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, he allowed the liquid metal nano-robot elixir to erode his whole body and eventually merge with his soul. About an hour later, Saijo Yoruwa's aura slowly strengthened, and he finally recovered. Saijo Yoruwa understood that if Yang Feng didn't have the means to control him, he would immediately fall out with him and kill him. After all, a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock who could rebel at any time was too dangerous. If Saijo Yoruwa and them hadn't taken the initiative to assassinate Yang Feng and entered the Kihara State's imperial city, they wouldn't have been forced to the point where they couldn't escape. Otherwise, With Saijo Yoruwa's quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank strength, even if he was besieged by Yang Feng and his people, he could still easily escape. As the ruler of the Nishino state, Saijo Yoruwa naturally understood the mentality of a ruler, and so made a decisive choice. When the liquid metal nano-robot elixir completely eroded Saijo Yoruwa, the killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes disappeared, and the swarm of starry sky rippers immediately flew away. Countless engineering robots quickly poured in, collected the remains of the destroyed starry sky rippers, and transported them to various munitions factories for smelting and remanufacturing. When the Arc Battlestar flew over the Imperial Palace, a ray of light enveloped Saijo Yoruwa and brought him to the bridge. When Saijo Yoruwa saw the various instruments full of sci-fi style inside the Battlestar, his eyes flashed with shock. This is the interior of Yang Feng's warship? It's completely different from the secret treasures I've seen. As expected of a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, Saijo Yoruwa came to in front of Yang Feng sitting on the bridge and said, "My lord, I have something to report." Yang Feng asked, "What is it? Speak." A complicated look in his eyes, Saijo Yoruwa said, "I was invited by the Tsungyue Pavilion. I had eyes but failed to recognize you, my lord. The Tsungyue Pavilion's Tsungyue Shengtian and the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's Jiang Wanghai have brought people here. In another month, they will arrive at the Fuso subcontinent." Originally, if Saijo Yoruwa had joined up with the Tsungyue Pavilion's powerhouses, then assassinate Yang Feng, he would have been more confident. However, Yang Feng could flatten the Nishino state within a month. Saijo Yoruwa had no choice but to release the arrow on the bowstring, but he didn't expect to end up like this. Yang Feng glanced at Saijo Yoruwa. Saijo Yoruwa responded promptly, "When the time comes, I will cooperate with you to kill those rebels, my lord." Yang Feng nodded with satisfaction. With Saijo Yoruwa as a mole, Tsungyue Shengtian and them wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Saijo Yoruwa continued, "My lord, there's a reason why I accepted Tsungyue Shengtian's invitation so easily. The force behind Tsungyue Shengtian isn't simple. It even has an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse." Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked keenly, "Isn't it an Infinity Warlock rank evil god of the evil god plane?" The evil god plane was extremely far away from the Tsangji plane. Moreover, once an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse entered the Tsangji plane, they wouldn't be able to hide their whereabouts before the barrier set up by the 8 Warlock Emperors. As long as Yang Feng didn't go to the evil god plane to throw away his life, the Infinity Warlock rank evil gods of the evil god plane wouldn't be able to come and kill him in person. The 8 Warlock Emperors set up powerful barriers and created a variety of secret treasures to probe the Tsangji plane. Once an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse from another plane entered the Tsangji plane without permission, they would be detected by those secret treasures. Since their whereabouts were completely under the control of those secret treasures, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses wouldn't easily come to the Tsangji plane. Chapter 490. Saijo Yoruwa replied, "No, that's an Infinity Warlock of the Tsangji plane. Of course, I only have a vague feeling, but I have no concrete evidence." Yang Feng frowned slightly. An Infinity Warlock of the Tsangji plane. Each Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is the pillar of a force. Even among the 10 great sects, they were among the strongest. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the strongest known powerhouses were Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. It is definitely not a pleasant thing to be an enemy of a living Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved slightly. An Infinity Warlock? There's no way to deal with an enemy of this level. Let's leave it to teacher and the others. Saijo Yoruwa said solemnly, "Tsungyue Shengtian and them are very cunning. It won't be that easy to ambush them. I'll return to the Nishino state to prepare. Master, please keep your mechanical legion in its current state." Yang Feng replied, "All right." After the discussion, Saijo Yoruwa quietly returned to the Nishino state that very night. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Nishino state, the capital of Saijo state. Tsungyue Shengtian and Jiang Wanghai, the 2 leaders of the Weiyi city's top 10 sea merchant groups, arrived in front of the gate of the Saijo royal palace along with 5 Moonlight Warlocks and 16 Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks. A great warlock wearing a suit of armor stepped forward and barked, This is the Imperial City's restricted area. Idlers are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Sangyu Xiongtian took out a blood-colored wooden token and shook it, and a three-headed, six-armed, ferocious multi-armed evil god flew out of the wooden token, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, and a fierce aura diffused from the wooden token. The complexion of the great warlock changed dramatically, and he bowed 90 degrees in salute, saying, "So it's a distinguished guest invited by His Majesty. Sorry, I failed to recognize Mount Tai. Open the gate." The gate opened, and Sangyu Xiongtian and his party swaggered into the city. The slender moonlight warlock Gui San frowned slightly and said, "The rulers of the Fuso subcontinent believe in evil gods, and treachery is commonplace. Isn't it inappropriate for us to enter the imperial city of the Nishino state?" The major forces of the Fuso subcontinent believed in evil gods. This was a fact known to all moonlight warlocks in the region. It was an unspoken rule that moonlight warlocks abided by not entering royal cities. Sangyu Xiongtian uttered with a smile, "Don't worry, Saijo Yoruwa fought Yang Feng not long ago, and his moonlight warlocks suffered heavy casualties. Only Minamida Shinichi escaped with serious injuries. With our strength, even if Saijo Yoruwa fell out with us and wanted to keep us here, he wouldn't be able to do it. Yang Feng's mechanical legion has already arrived, he wouldn't be so unwise." The other moonlight warlocks thought about it and agreed, so they didn't say anything else. 6 moonlight warlocks, 16 quasi-moonlight warlocks, plus a quasi-glorious dawn warlock. This force can even contend against glorious dawn warlocks. Even if Saijo Yoruwa went crazy and activated the warlock towers in the imperial city, he still wouldn't be able to stop this force from leaving. With a bright smile on her face, a voluptuous, sexy, gorgeous, and coquettish woman greeted them. "Sir Sangyu Xiongtian, may I ask if you are Sir Sangyu Xiongtian?" "I am Hong Ying. His Majesty asked me to wait for you here, sirs. Please come with me, sirs." Sangyu Xiongtian nodded, and then, led by Hong Ying, they came to a spacious, bright, and magnificent hall. There was an incense burner in each of the 4 corners of the hall, from which a peculiar fragrance diffused. When Sangyu Xiongtian and his party smelled the peculiar fragrance permeating the hall, they felt their spirits roused, and the life force inside them became a lot more active. Jiang Wanghai glanced at the incense burners, showed a smile, and transmitted a spirit ripple to Sangyu Xiongtian and them. "This is the Fuso subcontinent's specialty rejuvenation incense. It seems that Saijo Yoruwa is anxious to use such a treasure to entertain us." Rejuvenation incense was an extremely precious specialty of the Fuso subcontinent. If used during cultivation, rejuvenation incense could clear a person's mind and make it easier to absorb all kinds of knowledge. Often smelling this fragrance could also improve one's spirit force to a small extent. Each rejuvenation incense was worth more than 100,000 magic crystals. Moreover, there was no market for it, and it was extremely difficult to buy. Sangyu Xiongtian and his party glanced at the rejuvenation incense and smiled. For Saijo Yoruwa to take out such a precious treasure to entertain them, he was obviously anxious. In this way, they would be able to take the initiative in the following negotiations. Beautiful and delicate Fuso demon maidens with various bloodlines walked out of the hall and led Sangyu Xiongtian and his party to their respective seats. All kinds of precious delicacies were served to the banquet like flowing water. After each dish was served, the Fuso demon maidens would taste it first to show that it was not poisonous. Sangyu Xiongtian and his party carefully cast detection spells on the delicacies and the Fuso demon maidens. After making sure that the delicacies were not poisonous, they began to gorge themselves on the delicacies. Before long, a stunning woman with long black hair, picturesque features, snow-white skin, an oval face, and an extraordinary temperament exuding a classical aura walked into the palace along with a fragrance wafting from her. Among the quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouses, several people stared at the stunningly beautiful woman with greed in their eyes. The stunning woman smiled sweetly and said, "I am Saijo Yatsuki. Hello, uncles. Are you satisfied with these delicacies?" There was a flash of displeasure in Sangyu Xiongtian's eyes, and he asked solemnly, "Niece Yatsuki, where's your father? Why hasn't he come to see us?" As the leaders of the Wei Sea City's top 10 sea merchant groups, Sangyu Xiongtian and them had a lofty status. They had never paid much attention to the Fuso subcontinent's powerhouses. In the entire Nishino state, only Saijo Yoruwa had the same status as them. Yet Saijo Yoruwa didn't come out to greet them, which naturally made them quite unhappy. Saijo Yatsuki smiled sweetly and said, "My father is entertaining a distinguished guest, so I can only entertain uncles." Jiang Wanghai snorted discontentedly. "What distinguished guest? He's more important than us." Saijo Yatsuki replied with a sweet smile, "He's a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, Sir Yang Feng, and my future husband." Shocked, Tsungyue Xiongtian frantically operated the life force inside him, only to discover to his horror that the life force inside him disappeared without a trace in an instant. The faces of Jiang Wanghai and the other powerhouses changed dramatically as well, and they were shocked to find that the life force inside them disappeared. Tsungyue Xiongtian's face was pale, and his eyes flashed with despair and unwillingness, saying, "Poison, when did you poison me?" Saijo Yatsuki smiled sweetly and uttered, "Rejuvenating incense and whale oil of the mysterious fragrant whale combined with a special elixir will become a strange tonic. It can suppress the life force of a warlock for a day and recuperate the body. You'll lose all your strength in a day. But tomorrow, not only will your strength be restored, but you'll also receive great benefits. This isn't a poison, so poison detection spells won't have any effect." Saijo Yatsuki's beautiful eyes sparkled with indescribable wisdom and a confident smile on her face. "My father has submitted to Sir Yang Feng. The Saijo family needs a big gift in exchange for Sir Yang Feng's trust. Therefore, thank you very much for being the gift the Saijo family offers to Sir Yang Feng." The faces of Tsungyue Xiongtian and his party were ashen, and their eyes shimmered with despair and unwillingness. Jiang Wanghai gritted his teeth and crushed a bead in his hand. A powerful spatial force immediately diffused from the bead and enveloped him. With a flash of magic light, the space in the hall became chaotic. Jiang Wanghai trembled slightly, and the spatial force enveloping him disappeared. "It's useless. A powerful barrier has been activated in the Wanhua Hall. Unless a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse takes action, no one can save you." Saijo Yatsuki clapped her hands, and a team of royal guards in black armor suddenly poured out from the side, pressed Tsungyue Xiongtian and the other Moonlight Warlocks to the ground, and tied them up. If they still had their life force, then Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses like Tsungyue Xiongtian would be able to kill the royal guards with a glance. But now, they could only let themselves be slaughtered. They were tied up, and all their secret treasures were searched. There was nothing left. "Amazing. Saijo Yoruwa, your daughter is really smart." With a smile on his face, Yang Feng strode in, followed by Saijo Yoruwa. Originally, Yang Feng had mobilized all his experts to besiege Tsungyue Xiongtian and the other powerhouses. However, Saijo Yatsuki used a small trick to capture Tsungyue Xiongtian and the other Moonlight Warlocks alive. This method made Yang Feng have a whole new level of respect for her. Saijo Yoruwa responded with a smile, "My lord, it was just a fluke. Tsungyue Xiongtian and the others are from the Great Cloud Dynasty. They have always looked down on people from the Fuso subcontinent. It was because they were too arrogant that they fell into a trap." With a fragrance wafting out from her, Saijo Yatsuki came to in front of Yang Feng and bowed gracefully. "Greetings, Sir Husband." "Good." Yang Feng looked at the gentle, crafty, beautiful, and lovely Saijo Yatsuki, who exudes a sparkling luster and a classical aura, and his eyes lit up, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Saijo Yatsuki pointed at Tsungyue Xiongtian and the other powerhouses and said with a sweet smile, "This is a gift I prepared for Sir Husband. Do you like it, Sir Husband?" Yang Feng glanced at Tsungyue Xiongtian and company and revealed a smile. "Of course I like it. This gift is really great." Once Tsungyue Xiongtian and Jiang Wanghai, two of the Weiyi city's top 10 sea merchant groups, were under his control, Yang Feng would gain two forces that could generate endless wealth and relieve the pressure on his cultivation resources. Chapter 491. In the Myriad Flower Palace, Yang Feng sat on the throne, and the person sitting next to him was Saijo Yatsuki. Saijo Yoruwa and Jiang Lang sat on his left and right respectively. Yang Feng said flatly, "Tsungyue Xiongtian, who is supporting you from behind?" Tsungyue Xiongtian didn't want to answer, but he couldn't stop himself from answering. My lord, I don't know. It's an extremely secretive organization. After I joined the organization, I was granted secret methods and a large number of treasures by the organization, and finally promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. As for the organization, I only know that it's called Magic Note, an organization with an Infinity Warlock rank existence. It's extremely powerful. Yang Feng was startled. Magic Note? That's the name of the 7th Warlock dynasty. Among the Tsangji Plains 8 Warlock dynasties, the Warlock Emperors of the 1st to 7th Warlock dynasties were peerless existences who suppressed countless planes. Among the 8 Warlock dynasties, except for the 8th Warlock dynasty's Dawnlord, who was slightly weaker, the other 7 Warlock Emperors were basically indistinguishable in terms of strength. After all, when the 7 Warlock Emperors were alive, they suppressed many planes, and no one could compete with them. Magic Note was the name of the 7th Warlock dynasty. If that organization was related to the 7th Warlock dynasty Magic Note dynasty, then it would be very frightening. The Magic Note dynasty was famous for its secret treasures and powerful secret methods. In the Magic Note dynasty era, human warlocks created countless new secret methods and developed countless powerful secret treasures. The number of secret methods created by the Magic Note dynasty was definitely the highest among the 8 Warlock dynasties. Yang Feng asked again, but found out that Tsungyue Xiongtian's status in the organization wasn't high, and the things he knew were very limited. Tsungyue Xiongtian mainly earned a lot of resources in the Wei Sea city, purchased all kinds of rare treasures, and sent them to the Magic Note organization. The reason why Tsungyue Xiongtian believed that the Magic Note organization had an Infinity Warlock was because the organization instructed him to collect as many precious treasures as possible that Infinity Warlocks needed. The precious treasures that Infinity Warlocks need to practice cultivation are priceless, immeasurable, and precious to the extreme. Over the past 1,000 years, Tsungyue Xiongtian had only collected a dozen or so. If the resources were used to cultivate Moonlight Warlocks, they could cultivate 2 or 3 Moonlight Warlocks. If they don't have an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, ordinary forces won't go to great lengths to collect all kinds of rare treasures that Infinity Warlocks need to practice cultivation. Saijo Yatsuki asked with a smile, "Lord Husband, what are your next plans?" Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he said, "Of course I'm going to attack the West Sea State and the Anto State together, and then bring all the small states originally affiliated to the Nishino state under my control. Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me perish. The more territory they controlled, the more resources they would have." For Yang Feng to evolve the semiplane into a world inside him, who knows how many resources he would have to consume. The resources provided by Yang Feng's forces in the Turandot subcontinent and the Feisuo plain plus the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state was still far from enough. Saijo Yatsuki's beautiful eyes flashed with joy, and she praised loudly, "As expected of my lord husband. As expected of a hero." Saijo Yatsuki pondered for a while, and then said, "The head of state of the West Sea State Soma Shinichiro is very cunning. It will be a bit difficult to trick him out of the West Sea State. Although the head of state of the Anto State Akagi Ja only has a junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, but he never leaves the Anto State's royal palace. However, we have people in the 2 states, so we can arrange for assassins to go in. Lord Husband, you have a peerless assassin in your hands. You might as well ask him to assassinate the 2 heads of state. In this way, the West Sea State and the Anto State will be at your fingertips." Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm the assassin." Saijo Yatsuki was slightly startled, saying, "It's you. Then we'll have to change our plans a bit. The risk of assassination is too great. If we don't succeed, we'll die trying. Lord Husband, you can't take such a risk." Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just have my mechanical legion crush them. If they don't surrender, kill them all." When Saijo Yatsuki thought of the nearly endless mechanical legion, she revealed a smile. With such formidable power, the way to go was to crush them head-on. A few days later, the huge mechanical legion formed of 4 million battle robots formed a dark cloud that nearly enveloped the entire Anto state. Among the dark cloud, there were 6 arc battlestars suspended in the air. The countless turrets on the battlestars would strike fear into the hearts of anyone who laid eyes on them. The shilling sea wolf king flew out of a battlestar and said loudly, "The head of state of the Anto state Akagi Ja, the head of state of the Nishino state Yang Feng summons you to Seikyo as a guest." Akagi Ja's voice came from the Anto state. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty Yang Feng. However, I'm currently ill, so I'm afraid I can't go to Seikyo. I'll increase this year's annual tribute by 50% as an apology for not being able to go to Seikyo." The shilling sea wolf king's face flickered, and he barked, "How dare you disobey His Majesty's order? Attack!" Along with flashes of light, the 6 arc battlestars shone, and 6 beams barreled towards a warlock tower in the Anto city. One defensive barrier after another opened and covered the entire Anto city. When the 6 beams of light slammed into the barrier, they easily pierced through it and blasted into a warlock pagoda. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the 6-story-tall warlock tower was blasted to pieces. Countless starry sky rippers, space disruptors, wind manipulators, ice manipulators, and other battle robots poured into the Anto city. Magic lights flickered and 20-meter-long winged evil snakes flew out one after another, clashing with the starry sky rippers. Winged evil snakes were extraordinary life forms that possessed great warlock rank battle prowess once they matured. The Anto state exhausted its resources to cultivate 200,000 of them as a trump card. The 200,000 winged evil serpents opened their mouths and shot evil serpent beads towards the battle robots. When a starry sky ripper was hit by an evil snake bead, its energy shield collapsed, and then the evil snake bead smashed into pieces. A gravity manipulator fired a gravity sphere at the winged nefarious serpent and slammed into it. The winged nefarious serpent was pressed down as if it was carrying a mountain on its back. 6 starry sky rippers descended from the sky, brandished the blades in their hands, and instantly chopped the winged evil snake into countless pieces. As soon as the 200,000 winged evil snake legion appeared, they were besieged by the fearless starry sky rippers and suffered heavy casualties. Their numbers continued to decrease. Akagi Ja's furious roar came from the Anto city. "Yang Feng, you're going too far." Along with flashes of magic light, a 100-meter-tall intermediate moonlight warlock rank scarlet nefarious ogre with 2 horns on the head, a sinister expression on its face, and exuding frightening killing intent suddenly appeared in the Anto city. The scarlet nefarious ogre was a grade higher than the cyan nefarious ogre, and it didn't have strong innate abilities. However, its formidable fleshly body and the undying nature born from the support of the Anto city's warlock towers still made it a fearsome weapon of war. Interesting, a scarlet nefarious ogre? Let me experience the power of the scarlet nefarious ogre. Jiang Lang showed a smile, then blurred into motion, and appeared in front of the scarlet nefarious ogre. With a flick of his wrist, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the scarlet nefarious ogre. Countless magic chains shot out from the sword and wrapped around the scarlet nefarious ogre. Sealing spells were the most effective against the scarlet nefarious ogre with extremely strong undying nature. In a reception hall, when Akagi Ja saw the Anto state's evil god emissary, the scarlet nefarious ogre, being easily suppressed by Jiang Lang, his eyes flashed with despair. Suddenly, as if they were strolling in their own home, 2 people walked in from the front door of the reception hall. When Akagi Ja saw the 2 people, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically, his eyes flashed with despair, and he exclaimed, "Yang Feng, Saijo Yoruwa." Yang Feng glanced at Akagi Ja and said domineeringly, "Akagi Ja, I'll give you a chance to fight me with all your strength. If you win, then I'll take my troops and leave this place. If you win, then I'll immediately take my troops and leave this place. If you lose, then you must submit to me and let me plant a restriction on you." "Okay." Akagi Ja's eyes lit up. Without saying anything superfluous, he took a step forward, his figure shook slightly, and he turned into a 10-meter-tall scarlet nefarious ogre with intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power exuding evil chi and intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. A dignified look streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and a black battle demon suddenly appeared, turned into a set of black armor, and attached itself to his body. "Then I'll attack." Akagi Ja showed a ferocious smile, then his figure blurred, and he strangely appeared behind Yang Feng and stabbed his hand at Yang Feng's abdomen. The life force of warlocks was very tenacious. Even if half of a moonlight warlock's body was smashed, they could still survive through a variety of queer spells. Therefore, Akagi Ja had no intention of showing mercy. "You're too weak." Yang Feng smiled coldly, then turned around and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into Akagi Ja's abdomen. Immediately after, Akagi Ja spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and he slammed into the wall of the palace. Saijo Yoruwa's figure shook, and he strangely appeared in front of Akagi Ja. He pointed with his finger on Akagi Ja's forehead and formed a queer brand that sealed all of Akagi Ja's power. Chapter 492. When Akagi Ja's power was sealed, his body shrunk, and he returned to his human form. He said with a bitter smile, "Sir Yang Feng, you are really strong. I, Akagi Ja, am convinced. Pass down my order, everyone give up resistance and surrender on the spot." Only then did the ministers of the Anto kingdom heave a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "Yes, my lord." With Akagi Ja's surrender, the Anto state fell into Yang Feng's hands. After flattening the Anto state, Yang Feng left 200,000 battle robots to maintain order in the Anto state, and then continued to take the huge mechanical legion towards the West Sea state. As long as the West Sea state was flattened, the small countries that were originally affiliated to the Nishino state could only surrender, and no country would have the power to contend against the Nishino state. Wherever the 4 million-strong mechanical legion passed, the major cities of the 4C state surrendered at the mere sight of it. The main cannons of several interstellar battleships shot out from the cities that resisted, completely crushing the resistance in the cities. The huge mechanical army crushed everything in its way and arrived in front of the 4C's city, the capital of the 4C's kingdom. The shilling sea wolf king flew out of a battlestar and said loudly, "The head of the West Sea state Soma Shinichiro, the head of the Nishino state Yang Feng summons you to Seikyo as a guest." An arrogant voice came from the capital of the Shukai kingdom, Shukai city. "Our Shukai kingdom is now a vassal of the Kitano kingdom. If you want to summon me to Seikyo, you'll have to ask the king of the Kitano kingdom." A handsome man in a white robe with an arrogant expression stepped on the air, looking at the dense mechanical army without the slightest fear, and said loudly, "I am the Kitano kingdom's envoy Kawata Hikari. The king of the Shukai kingdom, Soma Shinichiro, has already declared his allegiance to our country, and the Shukai kingdom is now a vassal state of our Kitano kingdom. Yang Feng, get the hell out of the West Sea state. This is the sphere of influence of the Kitano state. If you dare to touch a hair of the Shukai kingdom, you'll be making an enemy out of my Kitano kingdom." In the capital of the West Sea kingdom, Soma Shinichiro sneered when he heard this and looked at the mechanical legion in disdain. The Kitano state is the largest country in the Fuso subcontinent. In the Kitano state, there are 2 quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks and 10 Moonlight Warlocks. At the same time, it has 5 subsidiary states, each of which has 2 Moonlight Warlocks. If the West Sea state also defected, then the Kitano state could mobilize as many as 24 Moonlight Warlocks. If the 24 Moonlight Warlocks joined forces, they could even fight a glorious Dawn Warlock. Soma Shinichiro didn't believe that Yang Feng would risk universal condemnation to touch him. The air seemed to condense. On the bridge, the gazes of Jiang Lang, Saijo Yoruwa, and many other powerhouses focused on Yang Feng, waiting for his decision. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "In that case, I will declare war on the Kitano state." A beam of light from the main cannon of an interstellar battleship descended from the sky and blasted Kawata Hikari's body, instantly erasing him. One after another, Battlestar artillery beams slammed into a 6-story-tall Warlock tower and forcibly erased the 6-story-tall Warlock tower. The secondary artilleries of the 6 interstellar battleships shone brightly, and a rain of light barreled towards the royal palace of the West Sea state. Under the bombardment of the dense light beams, hundreds of Imperial guards in the 4C's kingdom's Imperial palace were killed in an instant. 600,000 battle robots turned into a torrent of steel and rushed into the West Sea state's royal palace and fought with the West Sea state's warlocks. The West Sea city plunged into the flames of war, and warlocks of the West Sea state died at every moment. Soma Shinichiro's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared wildly, "Damn it! Release the vampire nefarious bats." In a side hall of the royal palace, the side hall suddenly split open, and vampire nefarious bats the size of a person with sharp fangs and exuding dense evil chi suddenly flew out. An almost endless number of vampire nefarious bats flew out of the side hall and formed a cloud of vampire nefarious bats in the sky. When Saijo Yoruwa saw the cloud of vampire nefarious bats, he frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Vampire nefarious bats, so many vampire nefarious bats. Is this the underlying strength of the West Sea state? Sure enough, it's not simple. Vampire nefarious bats were strange evil creatures. Adult vampire nefarious bats were just level 3 extraordinary life forms. However, once the number of vampire nefarious bats exceeded 100,000, the vampire nefarious bat formation could link the power of the vampire nefarious bats together and contend against Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Individual vampire nefarious bats were afraid of fire. But when 100,000 vampire nefarious bats joined together to form a large formation, even meteorological fire spells couldn't do anything to them. The number of vampire nefarious bats that flew out of the side hall has already exceeded 300,000. The aura of the bat cloud they formed rose steadily and reached the pinnacle intermediate Moonlight Warlock realm. The vampire nefarious bats have just formed, when the gunner robots immediately fired at the vampire nefarious bats with their Gauss rifles. Under the bombardment of the dense rain of bullets, the vampire evil bats in the sky fell like raindrops. The huge cloud of vampire nefarious bats swept towards the starry sky rippers down below, and one starry sky ripper after another was torn to pieces. However, for every starry sky ripper lost, hundreds of vampire nefarious bats were killed by the gunner robots and starry sky rippers. Vampire nefarious bats could absorb the blood of the dead on the battlefield to divide and grow. In large-scale battles, they could even divide and grow. But the starry sky rippers didn't have any blood. Although they could destroy the starry sky rippers, but they couldn't absorb anything. The 6 battle stars turned their muzzles and fired at the cloud of vampire nefarious bats. A rain of light slammed into the cloud of bats and erased large swathes of them. The remaining 8 warlock towers shone brightly, and a 100-meter-long evil god emissary exuding a bloody aura, covered in dragon scales, and somewhat similar to an eastern true dragon suddenly flew out. I'll deal with it. Saijo Yoruwa's figure fluttered, and he transformed into a multi-armed troll with 3 heads and 6 arms. Armed with 6 secret treasures, he engaged the blood-evil dragon at close quarters. In a reception hall, 4 coffins suddenly opened, and 4 green shadows flew out from the mural and entered the 4 coffins. The corpses inside the 4 coffins turned into 4 cyan nefarious ogres exuding junior Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power. The cyan nefarious ogres issued violent roars, blurred into motion, and flew out of the royal palace. The corpses in the 4 coffins were the corpses of the West Sea State's previous rulers, all of whom were Moonlight Warlock rank experts. After their corpses were processed, they could be used as vessels to carry the power of the cyan nefarious ogres. However, after only 1 day, the cyan nefarious ogres they transformed into would be completely annihilated. As soon as the 4 cyan nefarious ogres rushed into the midst of the battle robots, they started a massacre. Go! Yang Feng waved his hand, and the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses Lei Jiangjiao, Kihara Kai, the Shilling Sea Wolf King, and the Mechanical Black Dragon flew out and engaged the 4 cyan nefarious ogres. The Shilling Sea Wolf King was an expert in naval warfare, and Kihara Kai had to have a large number of extraordinary plants around him to be able to exert his full strength. Lei Jiangjiao and the Mechanical Black Dragon were no match for the cyan nefarious ogres. However, with the assistance of countless battle robots, the 4 cyan nefarious ogres were completely suppressed by the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. A cyan nefarious ogre had just sent the Mechanical Black Dragon flying with a punch, when a gravity ball slammed into it and caused it to tremble. 10 starry sky rippers flew out and slashed at the cyan nefarious ogre with their blades, inflicting a dozen-plus injuries on it. The cyan nefarious ogre waved its claw, and 10 claw rays flashed and slashed the 10 starry sky rippers into pieces in an instant. Gauss rifle bullets hit the head of the cyan nefarious ogre, directly shattering its eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when the cyan nefarious ogre was blinded, the Mechanical Black Dragon opened its maw, and a beam formed from a dragon breath beam slammed into the chest of the cyan nefarious ogre and blasted open a large hole. Countless starry sky rippers took this opportunity to pounce on the cyan nefarious ogre and slash it into countless pieces. After the first Cyan Nefarious Ogre was killed, the other 3 Cyan Nefarious Ogres only struggled a little before they were killed by the Shilling Sea Wolf King and the other 3 Moonlight Warlocks. Seeing his trump cards being destroyed one by one, Soma Shinichiro hid in the palace with a look of despair on his face and muttered, "How could this be? How could this be?" In the face of the huge mechanical legion, Soma Shinichiro didn't have the courage to fight. Jiang Lang strode into the reception hall, glanced at Soma Shinichiro, and revealed a smile. "So you're Soma Shinichiro. Let me borrow your head." A resplendent sword light flashed and turned into a bright moon that slashed at Soma Shinichiro. It easily cut Soma Shinichiro in half and extinguished his life force. Jiang Lang looked at Soma Shinichiro's corpse, frowned, and his eyes shimmered with disappointment. "This is also a Moonlight Warlock? What a waste. It seems that is also a waste that relied on resources. Killing him isn't satisfying at all." With Soma Shinichiro's death, the West Sea State's resistance collapsed, and it easily fell into Yang Feng's control. When Kaiman Kumasaburo saw that the West Sea State was captured by Yang Feng, he decisively swept away more than half of the Satsuma port's wealth, and then fled the Satsuma port overnight. After leaving the West Sea State, the Anto State, the Black Snake State, and the Kahara State to Saijo Yatsuki, Yang Feng mobilized the huge mechanical legion to attack the Kitano State's vassal state, the Asoda State. Chapter 493. As one of the 5 subsidiary states of the Kitano State, the Asoda State had countless experts and was a neighbor of the West Sea State. Very vigilant about the war taking place in the Nishino State, the Asoda State dispatched numerous warlocks to monitor the area adjacent to the West Sea State. The Asoda State's head of state Asoda Tokushi widened his eyes, his face ashen, and he questioned a guard kneeling in front of him. "What? You said that Yang Feng's mechanical legion has already entered the Asoda State?" An unsightly expression on his face, the state teacher Tachiki Kenji stared at the guard kneeling before him. The guard's face was pale, and he said bitterly, "Yes, Your Majesty." After suppressing the West Sea State, Yang Feng's mechanical legion directly entered the Asoda State. The Raij city has fallen, and the city master has died. Feeling dizzy, Asoda Tokushi promptly asked, "What about the West Sea State's head of state Soma Shinichiro?" The guard replied, "The West Sea State's head of state Soma Shinichiro was killed by Yang Feng's subordinate Jiang Lang." The faces of the 2 powerhouses Asoda Tokushi and Tachiki Kenji became even more unsightly. Moonlight Warlocks were extremely difficult to kill, yet the Moonlight Warlock Soma Shinichiro was killed in his royal palace. This meant that they might also be killed by Yang Feng. Asoda Tokushi barely calmed down and asked, "Why did Yang Feng attack the Asoda State? Isn't he afraid of provoking a war between the Kitano State and him?" The guard replied, "The West Sea State's head of state Soma Shinichiro sought refuge with the Kitano State. The Kitano State's envoy Kawata Hiroshi angered Yang Feng. In a fit of rage, Yang Feng destroyed the West Sea State and officially declared war on the Kitano State. And the Asoda State is his target." Asoda Tokushi suddenly cursed, "Kawata Hiroshi, that trash. To provoke a fiend like Yang Feng, what a bastard. That bastard got us all killed." In the Fuso subcontinent, the strong were revered. Yang Feng controlled the Nishino State and had a huge mechanical legion under his command. He acted unscrupulously. Asoda Tokushi feared Yang Feng to the bone. He didn't dare to scold Yang Feng, so he could only scold Kawata Hiroshi to vent his anger. Asoda Tokushi asked, "The West Sea State is a large state, after all. Yang Feng's mechanical golem legion must have suffered a lot of losses after capturing it. How many puppets did he lose from his mechanical puppet army?" The guard said, reportedly, Yang Feng's mechanical legion lost 300,000 mechanical golems in order to capture the West Sea State. Currently, his mechanical puppet army still has 5.6 million. Asoda Tokushi was dumbfounded and almost jumped up in shock. How is this possible? Yang Feng's mechanical golem legion clearly only numbered 4.6 million. We lost 300,000 soldiers in conquering the Four Seas Kingdom. How can there be 5.6 million left? Tachiki Kenji smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, this only shows that Yang Feng has a mechanical golem legion of more than 6 million. Asoda Tokishi felt a chill in his heart. 6 million mechanical puppet. The Asoda kingdom only has 50,000 soldiers and 20,000 soldiers in the imperial capital. All the warriors were at least level 3 warlocks. Compared to the 5 million mechanical golems, they weren't on the same level. Although the population of the mortal state under the control of the Asoda kingdom exceeded 100 million, and an army of 1 million ordinary people could be recruited at will. However, no one would recruit ordinary people to form an army, because it was meaningless. A large-scale meteorological spell could wipe out an army of millions of ordinary people. Only after a large formation was formed by level 3 warlocks or above, could they display a trace of power in a battle between Moonlight Warlock rank experts. The 50,000 warlock army against the 6 million Great Warlock rank battle robots, no matter how Asoda Tokishi thought about it, he couldn't find a way to win. Boom! Just as Asoda Tokishi was feeling frightened, the imperial palace trembled, as if a violent earthquake had occurred. What's going on? Alarmed, Asoda Tokishi silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a ray of magic light entered an evil god statue. The evil god statue slowly opened its eyes, and scarlet light condensed into a mirror in the void. From the mirror, one could overlook the Asoda city. At this time, 3 of the 9 6-story-tall warlock towers have been blasted into pieces, leaving only 6 warlock towers. In the sky, countless battle robots were floating, surrounding the entire Asoda city. The shilling sea wolf king trod on air, arrived in front of the Asoda city, and said in a clear voice, "Asoda Tokishi, the Nishino state's head of state, Yang Feng, summons you to Seikyo." As if struck by lightning, Asoda Tokishi trembled slightly, and then looked at Tachiki Kenji. A gloomy expression on his face, Tachiki Kenji was silent for a while before saying, "Your Majesty, let's escape. Where there's life, there's hope." Asoda Tokishi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said solemnly, "That's the only way." Along with flashes of magic light, the warlocks of the Asoda state fled in different directions. The 6 battle stars in the sky opened fire, and a rain of light rained down on the fleeing warlocks of the Asoda state. Swept by the dense rain of light, countless warlocks of the Asoda state were blasted apart and turned into fragments that fell from the sky. A dense crowd of starry sky rippers suddenly flew out, caught up with the fleeing warlocks of the Asoda state at Mach 10 speed, and engaged them at close quarters. A blood-colored mist rose from the Asoda kingdom, and 10-meter-tall extraordinary life-form scarlet ogres from the evil god plane jumped out from corners and engaged Yang Feng's mechanical legion at close quarters. Scarlet ogres were descendants of scarlet nefarious ogres and other extraordinary life forms. Adult scarlet ogres possessed great warlock rank strength and were violent and belligerent. They were weapons cultivated by the Asoda state, and there were as many as 100,000 of them. The various muzzles of the 6 battle stars in the sky turned and aimed at the scarlet ogres, and a rain of light slammed into the scarlet ogres. Under the bombardment of the dense rain of light, Crimson Ogre after Crimson Ogre were blasted into sieves, and they suffered heavy casualties. Without any restraints, the destructive power the 6 battle stars displayed was far beyond that of a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank expert. Wherever the dense rain of light passed, all life was obliterated, not a single one left behind. The tenacious scarlet ogres, who wouldn't really die even if they were cut in half, were easily crushed like ants by the rain of light. 1 red and 1 black ray suddenly flew out from the scarlet ogres, exuding Moonlight Warlock rank might. Enchanted with defensive spells, they fled into the distance, one to the east and one to the west. Swept by the dense rain of light, if Asoda Tokishi and Tachiki Kenji didn't use level 6 defensive spells, they would be turned into sieves. If they wanted to escape from the Asoda state with the scarlet ogres, they could only display Moonlight Warlock rank power. "Emperor Asoda, you should stay." With a faint sigh, Saijo Yoruwa descended from the sky and stood in front of Asoda Tokishi. He looked at Asoda Tokishi calmly. When Asoda Tokishi saw Saijo Yoruwa, his eyes shimmered with bitterness, and he stopped and said with a bitter smile, "Emperor Saijo, since you came in person." Countless battle robots flew over from all directions in a flash and surrounded Asoda Tokishi. Saijo Yoruwa shook his head and said, "I'm no longer the ruler of the Nishino state. The ruler of the Nishino state is Yang Feng." Asoda Tokishi uttered with an expectant look on his face, "Sir Saijo Yoruwa, can you let me go? I'm willing to give you all my treasures." Saijo Yoruwa said lightly, "His Majesty ordered that if Emperor Asoda Tokishi doesn't want to be summoned, then let me take your moonlight core back." Asoda Tokishi's thoughts revolved slightly, and he made a prompt decision. "I'm willing to be summoned. Please take me to see Sir Yang Feng. It was better to live than to die. In order to cultivate to this realm, each moonlight warlock has spent hundreds or even thousands of years. They still had a good time to enjoy, so they naturally didn't want to die like this." On the other side, Jiang Lang, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, the mechanical black dragon, and the mechanical ancient devil, four moonlight warlock rank powerhouses surrounded Tachiki Kenji. Jiang Lang uttered with a smile, "Tachiki Kenji, do you want to die, or surrender?" Tachiki Kenji glanced at the lineup surrounding him and uttered decisively, "I surrender." Jiang Lang killed 2 moonlight warlocks in a row in the Fuso subcontinent. Among moonlight warlocks, he was a fierce existence. Tachiki Kenji didn't want to become a ghost under his sword. Jiang Lang sighed meaningfully and took a deep look at Tachiki Kenji, looking somewhat dissatisfied. What a pity. Tachiki Kenji trembled slightly, rejoicing at his decisiveness. Once Asoda Tokishi and Tachiki Kenji surrendered, the Asoda state fell into Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng continued to lead his army to attack one of the Kitano state's vassal states, the Kamisha state. When the Kamisha state's head of state Kamisha Ming saw Yang Feng's army arrive, he immediately opened the city and surrendered. With this as an example, Yang Feng's mechanical legion was virtually unstoppable. The Kitano state's capital, the Riverwood City, the Imperial Palace, in a reception hall, there were 12 people sitting. These 12 people were the Kitano state's 12 moonlight warlocks. The 2 people sitting at the head of the hall were the Kitano state's 2 quasi-glorious dawn warlocks, namely the ruler Hoko Yusei and the state teacher Flame Ghost Wang. At this time, there was a tense atmosphere in the reception hall. A thin man said solemnly, "The Asoda state, the Kamisha state, and the Darkwood state have all surrendered to Yang Feng. Now we only have the Raij state and the Johto state left. Your Majesty, it'll be too late if we don't make a decision now. I propose that we immediately use the Kitano state's power to fight Yang Feng to the death." Chapter 494. A burly man said solemnly, "Higashiki-kun, no. If we use all our strength to fight Yang Feng, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The Higashino state and the Minano state will never let go of this great opportunity to weaken us. If we lose, then with Yang Feng's temperament, I'm afraid that the Kitano state will cease to exist." The other moonlight warlocks nodded slightly. In a fight between moonlight warlocks, it was easy to defeat the other party, but extremely difficult to kill the other party. In the Fuso subcontinent, generally, after a fight between 2 states, the loser would cede territory and pay reparations, compensate the other party for the losses, and then end the fight. Rarely would a state be wiped out. After all, to kill 1,000 enemies, one had to suffer 800 casualties. As Yang Feng attacked everywhere in the Fuso subcontinent, the number of battle robots he lost exceeded 1 million. But he has set up many munitions factories in the Kahara state and the Nishino state, and the destroyed battle robots were sent to the munitions factories to be melted down and reforged. At the same time, a steady stream of troops was sent from the Turandot subcontinent, which gave people a sense of despair. If it weren't for the huge number of battle robots acting as cannon fodder, someone as strong as Yang Feng wouldn't dare to rashly launch such a war. A gloomy expression on his face, a moonlight warlock said coldly, "That trash Kawata Hiroshi actually made things this way. He should have been killed 10,000 times over." The rest of the moonlight warlocks also showed looks of anger, and killing intent surged towards the dead Kawata Hiroshi. Of course, they didn't know how excited they were when Kawata Hiroshi made the West Sea state submit to the Kitano state. Higashiki Yushikozu said somewhat harshly, "Furukawa-kun, what do you think we should do? Do we do nothing and just watch Yang Feng take down our vassal states one by one?" Furukawa Yang responded with a faint smile, "Of course not. We can ask the Holy Glory state to join forces with the Higashino state and the Minano state to mediate. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot ignore the cooperation of the three major states and the Holy Glory state. The Higashino state and the Minano state must be apprehensive of the aggressive Yang Feng. As long as we pay a price, they will definitely agree to mediate for us. Furukawa's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint, and he said, if Yang Feng doesn't accept mediation, then we can gather the power of the four major forces and destroy all of his forces in the Fuso subcontinent. A bright light flashed through Hoko Yusei's eyes as he said, well said, let's do it. A few days later, in a secret room of the Nishino Imperial Palace, Yang Feng sat on a jade bed surrounded by magic crystals. His body formed an incomparably terrifying whirlpool, and every time it spun, a massive amount of magical crystals would be sucked into his body. With the support of countless resources from the Nishino state, Yang Feng quickly cultivated to the intermediate starry sky warlock realm. With a semiplane seed implanted in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, the resources he needed to practice cultivation were thousands of times that of others. But unlike ordinary warlocks, he wasn't stuck in a bottleneck for decades or even centuries. For ordinary Starry Sky Warlocks, it would take at least 30 years to advance from the junior Starry Sky Warlock realm to the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock realm, and this was still based on the cultivation speed of the geniuses in the Battle Demon sect. Many rogue cultivators are trapped in the bottleneck between the junior and intermediate Starry Sky Warlocks for their entire lives. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door from outside the secret room. As soon as Yang Feng opened his eyes, the door of the secret room opened by itself. A fragrance wafting out from her, Kitazuki Kaori came in, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, the Kitano state sent an emissary. Would you like to receive him? An emissary of the Kitano state? That's fast. Yang Feng frowned and said lightly, Have him wait for me in the brilliant hall. Kitazuki Kaori retreated respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Feng went to a hot spring bath, where he comfortably bathed and changed his clothes under the care of a group of beautiful women, and then walked towards the brilliant hall. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the brilliant hall, he saw a slender and handsome young man standing below. The emissary from the Kitano state was a Starry Sky Warlock. He has been waiting here for 2 hours, yet didn't dare to make any unusual movements. With Yang Feng's current power, he could make a Starry Sky Warlock wait for several hours, even if the Starry Sky Warlock was backed by a Moonlight Warlock. I am the emissary of the Kitano state, Tanaka Hisoshi. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng. After Yang Feng sat down on the throne, the emissary from the Kitano state, Tanaka Kumoto, bowed respectfully 90 degrees to Yang Feng and uttered. Yang Feng asked in an arrogant manner, Are you here to declare war on me on behalf of the Kitano state? Tanaka Hisoshi replied respectfully, No. The Kitano state has always had the highest respect for you, Your Majesty. The matter of the West Sea state was just Kawata Hiroshi's arbitrary action. The Kitano state was not aware of it beforehand. In order to resolve the misunderstanding between us, my head of state has invited the heads of state of the Holy Glory state, the Higashino state, and the Minamino state to mediate. Please stop your offensive and go to the Holy Glory ancient city 10 days later to discuss a resolution. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Sure enough, this is troublesome. If the Kitano state insisted on fighting Yang Feng, it would be for the best. He could destroy the Kitano state in one fell swoop and take over its forces and resources. Even if 5 million battle robots and the 6 battlestars were destroyed, as long as the Kitano state could be eliminated, Yang Feng could accept such a loss. However, the Kitano state invited the Holy Glory state, the Higashino state, and the Minamino state to mediate. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng had to think twice before acting. Yang Feng was confident that with his mechanical legion plus the many Moonlight Warlocks he subdued along the way, he could destroy the Kitano state in one fell swoop. However, if he fought the Kitano state, the Higashino state, the Minamino state, and the Holy Glory state at the same time, his odds of winning weren't high. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At least 70% of the experts under his command would die. Tanaka Hisoshi took out a gold invitation letter and handed it to Yang Feng respectfully. This is the invitation letter, please accept it. I see, you can take your leave. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the gold invitation letter flew into his hand. At the same time, he said coldly. Tanaka Hisoshi saluted and took his leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Feng played with the gold invitation letter in his hand and sighed regretfully. It's a pity. It seems that the large-scale attack will come to an end. If he could take full control of the Fuso subcontinent and use its resources, Yang Feng wouldn't need to go elsewhere to look for resources. After practicing cultivation for a period of time in the Fuso subcontinent, he would be able to promote to a Moonlight Warlock. The Fuso subcontinent was 100 times richer in resources than the Turandot subcontinent. It had countless rare treasures and once gave birth to Infinity Warlocks. The value of this subcontinent couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as that of the Turandot subcontinent. The Holy Glory Ancient City was located in the western part of the Holy Glory State. It was a huge city specially set up by the Holy Glory State for the 5 major states to negotiate. In the Holy Glory Ancient City, there were no magic barriers. In this way, even if something happened, the rulers of the 5 major states could escape immediately. Practically 90% of the forces in the Fuso subcontinent believed in evil gods, and treachery and betrayal were commonplace. It was only in a place without any magic barrier that they could enter with ease. Even so, every time before entering the Holy Glory Ancient City, the 4 major states would send experts to conduct several magic probes in the city, and only after confirming that there were no traps would they enter. In the center of the Holy Glory Ancient City, there was a wide platform more than 40 meters tall. There were 5 seats on the platform, which were the seats of the rulers of the 5 major states of the Fuso subcontinent. These 5 seats represented the 5 tycoons that decided the fate of the more than 30 billion people in the Fuso subcontinent. A casual word from the masters of the 5 seats could change the fate of countless people. At this time, there were already 4 people sitting on the 5 seats. The 4 people were Hoko Yusei, the ruler of the Kitano state, Higoshi Ajime, the ruler of the Higashino state, Minomi Kakaku, and the current ruler of the Holy Glory state, Nakajo Tsuki Sakura. Higoshi Ajime was a burly man who looked like a bear. Minomi Kakaku was a man with a horn on his head, his face covered in ghost runes, and a gloomy expression. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura, on the other hand, was a very beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 years old, with a noble temperament and a trace of childishness. Among the 4, apart from Nakajo Tsuki Sakura, who was just a level 2 warlock, the other 3 were quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts. Unlike the other 4 major states, the Holy Glory State's ruler could only be inherited by direct descendants of the founder of the Holy Glory State's ruler. Next to Nakajo Tsuki Sakura stood an advanced Moonlight Warlock rank expert with an aged face. Minomi Kakaku glanced at Hoko Yusei and said with a gloomy smile, "Hoko Yusei, I heard that the Kitano state was utterly defeated by Yang Feng. Of the 5 subsidiary bones, only the Raige state and the Johto state remain. Isn't this a bit too embarrassing? I remember that the Kitano state is known as the #1 major state in the Fuso subcontinent. Why don't you have a good fight with Yang Feng? The face of our Fuso subcontinent has been completely lost by your Kitano nation." Gazes of ridicule focused on Hoko Yusei. The relationship between the 4 major states was extremely bad. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's rapid rise, the great threat he posed, and the seemingly endless mechanical legion, the other major states would be happy to see Yang Feng destroy the Kitano state. Hoko Yusei said lightly, "The Kitano state is indeed not Yang Feng's opponent. Why don't you give it a try? If you can defeat Yang Feng, then henceforth, I, Hoko Yusei, will give way to Minomi Kakaku. How about it?" Chapter 495. Minomi Kakaku frowned slightly and said with a smile, "The Minano state is not Yang Feng's opponent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here today." When he said this, the other 3 rulers frowned slightly, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The pressure that Yang Feng's mechanical legion put on the rulers of the 4 states was so great that they couldn't breathe. They were forced to put aside their former enmity and sit together. When he saw this, Hoko Yusei's heart stirred. If I propose to join forces with them to eliminate Yang Feng, what will happen then? The apprehension of the 3 rulers towards Yang Feng exceeded Hoko Yusei's imagination by far. If he proposed to join forces to deal with Yang Feng, there was a 50% chance that the others would agree. However, this thought only revolved in Hoko Yusei's mind, and then he remained silent. If he proposed to eliminate Yang Feng at this time, then once Yang Feng learned of it, he might attack the Kitano state desperately. Even if Yang Feng's forces were eliminated, the Kitano state would be destroyed. He would never do such a thing at the expense of himself. The other two rulers clearly thought of this as well. A strange atmosphere pervaded the venue. The gazes of the three people exchanged from time to time, but no one pointed this out. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura sipped tea leisurely, a faint smile on her pretty face, and quietly watched the intrigue between the three rulers. His Majesty Yang Feng, the ruler of the Nishino state, has arrived. A voice sounded, and Yang Feng, followed by Saijo Yoruwa and the mechanical ancient devil, strode into the venue. When Hoko Yusei saw Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with killing intent. But when his gaze fell on Saijo Yoruwa behind Yang Feng, he had to restrain the killing intent in his eyes. Damn it, he's really on guard. The eyes of Minami Kakaku and Higoshi Aja lit up at first, and then their gazes fell on Saijo Yoruwa and the mechanical ancient devil. Their eyes dimmed, and the killing intent in the abyss of their eyes quickly retracted. Yang Feng was just a junior starry sky warlock. Yang Feng is concealing his cultivation base, powerhouse. Even if he had the power of a virtual world, he wouldn't be the opponent of a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse. If Yang Feng dared to come here alone, Hoko Yusei and them, who are quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks, wouldn't mind becoming hostile and killing Yang Feng. However, with Saijo Yoruwa and the mechanical ancient devil following behind Yang Feng, Hoko Yusei and them dispelled the idea. Yang Feng sat down in the Nishino state seat, looked around, and said with a faint smile, "Sorry, I'm late." Higashiba Ajime said with a kind smile, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, I am Higashiba Ajime, the ruler of the East State. You're less than 100 years old, yet you already possess a starry sky warlock rank cultivation base and became the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state. Truly a young hero. Amazing, truly amazing." Yang Feng said lightly, "I was just lucky." Minami Kakaku of the Minami state. North River Yusei of the Kitano Kingdom. Minami Kakaku and Hoko Yusei said coldly. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura smiled sweetly, and the surrounding scenery seemed to brighten up a bit. "I am Nakajo Tsuki Sakura, the ruler of the Holy Glory State. Your Majesty Yang Feng, I'm glad to see you here." Yang Feng said, "I'm also glad to meet you." A gloomy expression on his face, Hoko Yusei said, "Yang Feng, everything before was a misunderstanding. Please withdraw from the Asoda state, the Kamisha state, and the Darkwood state at once. They are vassal states of the Kitano state." Yang Feng said with a smile, "The rulers of the Asoda state, the Kamisha state, and the Darkwood state admire me and took the initiative to merge the three states with the Nishino state. Now, the three states are part of our territory. If you don't believe me, I can summon them and have them confront you." Nakajo Tsuki Sakura's beautiful eyes showed a trace of a smile. Hoko Yusei's eyes, however, revealed a trace of anger, and he said coldly, "Since the three rulers have fallen into your hands, they naturally won't dare to refute what you say. Yang Feng, return the Asoda state, the Kamisha state, and the Darkwood state to me, or else." Yang Feng sneered and immediately turned hostile, barking, "Or else? Or else what? Does the Kitano state want to go to war with the Nishino state? Alright, let's go back, gather our troops, and fight, how about it?" Forced into a desperate situation, Hoko Yusei's face turned cold, his eyes flashed with endless anger, and he barked, "You're going too far. Fine, I'll go back, gather all the forces of the Kitano state, and fight you to the death." Higoshi Ajime said with a smile, "Calm down, both of you. Since you're here, then you have the intention to mediate. Three trifling states aren't worth fighting each other. How about this, according to Great Cloud Dynasty's usual practice, how about we have our subordinates make a wager? If you win, Your Majesty Yang Feng, then the three states will belong to you. If you lose, Your Majesty Yang Feng, then the three states will belong to His Majesty Hoko Yusei." Powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank were powerful existences comparable to gods and fiends. If there wasn't a life and death enmity, then some ordinary contradictions and conflicts would be resolved through a competition. They could spar with each other, or let their subordinates and disciples spar with each other, and even bet on each other. This custom was formed because powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank were so powerful that they were like moving natural disasters. If two Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses used powerful spells to attack each other without restraint, the terrifying power they would erupt could even destroy a small subcontinent like the Turandot subcontinent. Minomi Kakaku immediately said, "Good idea, I agree." Nakajo Tsuki Sakura said with a sweet smile, "That's a good idea. This way, there won't be too many innocent mortals dying." Hoko Yusei's face changed several times, and he sighed, "Since everyone says so. Then I can't go against everyone's will." "All right, I also agree to this wager." Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "I also agree to this wager. However, I have an objection regarding the wager. The rulers of the Asoda State's 3 states admire me, so they joined the Nishino state of their own accord. They are now members of the Nishino state. If you want to wager with me, then use your Raige state and Johto state as wagers. Otherwise, let's have a fight to the death." Hoko Yusei's face changed several times, and then he finally gritted his teeth and responded, "All right." Yang Feng continued, "As for the wager, a fight between Moonlight Warlocks is too dangerous. Let's limit it to below the Moonlight Warlock rank. The 2 states will each send 3 people to fight to the death. If one side is annihilated, it'll be considered the loser." "No." Hoko Yusei's face changed dramatically, and he uttered, "The wager should be that we each send 5 Moonlight Warlocks to swap pointers with each other. Out of 5, 3 wins are the best of 5. Powerhouses who have already fought can't fight again. The side that wins 3 wins will be considered the winner." Yang Feng's battle prowess was comparable to that of a junior Moonlight Warlock. He could sweep the Fuso subcontinent's starry sky warlocks. Hoko Yusei naturally understood this, and would never agree to the wager Yang Feng chose. Yang Feng said coldly, "So there's no room for discussion?" After all, the Kitano state was the Fuso subcontinent's largest state. It had 2 quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses, 3 pinnacle Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses, and 3 advanced Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. The depth of its foundation wasn't something Yang Feng could compare to. In a Moonlight Warlock swap pointers, Yang Feng had no chance of winning. Hoko Yusei sneered, "I've already agreed to the wager. Naturally, I have the final say in the wager." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Since you're not sincere, then there's no point in continuing the discussion. Let's go back, gather our troops, and fight to the death." Hoko Yusei said with a cold smile, "This is our decision. Do you want to go against our will and become our enemy?" The eyes of Minomi Kakaku, Higoshi Ajime, and Nakajo Tsuki Sakura flickered, and they stared calmly at Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of ridicule, and he uttered coldly, "So what? Even if my 10 million mechanical golem legion is wiped out. As long as I take control of the Fuso subcontinent, my strength will be fully restored in less than 100 years. A 10 million mechanical golem legion." When Minomi Kakaku and Higoshi Ajime heard this, their countenances couldn't help but change. According to their intelligence, Yang Feng's mechanical legion only had a little more than 6 million mechanical golem legion. Now that the number of mechanical golem legion had doubled, it set off stormy waves in their hearts. If the 3 major states mobilized all their forces, although they could still defeat Yang Feng. However, the 3 major states also schemed against each other. In a real fight, they weren't sure if they could defeat Yang Feng. Besides, if Yang Feng was defeated, he could still return to the fighting demonic sect. But if they were defeated, they would be driven out of the Fuso subcontinent and reduced to stray dogs, becoming rogue cultivators without a foundation. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura said with a sweet smile, "Let's compromise. The wager will be a duel between warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank, with 2 wins out of 3. Those who have fought once are not allowed to fight a second time. Your Majesty Yang Feng, what do you think?" Yang Feng clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "All right, let's do that." Minomi Kakaku nodded with a gloomy expression. Higoshi Ajime squeezed out a smile and said, Good idea. Yang Feng glanced at Hoko Yusei and sneered. Hoko Yusei? It's a decision we all have to make. If you don't agree, then you'll be an enemy of all of us. Hoko Yusei's face was ashen. He naturally knew that this rule was greatly beneficial to Yang Feng. With Yang Feng's frightening battle prowess that could contend against Moonlight Warlocks, it was equivalent to winning a duel. Only by winning both duels would he have a glimmer of hope of winning. Under the attentive gazes, Hoko Yusei knew that he had been abandoned by the other two rulers. He could only say with an ashen face, "Okay, I agree." Chapter 496. Since there's no time like the present, let's settle things here today. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Spatial fluctuations surged from his body, and with a wave of his hand, he tore open a hole in the void. He extended his hand and grabbed two people from the hole. One was the bewitching and charming dark elf Cheyenne, and the other was one of the shilling Sea Wolf King's 8 dogs, the Mad Dog. Dark elf. After Hoko Yusei and the other two male rulers saw Cheyenne, their eyes lit up and revealed greed. Dark elves were very rare, and they were even rarer in the Fuso subcontinent. A stunning beauty with an extraordinary temperament like Cheyenne was very rare even in the Fuso subcontinent. Coupled with her dark elf identity, she was even more alluring. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Feng was the ruler of the Nishino state, his subordinates would be as numerous as clouds in the sky. Hoko Yusei and the others wanted to snatch Cheyenne away by force. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura's beautiful eyes constricted slightly, and she revealed a dignified look. His control of the law of space is amazing. To be able to manipulate space so easily and bring people more than a dozen kilometers away, Yang Feng's control of the law of space has already surpassed that of many Moonlight Warlocks. Yang Feng said, "The Nishino state will send these two and me." Hoko Yusei, don't tell me you can't find 3 people to participate in the wagered fight? Humph. Hoko Yusei snorted coldly, then silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and a palm-sized green blueprint suddenly flew out, expanded, and changed into a square carpet with a diameter of 20 meters. Light shot out of the green carpet and formed a green gate in the void. Hoko Yusei said, "Send 3 of your strongest starry sky warlocks." A quarter of an hour later, a man with a folding fan in hand and a tall, pure white hat wearing a refined temperament, a 2-meter-tall man resembling a bear, and a man with a stiff expression and a sword at his waist walked out of the green gate. The 3 men exuded quasi-moonlight warlock rank auras. Hoko Yusei glanced at Cheyenne and the Mad Dog with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He sneered and said, "These are the candidates of my Kitano kingdom. I have an arena here. Everyone, please enter the arena and fight." Nakajo Tsuki Sakura smiled and waved her hand. A palm-sized arena suddenly flew out of her hand and landed on the edge of the platform, turning into a small arena. In battles between Starry Sky Warlock rank experts, some powerful spells would also destroy the environment. There were no defensive boundaries in the Holy Glory ancient city. If Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses were to fight at will, then the ordinary people in the Holy Glory ancient city would suffer heavy casualties. As soon as the small arena appeared, detection spells were cast on it, checking if there was anything wrong with it. Before long, Saijo Yoruwa nodded slightly towards Yang Feng. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, Shoyenna's figure blurred, and she turned into a black ray of light that entered the small arena. The eyes of the man who was as tall as a bear flashed with a sinister glint. His figure flickered slightly and he flew directly into the small arena. The eyes of the bear-like man flashed with a cruel glint. He licked his lips and said excitedly, "I am Fukunari Kumar. Dark Elf, you're unlucky to have met me. I've killed hundreds of women, yet this is the first time I've met a Dark Elf. Your heart must be delicious. After I dig it out, I'll have a good taste." The cultivation techniques passed down by the various evil gods in the evil god plane were extremely powerful and evil. The evil gods of the evil god plane were all selfish, cruel and murderous existences. In their eyes, humans were nothing more than food. The human warlocks of the Fuso subcontinent practiced the many secret methods passed down by the evil gods. Unless they were peerless geniuses, most people would be affected by the evil gods' blood meridians. It was precisely because of the evil god's blood meridians that the people of the Fuso subcontinent had always been looked down upon by the people of the Great Cloud dynasty. You fool, Master sent me to fight just to use you as a test subject for the power of his newly designed weapon. Cheyenne faintly smiled and took out a black rhombus-shaped Rubik's Cube. She clenched her hand and the rhombus-shaped Rubik's Cube suddenly disintegrated into a black armor with a pair of ghost horns on it. The armor was engraved with countless mysterious runes and had a moonlight core embedded in the chest area. It was a set of black armor with a pair of ghost horns on it. After Cheyenne was covered with the black armor with a pair of horns, her aura was completely concealed, making it impossible to see to what extent her strength had reached. The gazes of Hoko Yusei and the other two experts focused on Cheyenne, and their eyes shimmered with graveness. A gloomy expression on his face, Hoko Yusei looked at Yang Feng with astonishment in his eyes, and uttered word by word, "Alchemist." The gazes of Minomi Kakaku and Higoshi Ajime also focused on Yang Feng, brimming with excitement, apprehension, and longing. Alchemists were warlocks with the highest status in the Tsangji plane. Every warlock alchemist can use all kinds of incredible materials to refine all kinds of incredible secret treasures with incomparable power. No matter how much human warlocks practiced cultivation and imitated the powerful beings of many planes, apart from some freakish geniuses who formed a virtual world, the rest of them couldn't contend against experts of the same rank from other planes by relying on secret methods alone. The various incredible secret treasures refined by alchemists were the greatest trump cards that allowed human warlocks to contend against experts of the same rank from other planes, and even suppress the other party. Each of the 7 warlock emperors, who were recognized as the strongest, spent countless precious materials to refine an extremely powerful Empyrean-grade secret treasure. By relying on the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, they suppressed countless experts from other planes, became invincible, and established the 7 most brilliant and powerful warlock dynasties. The 7 warlock emperors were also the 7 most powerful alchemists in human history. In the Fuso subcontinent, the number of alchemists was extremely small. The strongest alchemists could only refine level 4 secret treasures at most. The Fuso subcontinent paid a huge price to obtain level 6 secret treasures from the Great Cloud dynasty over thousands of years. Most Moonlight warlocks didn't even have a level 6 secret treasure. Cheyenne's armor was inlaid with a Moonlight core. If the armor could draw out the power of the Moonlight core, then it was definitely a level 6 secret treasure. Even quasi-glorious Dawn warlock rank experts like Hoko Yusei would be tempted by such a secret treasure. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura's beautiful eyes flashed with admiration, and she uttered, "What a beautiful armor! Your Majesty Yang Feng, what is this armor?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "This is the Phantasy Star Series Battle Armor, number 1 prototype. Secret treasure? Great, after I tear you apart, I'll get another secret treasure." Fukunari Kumar smiled malevolently and silently chanted an incantation. A blood-colored mist condensed around his body. His body instantly expanded in the blood-colored mist and transformed into a 10-meter-tall scarlet nefarious demon with muscles all over his body. The scarlet nefarious demon's body was a mixture of black and red. A pure red scarlet nefarious ogre was a complete scarlet nefarious ogre, a freak with Moonlight warlock rank battle prowess. The scarlet nefarious ogre that Fukunari Kumar transformed into was an incomplete scarlet nefarious ogre. Even so, this incomplete scarlet nefarious ogre still had the power to crush ordinary quasi-Moonlight warlocks. "You're too slow." A voice reverberated in the arena, and a thigh covered in black armor descended from the sky and slammed into the back of Fukunari Kumar's head like a battle axe. A frightening force erupted, and Fukunari Kumar's head caved in. If it wasn't for the scarlet nefarious ogre's head being extremely hard, this kick would have blown Fukunari Kumar's head apart. "What's going on?" As if a broken rag doll, Fukunari Kumar fell forward, and the afterimages of Cheyenne disappeared from his eyes. In the arena, many afterimages flickered around Fukunari Kumar. The back of Fukunari Kumar's head, chest, face, heart, and other vital parts were all bombarded by Cheyenne. A large amount of blood sprayed out of Fukunari Kumar's mouth and scattered on the ground. If it wasn't for the scarlet nefarious ogre's body being extremely hard, he would have already been killed by Cheyenne. Even so, Under Cheyenna's continuous bombardment, he was seriously injured and lost the ability to fight back. At the 40th second, Fukunari Kumar's eyes were kicked out by Cheyenne, and his face was blasted beyond recognition. His aura of life disappeared completely, and he fell from midair and turned into a corpse. Cheyenne pointed with a finger, and dark fire appeared from the void, landed on Fukunari Kumar's corpse, and burned it to ashes, leaving only a storage ring and a starry sky core. What a powerful secret treasure! Seeing this scene, everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. Looking at the black armor the Phantasy Star series on Cheyenne, their eyes shimmered with greed. Cheyenne was just a junior Starry Sky Warlock. But after equipping the Phantasy Star series, she could beat the Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank Fukunari Kumar like a dog. With the speed provided by the Phantasy Star series, Cheyenne's speed even surpassed that of ordinary intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank experts. Naturally, even Moonlight Warlocks coveted such a secret treasure. There was a flash of joy in young Feng's eyes. Not bad. It seems that the mechanical armor refined from Shizu technology combined with alchemy of the world of Warlocks is really useful. Besides, there's still a lot of room for improvement. If a soul stone is integrated with it, the armor can even evolve automatically. Chapter 497. Yang Feng sighed regretfully. It's a pity that a Moonlight core is needed to refine a mechanical armor of the Phantasy Star rank. A Moonlight core was a treasure formed from the soul, spell models, spirit force, and life force of a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. It was the core of a Moonlight Warlock's life force. The appearance of a Moonlight core represented the death of a Moonlight Warlock. Yang Feng didn't have many of such treasures. A gloomy expression on his face, Hoko Yusei stared at the Phantasy Star armor Cheyenne was wearing. If he could get the Phantasy Star armor, then even if he faced a glorious Dawn Warlock, he would be able to come and go freely and escape. Yang Feng glanced at the two quasi-Moonlight Warlocks behind Hoko Yusei and said domineeringly, "Okay, I'm the next one to fight. Which one of you will fight me?" The two quasi-Moonlight Warlocks behind Hoko Yusei looked at each other, and then lowered their heads with fear in their eyes. There was a huge gap between quasi-Moonlight Warlocks and true Moonlight Warlocks. Under normal circumstances, 10 quasi-Moonlight Warlocks could barely contend against a junior Moonlight Warlock, and they would lose more than they won. One-on-one, a quasi-Moonlight Warlock would have no way to fight back against a true Moonlight Warlock. Yang Feng was a freak who could contend against Moonlight Warlocks. The two quasi-Moonlight Warlocks weren't willing to throw away their lives against such an expert. Hoko Yusei said coldly, "Yasuda Yosushi, go fight Yang Feng. You must win. I will help you take good care of your family. If there is a genius with enough aptitude, I will nurture him into a Moonlight Warlock." The elegant man holding a folding fan said bitterly, "Yes, Master Mo, Your Majesty. Haha, come on." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the arena. He operated the Battle Demon secret method, and a set of black armor enveloped him. Yasuda Yosushi gave a long sigh, then his figure fluttered, and he entered the arena. As soon as Yasuda Yosushi entered the arena, he said, "Sir Yang Feng." With a flash of an after-image, Yang Feng appeared in front of Yasuda like a ghost, extracted a wisp of world force from the semiplane, and punched Yasuda in the heart. Before Yasuda Yosushi could finish his words, his body exploded, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and heavenly fire suddenly gushed out, rolled towards the ground, and burned Yasuda Yosushi's corpse to ashes. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand and sucked a storage ring from Yasuda Yosushi's corpse into his hand. His figure flickered, he left the arena, and he threw the storage ring to Saijo Yoruwa. Seeing Yang Feng kill Yasuda Yosushi so straightforwardly, the four rulers were taken aback. Saijo Yoruwa took out a red pill from the storage ring and said, "My lord, this is an evil ogre pill. After taking it, it can stimulate the caster's life force potential and enable a quasi-Moonlight Warlock to display intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank strength for an hour. However, the price is that the quasi-Moonlight Warlock will die after an hour." Yang Feng glanced at Hoko Yusei and said with a cold smile, "Intermediate Moonlight Warlock, you're really scheming." Hoko Yusei intended to let Yasuda Yosushi and Yang Feng perish together. When Yang Feng saw that the quasi-moonlight warlock Yasuda Yosushi dared to fight him, he realized that Yasuda Yosushi must have a trump card. Therefore, before Yasuda Yosushi could display his trump card, Yang Feng struck him with all his strength and instackled him. Hoko Yusei's face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. The eyes of the man standing behind him with a wooden expression flickered with joy. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura said with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty, Yang Feng won this fight. Then, Your Majesty Hoko Yusei, please hand over the Riga state and the Johto state to Your Majesty Yang Feng within a month." Hoko Yusei suppressed his anger and enunciated each syllable. "I understand. Within a month, I will hand over the Riga state and the Johto state to Your Majesty Yang Feng." In the Holy Glory ancient city, once something was decided, even the 5 major states couldn't violate it. Otherwise, they would become the common enemy of the 5 major states. If Hoko Yusei didn't want the Kitano state to be destroyed, then he could only hand over the Riga state and the Johto state to Yang Feng. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura suddenly asked, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, do you want to explore the brilliant ancient capital?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Of course. The Nishino state wants at least 10 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital." The brilliant ancient capital was an extremely mysterious arcane realm that would appear once every 300 years. Countless passages leading to the brilliant ancient capital would open throughout the Tsangji Plain. The brilliant ancient capital was said to be an ancient holy capital established by the brilliant Great Holy, one of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord. It was a secret realm specialized in cultivating the younger generation of the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks. Only warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank could enter the brilliant ancient capital to hunt for treasures. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were countless rare treasures and all kinds of precious extraordinary plants. According to legend, apart from the Time Lord, the 7 warlock emperors have all gone to the brilliant ancient capital and left their footprints as well as some precious treasures that were rarely seen by future generations. In the Fuso subcontinent, because of the Fuso divine tree, every time the brilliant ancient capital opened, a passage would be opened in the Holy Glory state, and that passage would allow 100 people to enter. Every spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital would cause countless forces to compete for it. In the Fuso subcontinent, only the 5 major states could obtain more than 8 spots each time. The affiliated states of the 5 major states would compete for 10 spots. The rest of the spots would be given to some Bright World warlocks, Infinity warlocks, and other powerhouses that the Fuso subcontinent couldn't contend against. Although the Bright World warlocks and Infinity warlocks themselves couldn't enter the brilliant ancient capital, but their subordinates and descendants didn't have such restrictions. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were even treasures that could move the hearts of Infinity warlocks. The Infinity warlocks naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In addition, there were more than 10 million rogue warlocks in the Fuso subcontinent, yet none of them had a spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital. In order to get a spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital, many Moonlight Warlock rank rogue warlocks had to join the 5 major states and serve the 5 major states. Yang Feng knew that the Battle Demon sect had more than 100 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital. If he didn't get a spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital in the Fuso subcontinent, then he would have to compete for a spot in the Battle Demon sect. However, there was no need for him to return to the sect to compete. When they heard that Yang Feng wanted 10 spots, the countenances of the other 4 major states flickered, but they didn't say anything. The Nishino state commanded by Yang Feng was now the most powerful force in the Fuso subcontinent, so asking for 1 or 2 more spots was within their expectations. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura's beautiful eyes swiveled, and she said softly, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, I will soon enter the brilliant ancient capital to look for opportunities. If we meet at that time, please take care of me." Yang Feng replied, "All right." When Minami Kakaku and Higoshi Akira saw this scene, they hesitated for a moment, wanting Yang Feng to take care of their people. But in the end, they didn't say anything. At the meeting, the people divided up several resource points in the Fuso subcontinent, and then finally dispersed. Yang Feng's mechanical legion stopped its offensive, and the Fuso subcontinent regained its tranquility. A month later, Hoko Yusei handed over the Raige state and the Johto state to Yang Feng. The The Rige state and the Johto state were great states that could support Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses, and they also had countless resources. After Yang Feng took over, countless engineering robots went to various places and continued to exploit the resources of the two states. After handing over the matters of the Fuso subcontinent to Cheyenne, Eunice, Saijo Yatsuki, and Saijo Yoruwa, Yang Feng plunged into the treasuries he plundered from the major states and began to search for treasures. Top inert Atlam stone. These top inert Atlam stones are enough to refine 50 top teleportation portals. As expected of the Fuso subcontinent, there are so many treasures. In a huge treasury of the Nishino state, Yang Feng, like a mouse that entered a rice jar, happily hunted for treasures and made all kinds of pleasant discoveries. Although the Fuso subcontinent was far less fertile than the Eastern world and the Western world, but it was still a subcontinent that once gave birth to infinity warlocks. There were countless precious ores, elixirs, and treasures on the subcontinent. This is golden sun flame stone. If the six-winged sun-devouring centipede eats it, it should be able to evolve again and become an intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank existence. This is Star River fine steel, one of the core materials for level 3 strongholds. Yang Feng looked around as he walked, his eyes flashing with excitement. There were all kinds of precious materials in the treasury that he could use. This is a superior grade soul stone. When Yang Feng arrived in front of a large pile of soul stones, he opened the precious and heavy box placed at the top, and then exclaimed in surprise. Soul stones were divided into 7 grades: inferior, intermediate, superior, superior, monarch grade, holy grade, and god grade. Inferior soul stones were the easiest to produce. They could be produced by blood sacrifices of tens of thousands of ordinary people and through evil rituals. Intermediate soul stones could be produced by hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. Superior soul stones required the soul of a great warlock rank powerhouse or above as the dominant soul, then hundreds of thousands of warlocks or extraordinary life forms as the blood sacrifice, and through all kinds of evil rituals. The stronger the dominant soul, the better the quality of the superior soul stone obtained. The first superior soul stone Yang Feng obtained was a soul stone refined with a Moonlight Warlock as the dominant soul, which gave the mechanical black dragon a strong evolutionary ability. Chapter 498. Superior grade soul stones, on the other hand, require a bright world warlock rank powerhouse or above as an offering, a blood sacrifice of more than 100,000 great warlock rank souls, and then transform them through various evil rituals. If a superior grade soulstone is given to a top alchemist with countless rare materials, they can even refine a weapon with bright world warlock rank battle prowess that can evolve until the infinity warlock rank. If the superior grade soulstone is given to the Feisuor Plains radiant primary god Prodos, he can easily transform a blazing angel with virtually endless evolutionary potential. As for monarch grade soulstones, they require a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse as an offering and 1,000 Moonlight Warlock rank souls as blood sacrifices to produce them. Holy grade soul stones require a Holy Spirit Warlock rank and 1,000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank souls as blood sacrifices to produce them. God grade soul stones require a Warlock Emperor rank existence and 1,000 Bright World Warlock rank souls as blood sacrifices to produce them. Holy grade and God grade soulstones have only appeared during the Second Warlock Dynasty Taboo Dynasty and the Third Warlock Dynasty Transcendent Dynasty. After the Third Warlock Dynasty, only Monarch grade soulstones have appeared sporadically. In modern times, Monarch grade soulstones are virtually extinct. Superior grade spirit stones were already the highest grade spirit stones that warlocks could get their hands on. A superior grade soulstone can even tempt many infinity warlocks. Of course, only top alchemists or bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks can use superior grade soulstones freely. This superior grade soulstone is a treasure Yang Feng got from the Kamisha state. He didn't expect that the trifling Kamisha state to hide a treasure that can even tempt infinity warlocks. Yang Feng held the superior grade soulstone in his hand, and his eyes revealed a look of excitement. With this superior grade soulstone, my exclusive ruler can be manufactured. The Ruler Series body is an body developed by Yang Feng after combining Shizu technology and the Tsangji Plains warlock civilization. That body was usually like a Rubik's cube. Once it was used, it would immediately expand. With the moonlight core embedded in the body and the life energy of the body itself as the power source, it would display a terrifying combat strength. The fantasy star used by Cheyenne was Yang Feng's test body. After seeing how powerful the fantasy star is, Yang Feng made up his mind to develop the ruler. The Juggernaut's body must be able to continuously evolve. Therefore, we must consider the possibility of absorbing more soul stones in the future. Right now, I only have one glorious sun core and 13 moonlight cores. But in the future, I will get more powerful power sources. In terms of design, we must be prepared to absorb other power sources. As an auxiliary optical supercomputer, it is currently only level 2. We must be prepared to change it at any time. As for the Paragon's abilities, I'm guessing its ability to escape, absorb energy, defend, and speed. If necessary, he could sacrifice his attack power. In terms of attack power, you can use other artifacts to make up for it. Yang Feng plunged into the design of the ruler. With the help of the level 2 optical supercomputer, he frantically absorbed the original Shizu technology and the warlock knowledge he learned from the Tsangji plane to verify and combine them. Crazy ideas emerged one after another, and then were realized one after another. After obtaining the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng's wisdom was no longer inferior to that of any genius in the world. After he promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock, his soul underwent another transformation, reaching the Moonlight Warlock rank. Coupled with the help of the level 2 optical supercomputer, he had the qualifications to find his own path. A month later, the Nishino State's royal palace, in a huge empty martial arts arena. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and a black Rubik's Cube appeared in his hand. He squeezed hard, and the black Rubik's Cube released rays of golden light that transformed into a black armor that covered his body. The black battle armor was equipped with a pair of ghost horns, and sharp blades were hidden at the joints. The entire battle armor was simple and unadorned, but it was engraved with countless mysterious runes. 1 glorious sun core and 9 moonlight cores were hidden at the chest area of the black battle armor, serving as the core power source of the ruler mecha. As soon as he put on the ruler armor, Yang Feng felt endless power pour out of the armor, as if he could tear apart a moonlight warlock with a wave of his hand. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and 9 afterimages appeared on the square. After a long while, the 9 afterimages collapsed completely, and there was no trace of Yang Feng in the square. The void twisted, ripples flickered in the void, and the ruler armor Yang Feng wore emerged from the ripples. Yang Feng carefully checked the battle log and revealed a satisfied smile. As expected of the ruler armor I designed, it can perfectly integrate with the various secret methods I cultivate. As long as the ruler armor continues to evolve, it will evolve into an Empyrean-grade secret treasure in the future. The ruler armor was made by Yang Feng by combining Shizu technology and the power of the Tsangji Plains warlock civilization. He consumed countless precious materials, even the only glorious sun core he got from the Nishino state, and used a superior soul stone. The ruler armor itself was a living mechanical life form that could evolve continuously. Before equipping the ruler armor, Yang Feng could only defeat intermediate moonlight warlocks at most. But after equipping the ruler armor, he was confident that he could even contend against some weaker glorious sun warlocks, and even defeat them. As soon as Yang Feng walked out of the square, Jiang Lang stopped him, stared at Yang Feng, and said, "Yang Feng, I need 3 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital." Yang Feng agreed casually, "Okay." Although the spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital could move the hearts of Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks, but Yang Feng already had 10 spots. For him, the spots that these rogue cultivators had to fight for almost their lives were nothing. Jiang Lang helped Yang Feng at the most critical time. If it weren't for Jiang Lang's help, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to take control of the Nishino state so smoothly. Jiang Lang showed a forthright smile and said, "You're a good friend. I didn't help you kill so many moonlight warlocks in vain." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Do you plan to give these 3 spots to the Bright Moon School?" Jiang Lang showed a wicked smile and said, "Hehe, you don't understand. With these 3 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital, I can pick up at least 3 more junior disciple sisters of the Bright Moon School." Yang Feng said with a smile, "No wonder there are fewer and fewer junior disciple sisters of the Bright Moon School marrying people from the Battle Demon sect. It turns out that they were picked up by guys like you. Sure enough, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Jiang Lang said with a wicked smile. Haha. Of course. Actually, I'm also the master of a 9th grade plane. I have a harem of 3,000 in that 9th grade plane. Unfortunately, compared to female warlocks, the taste of mortal women is still a long way off. How about it, Yong Feng? Do you plan to marry into the Bright Moon School? If you join the Bright Moon School, then we two brothers can definitely turn the entire Bright Moon School into 2 harem queens, Yong Feng said with a smile. If that's the case, the great elders of the Bright Moon School will slap us to death. The Bright Moon School was a warlock group dominated by women. Most of the great elders of the Bright Moon School were women. If they knew that Jiang Lang was going to start a harem in the Bright Moon School, they would definitely let him know how powerful Bright World warlocks are. Jiang Lang's words were astonishing. Full of confidence, he spread his hands as if embracing the world and said, "It's simple, just pick up the great elders. They are also women, and beautiful women at that. They also want men. If I conquer them, they will conquer the world." Startled, Yong Feng clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Awesome. Yong Feng and Jiang Lang huddled together. After carefully exchanging various experiences, they dispersed, satisfied. Jiang Lang was a moonlight warlock of the Bright Moon School and was once the eldest senior disciple brother of the previous generation. He had a lot of experience in cultivation. Giving Yong Feng a few pointers was very beneficial to him. The Holy Glory State's capital, the Holy Glory City, was the center of the Fuso subcontinent as well as a rare holy land for cultivation. Even though the Holy Glory State has declined, but it is still very prosperous. That's the Fuso Divine Tree, what a treasure. Standing on the deck of a flying vessel, Yong Feng gazed into the distance. He saw a several thousand-meter-tall divine tree rising into the sky. As if from different planes, its countless branches and leaves extracted various kinds of energy to nourish the divine tree. Wisps of life magic energy dispersed from the divine tree and entered the Holy Glory City, and then were directly absorbed by the 9-story-tall warlock towers. Jiang Lang took a deep look at the Fuso Divine Tree and said with a smile, "The Fuso Divine Tree is full of treasures. However, it is also a peerless powerhouse with unfathomable strength. There was once an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse who wanted to cut it down and refine it into a treasure. As a result, the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse was suppressed by it. Reportedly, it has become its nourishment." Jiang Lang said, "The Fuso Divine Tree stands aloof from worldly affairs. His existence spanned across the 8 great warlock dynasties, and the pinnacle figures of the 8 great warlock dynasties had obtained benefits from him when they were weak. Yong Feng, you should give it a try. Maybe you can get some benefits from it." Chapter 499. The Fuso Divine Tree was a powerful divine tree that has survived since the Archgod Age. Its whole body was a treasure, and it was one of the best materials for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Powerful divine trees of the same era as the Fuso Divine Tree were cut down by warlock emperors or existences of the same rank and refined into powerful treasures. For the Fuso Divine Tree to have survived for so long, it naturally had its own reasons. As soon as Yong Feng got off the flying vessel, Nakajo Tsuki Sakura came over with more than 20 beautiful female officials and said with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty Yong Feng, the great Fuso Divine Tree invites you to a gathering." When Jiang Lang saw Nakajo Tsuki Sakura, his eyes suddenly revealed a glimmer of excitement, and he uttered with a smile, "What a beautiful woman. Beauty, I'm Jiang Lang. How about we go for a drink?" A soft voice came from the side, and a girl in yellow clothes stared at Jiang Lang with her big, pitiful eyes and said, "Senior disciple brother Jiang, aren't you going to accompany us to the Holy Glory City?" A tall beautiful woman said full of jealousy, "The Fuso subcontinent's barbarians have bewitched your senior disciple brother Jiang. How could he be in the mood to pay attention to us?" Jiang Lang laughed it off, directly grabbing the hands of the yellow-robed young lady, and strode out, "Haha, I was just joking with her. She's a woman your senior disciple brother Yang fancies. How could I dare to provoke her? Let's go shopping at once." The other 2 beautiful women from the Bright Moon School smiled helplessly, and then followed Jiang Lang into the Holy Glory City. The Holy Glory City was the most prosperous city in the Fuso subcontinent. It was even more prosperous than many cities in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and it was full of exotic charm. It was the first time the three beautiful women from the Bright Moon School came to the Fuso subcontinent, so they were naturally curious about the Holy Glory City. Seeing Jiang Lang and his party leave, Yang Feng said lightly, "Does he want me to enter the Holy Glory Royal Palace? If that's the case, then I refuse to see him." In its heyday, the Holy Glory State once gave birth to a Bright World Warlock. There are countless restrictions in the Holy Glory Royal Palace. Even though there are only 2 Moonlight Warlocks, but they can suppress Glorious Dawn Warlocks. Nakajo Tsuki Sakura's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, "The Holy Glory Nation has always had a good reputation, and the secret techniques we cultivate are definitely not those given by the evil god. Your Majesty Yang Feng, are you still unwilling to enter the Holy Glory Imperial Palace?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "After I become an Infinity Warlock, I'll come to the Holy Glory Royal Palace as a guest." Once he is promoted to an Infinity Warlock, the various restrictions in the Holy Glory Royal Palace will no longer be able to do anything to him. At that time, no matter what conspiracy there was, he would be able to crush it with absolute strength. A flat, yet powerful voice sounded directly in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. "Little friend Yang Feng, I had Nakajo Tsuki Sakura invite you. Please come to my side." Yang Feng was startled. "Fuso Divine Tree." The voice replied, "It's me." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "What are you going to do if I refuse?" The Fuso Divine Tree replied gently, "Nothing. I just want to have a chat with you. If you don't want to, then forget it." Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he uttered, "Okay, since it's your invitation, Sir Divine Tree. Of course, I won't refuse." The Fuso Divine Tree was a terrifying existence that could suppress Infinity Warlocks. For such an existence to kill the current Yang Feng, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Since the Fuso Divine Tree has shown goodwill, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse to meet it. Led by Nakajo Tsuki Sakura, Yang Feng entered the Holy Glory State's Imperial Palace. Yang Feng could clearly perceive that there were countless powerful restrictions hidden in the Holy Glory State's Imperial Palace. Once activated, even Glorious Dawn Warlocks could be easily quelled. After passing through numerous winding corridors, a very wide square appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the wide square of thousands of hectares, there was only the Fuso Divine Tree. Apart from this, the ground was grayish-green, barren, without any plants. The Fuso Divine Tree clearly drained the life magic energy of the plants in the thousands of hectares in radius, which resulted in no plants growing in such a place. There was a jade table placed under the Fuso Divine Tree, and a beautiful woman dressed in white sat at the jade table and looked at Yang Feng with a smile. Yang Feng came to in front of the beautiful woman and said, "I am Yang Feng. May I ask where Senior Fuso Divine Tree is?" The beautiful woman in white smiled sweetly and said, "I am the Fuso Divine Tree." Yang Feng was taken aback. "You are Senior Fuso Divine Tree?" "To be precise, I am just a split soul of the Fuso Divine Tree." The beautiful woman in white took a careful look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration, saying, "In less than 100 years, you have already practiced cultivation to the Starry Sky Warlock realm, and you have implanted a semiplane seed in your sea of knowledge. Amazing. When the Lord of Time and the others were at your age, there weren't many who surpassed you." Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and tempestuous waves set off in the depths of his heart. Even Huang Iha, who was comparable to an Infinity Warlock, couldn't see through the semiplane seed Yang Feng implanted at a glance. However, the beautiful woman in white in front of him saw through Yang Feng's actual situation at a glance. This kind of eyesight was simply terrifying. The Fuso Divine Tree smiled slightly and handed Yang Feng a cup of green hot tea. "You don't have to be surprised. After living for a long time, you will naturally have more knowledge. This is the tea I brewed, please." Yang Feng took the cup of tea and sniffed it. A wonderful fragrance gushed out of the tea and entered his body, rousing his spirit. Yang Feng drank the cup of tea in one gulp. Suddenly, a cool stream of air ran through his body and, as if it entered his soul, cleansed his body and soul. Traces of black impurities gushed out of Yang Feng's body, turning him into a stinky black man. Yang Feng opened his eyes and pointed with his finger, and a stream of clear water appeared out of thin air and fiercely scoured his body, cleansed him of all the impurities, and turned him into a black ball of water that he threw aside. With a flash of green light, Yang Feng changed into another set of clothes in an instant. Good tea, what kind of tea is this? With a thought, Yang Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that his soul aptitude promoted to inferior level 7 because of this cup of tea. He couldn't help but ask. The higher the soul aptitude, the harder it was to improve. Yang Feng's soul aptitude hadn't improved for a long time. In the Fuso subcontinent, he got a lot of elixirs that could improve Warlock soul aptitude, but none of them were effective on him. This cup of tea could promote his soul aptitude to inferior level 7, which was extremely precious. The Fuso divine tree said with a gentle smile, "This is tea made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree." Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, saying, tea made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree turned out to be such a treasure. The mist hollow divine tree was a divine tree of the same era as the Fuso divine tree. Its leaves could improve the soul aptitude of warlocks and were extremely precious. It once used a secret method to shed off its divine tree body and turned into a human, and then confronted the third warlock emperor, the demonic divine lord. Before the demonic divine lord became a warlock emperor, it once defeated the third warlock emperor, the demonic divine lord. However, the mist hollow divine tree was eventually slain by the third warlock emperor, the demonic divine lord, and its divine tree body was chopped off and refined into a secret treasure. Since then, the tea made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree has almost disappeared from the world. Only the Fuso divine tree, an antique that has lived for who knows how long, has some in stock. The Fuso divine tree said with a smile, "If you like it, I'll give you 50 grams. 50 grams of tea made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree should be able to promote your soul aptitude to superior level 7. There was a flash of joy on Yang Feng's face. "Thank you. What do I need to do for you?" The Fuso divine tree responded with a gentle smile, "It's nothing. However, if you have the ability to forge an Empyrean-grade secret treasure in the future, don't have any ideas about my true body. If you can, then help me resist an enemy in the future." Yang Feng contemplated for a while before saying, "No problem. However, I will only help you resist an enemy when I have the ability." The Fuso divine tree smiled and waved her lily-white hand, and a gold leather scroll flew into Yang Feng's hand. "That's enough. This is a small gift for you. I hope you like it." When Yang Feng received the gold leather scroll, he was startled, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. This is the secret method demonic divine text created by the third Warlock dynasty's lord, the demonic divine lord. The Fuso divine tree responded with a smile, "That's right. The demonic divine lord and I were good friends. He left a copy of the secret technique he created with me. I see that the secret method you practice isn't any worse than the demonic divine text. You can use the secret method in the demonic divine text as a reference." Yang Feng grabbed the gold leather scroll, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he uttered gratefully, "Thank you. The demonic divine text is a peerless secret method created by the third Warlock dynasty's lord, the demonic divine lord. It is recognized as one of the 8 great texts of the Tsangji Plains human world, not losing to the taboo text in the slightest. After the collapse of the third Warlock dynasty, the demonic divine text was seized by everyone in the war, and the complete version was lost. In the Battle Demon sect, there is only half a volume of the demonic divine text. The demonic divine text can become one of the foundations of a powerful warlock group. After all, this is a top-notch secret method. Even if you practice cultivation according to the demonic divine text, you will have a chance to practice cultivation until the warlock monarch rank, and even the Holy Spirit warlock rank. Chapter 500. The demonic divine text was very important to Yang Feng. If he hadn't already cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body, a secret method created by the taboo lord in his later years, he would have changed his primary cultivation method and cultivated the demonic divine text. Because the demonic divine text was a complete secret method, while the taboo text in Yang Feng's hands was an incomplete secret method. The Fuso divine tree warned, "You can use the demonic divine text at will. However, it's best not to let people know that you have the complete demonic divine text. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." The demonic divine text was a complete empyrean-grade secret method. In the Tsangji plane, powerful forces like the 10 great sects had many empyrean-grade secret methods, but most of them were incomplete. A complete empyrean-grade secret method could even tempt Infinity Warlocks. Infinity Warlocks naturally wouldn't change their primary secret method easily. However, they could draw on countless experiences from the complete demonic divine text. At the same time, if they could practice several powerful offensive secret methods recorded in the demonic divine text, their fighting strength would become even stronger. Yang Feng replied, "Yes." The Fuso divine tree chatted with Yang Feng for a while and gave him some pointers. As an old monster that has lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, the Fuso divine tree was extremely knowledgeable. If it was willing to shed its body and transform into a human warlock, it could definitely become one of the strongest powerhouses in the Tsangji plane with a little cultivation. Under his guidance, the problems Yang Feng encountered in his practice of cultivation were almost easily solved. 3 days later, in a spacious square 30 kilometers west of the Holy Glory State's royal palace, there stood 100 warlock geniuses from different countries, each of whom possessed starry sky warlock rank strength. On a dais in the square, there were 5 chairs placed, which only the rulers of the Fuso subcontinent's 5 major states could sit on. Sitting on a chair, Yang Feng looked down at the warlock geniuses from the Fuso subcontinent and sighed with emotion. If he hadn't become the ruler of the Nishino state, he might have to fight with other geniuses for a place to go to the brilliant ancient capital. Is that the ruler of the Nishino state, Yang Feng? So young. That's the Nishino state's Yang Feng. One day, I will replace him. This is the Yang Feng who defeated the Taiyi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang. It's just a junior starry sky warlock rank cultivation base. It seems that the Taiyi sect's holy son Yi Yuanyang isn't that great. In the square, the warlock geniuses looked at Yang Feng with peculiar light in their eyes. The eyes of the Fuso subcontinent's genius warlocks flashed with awe and apprehension. The warlock geniuses from outside the Fuso subcontinent looked at Yang Feng with disdain in their eyes. The warlock geniuses who came from outside the Fuso subcontinent are all descendants of Bright World warlocks and Infinity warlocks. They looked at the Fuso subcontinent's warlock geniuses as if they were a group of barbarians, their eyes full of contempt. The genius warlocks from the Fuso subcontinent and the genius warlocks from outside were clearly divided into 2 groups. There was no communication between them. Dressed in red, with a fiery and sensual figure, a dazzling, yet arrogant woman with a black ponytail and a fiery and sexy look on her face, swept Yang Feng with a glance and said somewhat disdainfully, "So that's the fighting demonic sect's true disciple Yang Feng? For him to become the ruler of the Nishino state with only junior starry sky warlock rank cultivation base, it seems that there are no talents in the Fuso subcontinent." The gorgeous woman with an arrogant expression is Luo Mingyang, the precious daughter of Luo Feng, a Bright World warlock of the Great Cloud dynasty. Another handsome young man dressed in white glanced at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with jealousy. Junior disciple sister Mingyang, he's just a nouveau riche who got the Golem Lord's inheritance by a fluke. If I had the Golem Lord's inheritance, I would have already become an Infinity warlock. He's still a mere starry sky warlock, what a waste. The young man dressed in white is Luo Feng's eldest disciple Zhong Xian, a quasi-moonlight warlock rank powerhouse who has always been extremely arrogant. He looked at Yang Feng sitting on the seat of one of the 5 overlords with envy and jealousy in his heart. A beautiful woman with an oval face and a slender figure dressed in yellow said with a trace of arrogance, "In any case, to be able to reach that position, Yang Feng isn't simple. Although the Fuso subcontinent is just a subcontinent, but it still has some talents. The beautiful woman in yellow is Mai Yi, a personal disciple of Gui Wuheng, a Bright World warlock of the Great Cloud dynasty. The beautiful woman in yellow is Mai Yi, a personal disciple of the Great Cloud dynasty's Bright World warlock Gui Wuheng. The beautiful woman in yellow is Mai Yi, a personal disciple of Gui Wuheng, a Bright World warlock of the Great Cloud dynasty. The 3 of them plus the other 2 personal disciples of Gui Wuheng formed a small circle full of arrogance, vaguely exuding an aura that repelled others. Yang Feng glanced at the genius warlocks from other places, and then his gaze fell on Luo Mingyang and Mai Yi. After a slight scan, he no longer cared about them, and his gaze looked towards the sky. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the sky, and a distorted, blurry projection of an ancient city suddenly appeared. The Fuso divine tree emitted a pale green ray that entered the projection of the ancient city, and a grey path appeared. As soon as the grey path appeared, Yang Feng got up, treaded on air, and walked towards the grey path. Only 100 people can enter this projection of the brilliant ancient capital in the Fuso subcontinent. After 100 people enter, the path will be closed. Only those with Holy Spirit Warlock rank strength or above can forcibly open a path leading to the brilliant ancient capital at this time. Yang Feng has just moved, when a spatial fluctuation flickered, and a starry sky warlock who didn't qualify suddenly flew towards the path. The eyes of Saijo Yoruwa, who was standing guard next to the passage, flashed fiercely, and he extended his hand, which turned into a huge claw that grabbed the head of the starry sky warlock, and then crushed the head of the starry sky warlock. Seeing this scene, the restless starry sky warlocks hiding in the surroundings calmed down at once. Saijo Yoruwa said calmly, "Everyone enter in an orderly manner. If there are any unusual movements, kill them on the spot." The starry sky warlocks lined up in a straight line, followed Yang Feng, and stepped into the path one by one. As soon as Yang Feng entered the passageway, his vision blurred, and he appeared in a vast area covered in trees and full of powerful life magic energy. Yang Feng glanced around. This is the brilliant ancient capital. Sure enough, it's extraordinary. The life magic energy here is probably a bit richer than in the Battle Demon sect. Only a few cultivation holy lands in the Battle Demon sect are slightly better than this place. There are all kinds of extraordinary plants growing everywhere in this place. With a cursory glance, Yang Feng found that there are dozens of extraordinary plants in the surroundings, most of which are level 3 or above. A tyrannical aura suddenly rose from the forest, and a 100-meter-long ancient black dragon exuding ancient dragon might and starry sky warlock rank aura flew out of the forest and stared at Yang Feng with a fierce gleam in its eyes. Yang Feng looked at the starry sky warlock rank ancient black dragon with a look of surprise in his eyes. A starry sky warlock rank ancient black dragon. 4 ordinary starry sky warlocks. The brilliant ancient capital might be very dangerous. This starry sky warlock rank ancient black dragon had advanced starry sky warlock rank cultivation base. Dragons were among the most tyrannical in the same rank. Human advanced starry sky warlocks might not be the opponent of this ancient black dragon. The ancient black dragon stared at Yang Feng with a fierce glint in its eyes, and it belched a black dragon breath barreling towards Yang Feng like a meteor. "It's no use." Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, and a spatial rift suddenly appeared and swallowed the black dragon breath into the spatial rift. A spatial fluctuation appeared above the ancient black dragon, and a spatial rift appeared, and a black dragon breath flew out and slammed into the ancient black dragon. The violent dragon breath enveloped the ancient black dragon and burned it until it screamed in pain. "I'll send you on your way." Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he strangely appeared on the head of the ancient black dragon. He stabbed his hand into the ancient black dragon's head, dug out a dragon crystal, and grabbed it. The ancient black dragon trembled, the life force in its eyes extinguished, and it fell from the sky. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng put the ancient black dragon's corpse into a storage ring, and then took out a top-grade warp gate. After installing it, he activated it. After the warp gate was activated, there was a flash of light, and then there was no movement. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. "Unfortunately, warp gates can't be used here. Otherwise, I would have another base." If warp gates could be used in the brilliant ancient capital, Yang Feng would have sent his mechanical legion to occupy the entire brilliant ancient capital. In this way, with the tremendous resources in the brilliant ancient capital, he could practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock realm in a very short time. "It's time for you to show up." Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. With a flash of light, a level 2 mobile fortified stronghold with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly appeared and floated in the void. All kinds of radars suddenly appeared and frantically scanned in all directions. Whenever an extraordinary life form with a powerful life force was scanned, the information would be fed back to the optical computer. Based on the feedback, the Level 2 optical computer quickly summarized and analyzed the information and selected the most precious extraordinary plants.